And just like that, we are mere minutes away, Dewar, from the Rag Company's biggest event of the year. We're here. We made it. It's TRCMA 2024. I hope everyone out there is tuning in because we're here, the Cleaner Cast, to keep you informed, up to date, what's to come, what has happened, and to keep you entertained and engaged. Ain't that right, Dewar?
That's right.
How excited are you to be back?
I am extremely excited. It's always fun to come back here and be with my my kind of family away from my real family.
It's a big family reunion. Look, we did all the Easter egg hunting, Dewar,
it's a
over the
family
weekend.
reunion you actually want to go to.
Yep,
so.
yeah. we got the kids somewhere, whether they're at school or wherever they go.
That's right.
You know, at the grandma's house. But we're ready for TRCMA. We're ready to wash some cars, get the new product drops, all the fun stuff. I hope you're ready as well. And we're here to keep you engaged. Speaking of engaged, let's just run down the schedule real quick.
Yep. So starting things off today from 9 to 10 o'clock, we have Flex. So we
they're
have
in the corner.
Chris and the team over there with.
They're ready.
We have a view at their booth right now, and it is absolutely phenomenal.
Yes.
I can't wait to see what they got going on. So I think you might have to sneak something in your bag on the way home.
They got a lot going on, let me tell you. There's flex packs and polishers and all kind of stuff. I'm excited for it. We got our friends at P&S setting up over here behind us. They got quite the show planned for you, and boy, they got some hot drops, so be ready.
That's right. That's right.
Yep. What else we got?
We got some Foam Town, I think, maybe.
I heard we are going to Foam Town, USA pretty early this morning, so stay tuned and stay ready.
You may know something a little bit of.
I know a little bit of something. I may have tested this soap a little early too.
And then after that, to round out the morning, if you want to be mesmerized, right before you have lunch, you're going to be watching some amazing rap. Not the music variety, but the film variety. So if you look right behind Jamie there is a red Audi that is going to get some rap work done to it. So if any of you guys are friends with Justin Pate,
Pate's ready to go.
What's going to happen? So
yes, you know how he is just a magical wizard at the rap stuff. I don't really understand the rap stuff. I'm not a rapper myself, not dropping hot bars, but boy, he's the man with the plan.
That's right. That's right. So the Rag Company took on a whole bunch of tools last year from all the rap side of things.
Right.
P&S released Triple S as well.
Triple S,
which,
yes.
You're a big fan of it.
I am a big fan of it. Really slick. Comes in handy.
Rap, that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, it actually makes a nice little drying aid, that kind of deal. So I like it a lot. So is that wrapping up the morning for us?
That's the morning. Yeah.
That's the morning show. So what do we have coming on in the afternoon? Later today,
let me flip my page.
Justin Bates coming back around.
He's coming back around for the Rap Institute.
Rap Institute.
TWI, if you're into the acronym game. And then from 3 to 4 o'clock, we have our good friends at Diamond Protect.
Tyler's here.
Yep,
he's ready.
Tyler's definitely
He's ready to talk about nano diamond technology.
Yep, the diamonds are a girl's best friend, but sometimes the detailer's best friend.
Sometimes the detailer's best friend. That's right.
To round out the day, if you're in for some comedy,
I'm ready. Vyper Chair. Our friends at Vyper.
A couple years ago, if you saw it, they released the one of the new chairs they came out with the back press and everything. Yep. And
made it nice and comfy.
This year, there's going to be bigger drops.
Bigger drops. So I'm excited. Vyper always pushing the limits on what chairs can be, on what carts can be. I see one over here in the corner. It's a beautiful looking thing, and that's going to be the schedule for today. The electricity's in the air. The lights are bright, and everybody's pumped. It's going to be a big day for TRCMA 2024, day one.
The crew's been working super hard. Everyone's running around like a very organized mess. So it's fantastic to see, and I really hope all of you guys really enjoy it. Be sure to tune in to every bit of the segments, and if you can't catch it live, you can always catch it after.
You can always catch it after.
Open up all the tabs you can, keep it live all day, and tell your friends, tell your family, tell everyone you care about, tell people you don't care about, tell them to tune into TRCMA.
Well, turn on all the screens you got, every computer screen, all the TVs, punch it in, punch the notifications in, get them going, and we're going to have a fantastic day on day one at TRCMA 2024. We got 5 seconds left. You got anything on the way out?
Nope, that's it. Just tuning in.
He said keep going. We're going all the way to the bell on this one.
Very cool.
Jimmy's with us. He's got the rig all set up. It's fantastic. We're excited here in the TRCMA studio. The boys are getting ready over here. P&S is ready. Flex is ready. It's going to be a fantastic day, and it's going to be awesome.
So we got the
keep your comments coming in.
Got some Jeep action, got some Mercedes electric action, got some Flex action. So. And what are you most looking forward to on the Flex side of things?
On the Flex side of things, I'm hoping to see maybe a little polishing demo. I don't know what they're doing over there, but I hope we get a little demo this year. I see some action. Maybe we see how high they can stack the Flex stacks. That might be interesting.
Yeah, that might be a good arts and crafts segment. Yeah, I think at the halftime show.
That might do it. Yep. There's a sale.
Oh my goodness.
25% off.
Oh my goodness.
At TRC. Rag Company stuff.
If you order stuff right now, put the comments, have us sign it, and we'll do it for you.
Yeah. Bye, everybody.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome to TRCMA 2024. And yes, it is April Fool's Day, but there is nothing foolish about today's show.
Not at all, Levi. Thanks to everybody that is here. Thanks to the crew. Thanks to all of the different brands joining us for this event. It's going to be absolutely amazing. It's going to be our biggest and best year yet.
That's right. We got 4 whole days of all the best detailing brands and products that are going to be here. So please tune in. Keep those computer screens open. Put them on your TVs at work. Tell your boss you can't get anything done today because you are watching TRCMA. Actually, tell them for the whole week. Maybe take Friday off.
Correct. Yeah. You don't need to work.
Do the whole thing, because this is the most important thing that you want to be doing today is watching us. So, thank you everybody for tuning in. As you heard previously, there's a sale going on, Anthony.
There is 25% off almost everything at theragcompany.com. So whether you're stocking up on microfiber or other premium detailing products, whether it be chemicals or tools, we've got you covered. And so on top of that, we're going to be running that sale throughout the week, but you're going to be finding that there's going to be some new products that we're going to be talking about and demonstrating. So you're going to be kind of learning as you go, right? And hopefully picking up things along the way as well. And so we have we have chemicals.
We have chemicals
being announced, released this week. We have tools. We have towels.
It's just a lot of stuff. It's a lot of great stuff.
A lot of great stuff. Yeah. And just prepare yourself.
And we've got a new T-shirt available as well. A 25th anniversary T-shirt because the Rag Company is our 25th anniversary. So lots of great stuff. And here's the other cool thing, Anthony. Some of the products, I might not say all of them, but some of the products people are going to see today, tomorrow, the next day, Thursday, are also going to be available to purchase on site. So not only are you going to be able to get those new products, but you're able to get some great deals as well. So make sure you check out the website. Make sure you get all that figured out. What else do we got going on? Today's just going to be a lot of fun stuff. We got Flex over there. We got P&S coming up. We've got Avery Fellers, Diamond Protec, Wrap Institute,
Vyper Chair.
Oh my gosh, it's going to be a lot of fun. So first things first, we do need to thank, obviously our folks here at the Rag Company for putting this on and allowing all of us to be here and do this. Also, our friends at Home to Suites for putting everybody up.
Yes, yes.
All of our guests are staying at the Home to Suites. And then Anthony and Dane and I rocking our new Brooks, keeping our feet feeling fresh while we're wandering around doing this show.
It's a lot of standing.
Couldn't do it without them.
It's a lot of standing. I mean, and think about it like this. There's a lot of trade shows that we'll go to, right? A lot of big events, things like SEMA, things like Mobile Tech, things like Automechanica, right? Where you're standing on your feet all day. This is really no different. Everybody's standing around, everybody's trying to stay busy, and everybody has a job because this show is extremely important. We want to give you guys the best experience possible, even from your screen. So anyways, guys, we're really excited for today. It's going to be an absolute fantastic day full of different knowledge. You're going to learn some tips, tricks, and of course, you're going to be able to see some of your favorite people in the industry putting on some awesome demos. So Levi, anything else before we need to kick it over?
We got to say thanks to our friends at Pepsi for providing all the beverages and drinks for everyone so they can stay hydrated.
Hydrated, energized, and everything in between.
All that good stuff. Other than that, let's get started and let's head on over and check out Flex.
How you guys doing?
Good morning.
Just getting started. Levi's coming over here, kind of kicking us off. John and I. This is John Carnival from our product management team. Myself, Chris Metcalf. I'm a part of our national sales team, and we're here at TRCMA and kind of kicking this off. I wanted to kind of first, introduce us and what we do. John, like I said, takes care of our product development and helps come up with all these great tools that we have to show you guys today. One of the big things that I want to get across to the market today, we had our 100th anniversary last year.
Congratulations.
From Steinheim, Germany. We still manufacture a lot of our products on that original factory floor over in Steinheim. We have people probably watching us, live over there. And, that's great that we have that. A lot of things you'll see on these tables is our 24-volt cordless line. That product was launched here in the U.S. Actually about 3 years ago. So, it's one of those newer lines of products, and that's really what we're going to get into and dive into a little bit today is about the battery technology and what we've changed over the course of the last 3 years.
Well, and I've been excited because I've been fortunate enough to play with some of the new 24-volt battery line, and I'm amazed not only at the capacity, but the charging. You guys have got the new superchargers, which are lightning fast.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of our key components to really our system, is not only the battery technology, but also has a lot to do with how it's charged. And, you know, I mean, we can dive right into that if you want. That was one of the things that I really wanted to talk about today. You know, really when it comes down to our 24-volt line, is the fact that, you know, we've had our 18-volt polishers, you know, the cordless polishers. We've had those in the market for about 7 years. That was the first time we launched it 7 years ago at SEMA. And it's been a great running polisher, and we're now like kind of making a transition to this 24-volt platform. Even within our 24-volt, within 3 years, when we first launched the 24-volt, we launched cylindrical cells, which is like what you're used to in the 18-volt products. So like Milwaukee, DeWalt, the new Rupus polisher, those are all 18-volt products. And our 24-volt line provides a little bit more power in that battery. So you have actually one more cell, which gives it the 24-volt thing.
Okay.
And since we launched the 24-volt product, we actually have stacked lithium now. So I know our control room has some slides that we can show on some of that. So this stacked lithium, this is really the next generation of batteries. John, you want to talk a little bit about that?
Sure, it's really about the construction of the battery. So the old lithium-ion batteries are constructed with, like you can see on the screen, a cylindrical battery, right? The cylindrical batteries are connected with a wire, okay? So the difference between the stacked is constructed with a pouch battery, pouch cell. It's flat, and those are stacked on top of one another. And then coming out of the stacked batteries are tabs. The tabs are wider than your typical wire, and so when they're all stacked together, those tabs are all welded together. So essentially I have a larger pipe coming out of my battery. I could pull power out of my battery faster, and I could charge it faster. Okay, and not only that, these have a much more longer lifespan, up to 4 times the regular lifespan of a regular lithium-ion battery. Okay, and then like Chris said, right off the bat, we're 24 volts, so that gives us more power than the 18 volt or the 24 volts right out of the bat. The other thing is, because of the stacked power, we're able to draw more current out of it. That's real important. So when I'm using my tool and I put pressure on my polisher or my drill or my saws, and I need more power, the stacked battery is able to push more power out. Okay.
Chris Ivey, come just a little closer. We're a little spaced apart here. So one thing I've noticed on your guys' screen that was pretty cool was I don't know if some people noticed it, but like you said, more power coming out of the pipe and coming back in. And there's a great little diagram there of like a doorway and an exit, and people having to single file out the door. But with the stacked lithium, it's like it's a bigger opening. It's 2 or 3 doors, so enough people can get through.
I think a lot of people don't quite understand that technology, and really what it comes down to, Levi, is our company is one of the largest battery manufacturers in the world. You know, we work for Shervon. Our parent company is Shervon. We have Skill, we have Ego, which I'll be on tomorrow with the Ego products, and we have Flex. Those are our house brands. Those are what we put all of our, you know, all of our great innovation into those 3 brands. And you know, the stacked lithium is like the next generation for the, to be honest with you, for the entire cordless market, or the lithium battery market. It kind of, you know, a lot of that pouch technology comes out of the RC market, where, you know, the RC market has been using that pouch technology for a while. And what we've done is we've worked with the cell manufacturers that provide us the cells, and we've developed a safe way to create these pouch batteries. And you see on the screen there just the cutaway. You know, this is like important for people to kind of understand that, like that we're trying to explain to the market that this is the next generation. That's why we say it's what's next in our you know, in our branding. So
the other thing is, when you combine our power of our battery with our constant speed technology, so when you start pushing these tools, you don't feel the drag on the battery. You feel just consistent power in a smoother tool. So we're able to deliver that extra power with the constant speed technology, keeps that thing running smooth.
Nice.
So, talking about the chargers, when you look at the chargers that we have here on the table, our standard kit in all of our 24 volt and our 18 volt include a 160 watt charger. And that's a high speed charger. A lot of people, they don't understand what we're talking about, because a lot of the other brands like DeWalt and Milwaukee haven't really talked about that, because their standard drill or their standard product comes with it's a 75 watt to 60 watt. Some of them are 60 watts.
Okay.
So what that means is that when you're trying to charge that battery with a low wattage charger, it'll take an hour and a half to almost an hour and 45 minutes to charge a standard battery. This, you can charge our 5 amp hour battery with our standard charger, and you can actually pull up one of the diagrams that shows the charger and the time rates. But this is just our 160 watt. We actually have three chargers in total. We have a 280 watt, which is kind of in the middle. And we also have a 550 watt supercharger. I mean, this thing is like the crazy Mac Daddy. So if someone's complaining about having their charger take a long time, just invest a little bit of money for this supercharger, and you're going to be able to charge your battery. I think a 5 amp hour will do it in 20 minutes.
Yeah, I actually took one of those home and took the overhead light home while I was working on the vehicle.
Yeah.
And I killed the battery. And I was using probably like one of the 6 amp hour batteries on it, and I killed it, and I thought, dang it. But I had another 6 amp hour battery, and I put it on the charger and I set a timer just to see, and it was right in my line of sight. And what I love too is it's got lights on it, and so it'll tell you when it's charged, and the same with the charger. It's bright enough that you can see it. And so looking across the shop, I just kept checking the timer. And it was, dude, 20 minutes, full charge. I couldn't believe it. A
lot of people, this green light stands out on our batteries.
Yeah.
But from across the room, that's a great point. From across the room, you can see when that battery is done charging. And I think that's an awesome feature that we added to this 24 volt battery line.
Yeah.
They're bright, so you could even see them outside. So some guys may be working out in the sunlight, depending on what tool they're using. So you could see these even in bright sunlight.
That's cool.
Yeah.
The other thing, before we get too far along here, we have a full range of batteries.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people don't quite understand that we have that full range. We have everything from a 2 amp hour battery, which is coming, all the way to the big Mac Daddy 10.0. And our standard one, we have a 12.0.
Oh, wow.
Which is crazy. Just as a reference, this 3-point stacked battery would be comparable to it's an 8 amp hour Milwaukee, right?
Yes.
As far as size goes.
Okay.
So let's just say this is the Milwaukee battery.
Yeah.
Standard battery. This is the smaller stacked battery. So you have that much more power in this smaller space.
A lot lighter tool too.
Right. Exactly.
With more power.
I don't know did you mention the 4-port charger? This is a 4-port charger, 280 watts per, and they charge all at the same time.
They charge all at the same time.
It's not sequential where if they charge 4 batteries at the same time.
Oh, wow.
That's a feature that kind of I like to point out, because a lot of our competitors don't have that option.
Yeah.
And another thing that you may have noticed when you were charging at home, Levi, is the sound.
Yeah.
We have the fans inside there. And whenever you're charging lithium, it's so important to keep the lithium batteries at a consistent temperature, just to maintain the battery life. And whenever you have a lithium battery get hot, that's not good.
Yeah.
So, moving along, do you have something to add?
I was just going to say our thermodynamic gel inside these batteries helps dissipate the heat and keep it cool. It absorbs heat and then dissipates it. It helps the life of the battery.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Nice.
Just moving along here, kind of as we go along.
Yeah.
If there's a product you see that you want to call out,
just go through them. I mean, that's the cool thing is I got a chance at SEMA to kind of see and play with some of this stuff, and then I do have some of the tools at home which I've been really enjoying using, as well as taking some of the lights and borrowing them to play with. I've been really impressed not only with the ergonomics of the tools, but again the power behind them.
I think the biggest thing that we're delivering to the market, Levi, is the fact that we're trying to give you a full range of products specific for the automotive, mobile detailer, to be honest with you. We have this 18 volt, I can go through each of our polishers, but I think we've done that enough. I think a lot of people, watching this program understand that Flex is we manufacture polishers. We have a full range of polishers. Everything from a rotary to a gear-driven, forced action polisher to a free spinning orbital. And I think one of the biggest things that we showed at SEMA this past year is a transition piece. So we're talking about this 24 volt. We're talking about the next generation of technology. But there's a lot of people for the last 7 years that have bought these products.
Right, and they're still using them.
And they have them and they like them.
They're still working.
Yeah, they're still working. They're great products. And I'm not saying that our 18 volt, I'm just saying that the 24 volt is like the next generation.
Yeah.
These are still great products and still proven products. They've been there, they've done that. But even like when I pull that, it's nice and smooth, it's nice and quiet. That's one of the things people love about our rotary polisher is how smooth and how quiet it is. I mean, I'm physically talking while I'm running this. Yeah. So, it's just a nice, smooth unit. People don't know, I like to point this out, there's actually one of the slides that shows our air technology that's in our rotaries. Oh. It's actually a patented technology that our company has. He's showing the bridge one. Go back the rotary on one of the rotary ones. There you are, right there.
Okay, wow, how the airflow
So this
works.
a lot of people don't realize this, but there's actually patents here. We have our planetary gear system, which has a very specialized composite that makes up our planetary gear system in the top right corner of your TV there. And that planetary gear system actually reduces the spindle speed. It allows the motor to turn faster, which helps cool the tool while you're working. So cooling the tool is important here. You have your air technology down in the bottom left side of your TV. The air comes in the tool and is actually taken around the head of the unit. Those air baffles, that's the patent that we actually own on that is being able to cool the head of your unit. Typical power tools exhaust the air out before it gets near the head. And people always ask, well, where's your bail handle? Where's your side handle for your rotary? We want you to be able to put this tool directly in your hand and be able to have more control when you're using our rotary polisher.
That's great.
But let's take this 18 volt battery off. Okay. Let's take this new adapter. You can pull that slide back up that you had there showing the adapter and the technology change. But we're now able to take and put on one of
the new batteries,
our stacked batteries or any of our other batteries. So this adapter will be available relatively soon. I don't have an actual date yet, and Charlie's watching this and he's probably going to kill me for saying that, but it's coming soon. My product manager that developed this, and you can't bring this to the market any sooner. But what we're trying to tell the market is that, like, look, you've invested in our 18 volt products, but now we're going to be able to take you and be able to use that 18 volt polisher with a 24 volt battery.
Yeah, and so that way, not only it allows folks to be able to upgrade to some of the newer battery technology, some of the other hand tools, but still keep their old machines that are still working just fine.
I don't call them old machines. I still call them a great polisher. That's why,
great polisher.
That's why we're not telling you to just throw that unit away. We want you to be able to utilize the units you've already invested in.
No, I think it's great.
But we want you to be able to also use that new technology. And even here, so what's cool is that's on speed 4. Yeah. That's about where the 18 volt polisher is. So with 24 volt,
you get a little more power.
To give you a little more power with that 24 volt battery, and that's kind of a cool feature that you'll have.
Supercharge all your polishers.
So this adapter, like I said, will be coming relatively soon. It will not be something that is overpriced or anything like that. We'll probably end up doing battery packages where you buy a battery charger, you get this adapter for free. So you got to make sure you talk to your Flex dealer and make sure they have this adapter available when they become available.
Awesome. Well, that should alleviate any issues with folks wondering or worried or confused because of the new products and then the new battery technology. Being able to just transition so quickly, it's going to be a huge help.
I think that's really one of the key things that you'll see with our company is that as we evolve, as the market changes, John is constantly working on making new products. But we don't want to leave our older products in the past. We want to be able to bring those people that have those products, to be able to use the new technology as it evolves.
Okay. Yeah, we're not ignoring our polishers. We are still investing in new technology and developing the next greatest set of polishers. So We just want to surround those polishers with other tools that the detailer could use. Nice. So we're not forgetting that core business of polishing.
Yeah, we have SEMA still at the end of this year. Yep. You know, we'll all be there, and hopefully before SEMA we'll be able to announce some more exciting things so that people will come to SEMA and be able to see some cool things coming. I always like to mention the PXE80.
Still one of my favorites.
I saw your guys' polisher video, your ranking and all that, and you guys put this very high as an almost a unit that you can't live without.
I literally just used it last month. I had a car that I had to fully wet sand and completely polish out, and the Pixie became completely it was the go-to in that setup.
You know, I still want to show you this because
of that part too.
You know, this is an awesome little adapter, you know, that comes with all the different cones. I do not have the adapter on there right now, but that would.
But basically, this quick release in to there, and then you can turn it on, and you've got a polisher.
You know, this is awesome because you have all these extra cones. There's a lot of people that are using this now.
Yeah,
They've invested in this extra add-on adapter. You know, so we're not done with this PXE80. It's a product that was developed, I think, 5 or 6 years ago, actually. And it's constantly evolving. John's constantly developing new accessories for this. And just, it's a great unit.
Yeah. For me, I was working on a 58 Chevy, and I had, they'd already put all the chrome on it. So I had to get right up to the edge of that chrome, and what came in handy was the was the flexible shaft attachment,
spaces,
and I was able to get into all the little nooks and crannies on that car that I was able to buff out. So
another great product that we've had available. This is our cordless vac. Have you got to use this around the shop?
We have gotten to use it around the shop. It's a great little tool.
I'm going to get down on the floor just to set this down, or you want to hold that?
I can hold it for you.
You know, the bottom line, it has 2 different settings on it. So you have a low setting, and this is crazy. I mean, it's completely cordless. So I think what I would recommend this for a mobile detail person would be almost like a final inspection. You know, maybe you've delivered the car outside, someone moved it from the shop outside. When you get out of the car, you want to make sure it's perfect. So you can take this with you, hit any of the areas that you were sitting in when you were moving the car, maybe doing a delivery to a customer's house, and you need to just touch it up.
That's literally what we've been using this for. Whenever we do something on a vehicle in here in the studio, we'll quickly vacuum, and then one of us will hop in and pull the car out, and it's like, just quick, a little touch up.
Just a touch up.
But we actually, what I like is this also, this comes with a shoulder strap too.
It does have the shoulder strap. You're using it over there for your
curtain.
Your curtain.
Yes.
So, you know, in every shop, everybody uses different things, but this has all your onboard, you know, different accessories that you would need.
Yeah.
You know, and as you're working, once again, you can push this button and be able to see where the battery is as you're working with it. So, you know, the nice green lights.
Yeah, this has been a great little tool.
This actually has a HEPA filter. So if you use the paper filter that came with it, which goes in the bottom bin, plus it has a HEPA filter that the air is exhausting. So you have absolutely no dust that comes out of this vacuum.
It's another good thing. Yeah. Well, I love that it's still really light. That's what most people don't realize is how light everything is.
You know, one of the things that John's doing a lot of developing on is things that we call like our lifestyle. So you want to grab that light, John, and we'll show people.
Oh, sure.
You know, you see we have a lot of lights around here. This stand light we showed, I think we showed this last year on the class, but this is now readily available, and it folds up. It's just a nice light that has 3 different settings.
You want to bring it over this way? That way we don't have to. Whoa, look at that.
So
collapse it all down.
It looks like a rocket launcher.
Yeah.
And, you know, so you can use it for many different things. Got an adjustable thing.
It's got 3 settings, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000.
There we go.
It's even got a place you could put your cell phone and charge it. And there's a battery meter here as well.
Well, what I also like is there's also a plug-in.
Yes.
So you can run power if you need to, so you don't have to use another battery. Or
pull out the battery, and I could plug in a extension cord.
There's actually a spot you can actually plug in right down there on the bottom. So right where he takes that battery out, you can actually plug this directly in right down there.
So it's dual power. That's nice.
Yeah, and what's also great is this is detachable.
Yep, something that a lot of people don't know. I actually showed that to someone. The guys had the light for like a year already, and they didn't know that.
Yeah, I actually, when I took that over to my house, I just hung it on a toolbox because I needed some light because of the hooks.
You can hang it right
Threw a battery pack on it and was able to utilize it.
Yeah, and actually with the larger battery, you know, I think it sits nice on the ground.
Yeah.
So it can sit nice, you know, and give you the light that you need right next to your car.
Yeah, it's such a versatile tool. It was hard to bring it back here and put it back. But no, this has been a really cool feature. I really love how well it collapses down and makes it really easy to store, put away, or maybe even your mobile rig. It doesn't take up too much space, and it puts out a ton of light and has a lot of options.
Even something like this is like an inspection light. You know, the thing folds up real nice. It has a belt thing. You can hold it on your side. 3 different settings, and it moves pretty much 360 degrees all the way around, any which way. It even has magnets on the back.
Yeah.
Obviously, I wouldn't put this on my car, but you know, if you have like a toolbox or anything that you could magnet this to,
or
it does have
metal rack,
a hanging setup on there as well.
Yeah, it sits nicely just on any surface with the battery.
Yeah, yeah, and that's the other thing that I liked about that is it's so versatile to get light in certain areas, especially tight areas, because it can just stand or sit or hang or magnetize. I actually have a fridge, like a big freezer combo in my garage, and I actually stuck that because I kept kicking it. And so I just stuck it to the freezer so it would hit the light perfectly on a fender, and it worked out great.
Yeah, yesterday Gabe was telling me he set up this whole setup, and he had this hanging on a hook, and I took it off and I snapped it to your metal wall. Yeah. He's like, whoa, that is so cool. I didn't realize that had magnets on it. So
it's great for working underneath the car too.
Yeah.
If you have to get underneath, slide, I use it all the time.
So, you know, as we evolve through all of our tools that we have, you know, everybody needs a drill, you know, in their garage. Even the mobile detailer uses the drill. You know, the carpet brushes you guys sell that go in the drills. You know, we have some really great deals with just our standard 24-volt drill. And, you know, another thing, just the power that this tool has. And when you put that in your hand, it just feels good.
Yeah.
Like you can tell it's a quality built power tool.
Yeah, and like I said, I've been using this at home, and this has become my new favorite. And I've had a lot of drills over my lifetime, and it's one of those where I go, "Ooh, I got the good one." Like this is the drill that like I'm converted.
A lot of people that are watching this may have a Milwaukee drill, may have a Harbor Freight drill, or a DeWalt. All I would tell you is the next time that you need to replace a drill, look at this.
Yeah.
I mean, our 24-volt line until the end of this year has a lifetime warranty.
Huge.
I can't stress that enough. People are like, that's crazy. Why are you giving a lifetime warranty? One of the things that our brand believes is that, you know, we know that the answer you're going to tell us is I have a Milwaukee or I have a DeWalt already that I'm using. I don't want to switch. If you invest in our product, you can become part of our what we call our Founders Club, and you're literally able to use that lifetime warranty. All you have to do is register the tool on our website.
Yeah.
If you have any problems, even with your battery, we can replace your batteries 3 times and your chargers 3 times within your lifetime.
That's amazing. Yeah, this has been a great drill.
So, John, I'll let you talk. We have a bunch of new 1/2-inch impacts. There are a lot of detailers that take
wheels
off and things like that. And this mid-size unit, you know, has that power.
Yeah, this is great for taking off the lug nuts. Enough power. What's really cool about this is it's got this auto function on it. So when you're using it, when you're tightening it up, it's got the auto function knows when it gets tight and starts to slow down. Same thing when you're loosening the lug nut. It provides maximum power, but when it senses that it's loose, it slows down. So you're not stripping anything.
I didn't know that was for that. That's awesome.
Yeah, a lot of people really, Levi, don't understand this auto function. I usually give this to people, and it only works when you're doing a reverse. So if I'm taking a lug nut off, watch, I don't remove my finger from the trigger here.
Yeah.
There's literally a computer chip inside here.
It senses no resistance.
It senses no resistance, so it stops. So if you have resistance, you're taking that lug nut off. The second it breaks loose and releases, it will stop.
Oh, wow.
So you're not zipping the lug nut across the room. most people that are used to using like an air tool,
that's what I did.
They're
this
just
past
so
weekend.
it's so natural that they're letting off their finger.
Yeah.
I've had contractors or body shop guys that are using this, and they're like, I don't use that auto function. I can't get used to it. I'm like, once you get used to it, you'll understand it.
Yeah. Oh, that's rad. And then the 3 different settings for
different
power.
settings. Yep, depending on the power that you need. You can flip up in the slide presentation. There are some slides that show some of the different models that we have on the impacts. This is our small one. This is actually a new compact unit that we have coming out. The lighting around the head of that just illuminates the area that you're working. That's great. And then if you keep going, you'll see the one we have in our hands is the next slide, which is what we call the mid torque. The high torque, this is another big dog. Vibration suppression. We didn't talk about that, but if you come in on this, the camera here, and I can show you, a lot of people get these out of the box and they're like, the head of the unit's like loose.
Feels, yeah.
And this is actually technology that we've developed, and it will take off the impact. So, it's going tick, 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 tick,
yeah.
as it's taking off your lug nuts, and that normally is transferring to your hand.
Yeah.
But this technology now absorbs some of that, so it's not going through your wrist.
Oh wow! Especially for folks that do that often,
Yeah, exactly.
Especially the big one too. When you're using the larger one, taking off a serious large.
Oh wow! Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
so
cool.
We've got more products as we move along here. Some cool accessories like some fans. Let's move this over to the front here.
Is that one or this one?
Yeah, we can. This is on a roller. That's all attached.
It's all attached. I don't have to worry about it falling off. Great.
So literally what we have here is a nice rolling stand. This is called our stack pack system. A lot of people are used to, I think storage is like a really big thing right now.
Yeah.
There's a lot of companies that have storage in the market. One thing that I would tell you is that ours stands out is the quality of the build of the product. The plastic's thicker. It's just a more durable unit. There's actually a video that they have in the control room that shows someone throwing a cinder block from a 5-story building and hitting the top of this, and it doesn't break. So kind of just shows. Even on the top here, we have our fan. This actually attaches to the unit. I'm going to unclip it here.
Yeah.
Just kind of show you like this fan. A bunch of different settings. Let me grab one of the batteries. Throw a battery on here. What did I do here?
Is that battery charged?
Nope.
Nope.
Grab the only battery in the whole stack that's not charged. So I know they can't feel it online, but we'll see your beard move or something.
Maybe, you never know.
The
Let me get my hair in there.
Yeah, there you go.
Get that wind
blow that hair off. I would tell you that this fan is a super strong fan.
Yeah.
It's something that someone can add to their arsenal. When you get into the battery technology and get into the flex batteries, this is just an add-on for a shop.
What's great, anybody working mobile construction or even detailing, to have that and be able to add it, hold it onto the kit, be able to use it, that provides a ton of airflow.
Yeah.
That'd be perfect.
This also has a C-port charger, so you can charge your phone.
Wow.
And even has, on the back here, an area that you can plug it in. So if you are on a job site where you do have electric handy, or you're in your shop,
right in. Wow.
You can put this up in the corner and be able to plug this directly in.
That's awesome. And hooks too, so you can hang it if you need to.
Yeah.
So,
Rafter hooks.
Awesome.
So just a nice product.
Yeah.
But going back to the stack pack system, this stuff all comes apart real easy. One of our cases.
What I like is the versatility of all the different options. Like at SEMA, I saw the little garage door, and then the ability to be able to hang these on walls in your garage too.
Our control room has some great slides that show it hanging on the wall, and that's just the versatility of this.
Yeah.
And I think really what it comes down to is a detailer would set up these garage walls, with whatever you're working on. Maybe you have one of the drawer setups as your coating, setup. So everything you see in that picture there is removable from the wall. And then you can put this in your truck or your car and be able to take whatever that job entails that day. You're able to bring the case that works best for that job.
Yeah, and what's also cool is the fact that you can mount this. Guys that are outfitting vans, whether it's construction trailers or vans, can also set this up on the walls in there and be able to have a home for everything.
Yeah, even the wall system that we showed in that picture, the wall system can just be attached to the side of a truck as well.
That's rad.
We have a nice seal around the top here, so it is watertight. Everything is stainless steel, so nothing's going to rust if you do get it wet.
I love the pistons too.
Yep, you've got the little assist on the lid that helps keep it open, so it doesn't fall on your hands.
Yeah.
And it's easy once I take the clips and it just lifts right off.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the little engagement system. It's really nice.
Look at the drawers. Yeah. Nice slides.
Wow.
And they actually lock. So you don't actually have to have...
So you have to worry about it tipping forward.
No, it locks. Like, it's not going to come apart unless I physically push up on that clip and open it.
Nice.
If you have, if you're worried about something coming out, we do have onboard security bar that would give you a little more protection if you think you need it.
You could throw a padlock on there.
You could. I mean, bottom line, if someone really wanted to break it, they could get into it. But it gives you a little bit of security.
Well, especially if you're traveling. A lot of guys throw their tools in a box like this and they got to fly with it. It just adds a little more protection that you're not going to worry.
So if you do buy your wall system, this is an accessory that you add.
Okay.
So these clips here. Once you have this, you can also buy a system for your rolling kit. So you see on the front here, this clip system.
These little
so watch this.
Hangers.
Now I'm able to go 2 wide.
Holy crap.
Now John's physically able to take this.
Let's go.
And if you have more to take down to, say you're a boat detailer, you got to take more down to the dock, you can do less trips.
That's awesome.
I mean, you can literally put all of this on there. The wheel system on our rolling system is able to support that. And it's just a nice addition.
Yeah. Well, and like you said, like the fan attaches to it. There's a lot of great things that you can add on there that'll hold it.
Got a nice bag.
This is a great bag. I love this bag.
So the bag's attached to it.
That's cool.
Small little boxes attached right to the top.
Yeah, that's super cool.
This is called a workstation. So you see here in this video clip here, I'm on my 4-wheel dolly.
Yeah.
So this can become your mobile station, whether you're in a shop like this and we're working, or we're out on a job site, doing a mobile detail. You can create this and have it as your mobile workstation.
Wow. Super cool. And that's just a nice, I like that you have these options so folks can be able to build it out however they want for whatever fits their needs.
This is actually available worldwide. I know there's people from all around the world watching this program. And I would tell you that our stack pack system is available worldwide now. They have this over in Germany as well, from our main office in Germany. Some of the 24-volt things we've showed on this program today are not available worldwide. We launched it just in the US at first. So we'll see where it goes from there. But just so people know that are watching the program.
That's super cool.
Do we have Dane? Do we want to move to some questions?
See, Dane, you got some questions back there?
Yeah, of course. I've actually had several people writing in comments all along the way. I've kind of been throwing them up on the screen when they're more of a comment, less of a question, but there were questions too. Thankfully, Flex has been here in the chat actually helping a lot as well. So
that's awesome.
They have definitely kind of kept them to a minimum as far as the ones that got missed. So let me just go through here, see if I can pull some up. This may be a little redundant because I think it was already answered, but Eddie Cologne here asking Flex if they'll be updating the cordless polishers anytime soon.
Yeah. Maybe ask that question one more time. First episode, we're getting technical difficulty.
Yeah, so he's saying Eddie Cologne was wondering if they'll be updating, if Flex will be updating the cordless polishers anytime.
We knew that question would come up.
Yeah.
So my brand, one of my brand people are on the question and answer thing. He's probably typing, "Don't say anything."
Yeah.
I mean, the bottom line, we're showing you what's next.
Yeah.
We do have some great announcements coming out towards the end of this year.
There you go.
I think one of the big things that I'm trying to get across, Dane, during this presentation is the fact that Flex is a full range of battery products available, and we're excited about what's coming out in the future that John's creating.
Yes.
There you go.
A lot more
No
stuff
pressure.
Just hold your horses.
You know how people get. We got a detailing audience. They love poking the bear. So, all right, we got Kilocam Fu here. How many cycles are these batteries good for? Presumably the 24s, although he may have also meant the 18s.
So I think our cylindrical cells, so our 18-volt product as well as our 24-volt cylindrical cell units, I'm being told from the factory, actually have around 1,000 to 1,200 recycles before it actually changes as far as how long the battery runs. Even after that, the battery will still work. It'll just get shorter run times. And compared to the market, I think that's something that a lot of people should pay attention to. And I think there's a lot of people that are watching this that have had our cordless 18-volt product for a long time.
Yeah.
And it still runs, and it still works very good.
Yeah.
So I think that's important to know.
Yeah, that's the one thing I've never heard people say, like, oh, it just I don't like those because the batteries don't work. Not one person, I think, in the entire history has said or had an issue. And if they have had an issue, you guys have been able to take care of that because you can fix and replace. And like you said, even on the new products, you're replacing batteries up to 3 times and chargers 3 times.
Yes,
in the course
exactly.
of it. So that's still huge. All right, Dave.
All right, and apologies, I pulled out my earpiece. But Tanner Bobbitt here asking, what are the speed ranges on the rotary? How many RPM is speed 1?
So one of the big things is because of the planetary gear system that we have in here, we're able to step that head down. Actually, looking directly at the unit, it shows 900 to 1450. And I think a lot of people, are used to corded, maybe a DeWalt rotary or a corded Milwaukee, and they're like, hey, I want it to go to 3,000, and I'm like, well, if you talk to most of the people that are using rotaries in the body, in the detail market, they're running slow, and when you touch the surface on this, one of the things that, Flex is key is it will actually, the computer chip will adjust based on your pressure. So it actually increase the RPM if you start to put a lot of pressure on the product when you're using it.
Constant speed technology.
Nice.
Nice.
Good to know.
And that was in reference to the 24 volt, he said. But then I've got Anna Longfield. Oh, this is actually just a nice comment I wanted to throw out there. Anna saying, a company that gets that we don't want multiple battery platforms, but understands that tech has advanced and there should be transition pieces. It's appreciated. About the adapter.
Nice.
Yeah, I think that's one of the key things where we are a true manufacturer. There's a ton of different products being introduced to the market where people are just putting their names on polishers, and they don't have any control over how it's manufactured. We are a power tool manufacturer. We will create what the market, demands, and literally we, are listening to the market. John's listening to the market, and he's developing products that people are asking for.
That's cool.
Yeah, we say our polishers are top quality. They last a long time, so we stand by that. So if you bought a polisher in the last few years, it's going to keep running, and so we wanted you to take advantage of the new battery technology. And now you could buy into the other tools, platform, drills, the drivers, all the other things, and then take advantage of the batteries with their polishers.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of companies that do that, especially, and to say other names, regardless of whether it's a detailing tool or it's just a power tool. Sometimes when that new technology hits, you're out of luck. Batteries don't match, things don't work. And you're just like, okay, now I got to buy something else. And you guys making it available, you don't have to buy it. You can stay in the lane and try out the new stuff is a big, big deal.
Right. I think it was really interesting. Last week I was in Florida, and we were at Supreme Detail Supply. They have a couple locations down there in Orlando. And I ran into a detailer that was out in the lot doing some mobile work. And he had a Milwaukee polisher. And it was one of their free spinning orbitals, and obviously I had my tools, and I said, have you ever used a Flex? And he said, no, I've never tried it. You know, and he said, I bought the Milwaukee because I had a ton of Milwaukee batteries.
Yeah.
And then I just threw my polisher in his hand and said, just try it. And it was eye-opening to him how smooth our unit was compared to that model.
Yeah.
It's night and day. It's a very compact unit, but has the same amount of power as that larger unit. So it's interesting. I would encourage anybody watching the program to really ask your Flex dealer, like, hey, do you have a Flex cordless? Pull it out of the box and literally feel it and touch it before you make your decision on purchasing a polisher.
There you go.
No, good call. And this one's kind of an interesting one, kind of more of a mix and match deal. The one who shall remain nameless asking, will the 18-volt tools run cooler with the 24-volt battery? Higher voltage, less amperage equals less heat? Question mark.
I would have to say I would want to talk with you offline, because really I don't believe any of our cordless units get warm while you're working with them, or hot. Then you may feel a little bit of heat while you're working, but not like you do with the Beast.
Yeah.
You know, the original 3401, we didn't really get into it, you know, but I know this one gets warm.
Yeah.
It was a 20-year-old product. The head of this, you know, bell housing got extremely hot. With our cordless, you don't see a lot of the heat
Anymore.
Not.
Yeah, Will is right though. He is, you know, because we're going to have higher voltage, we have lower current, so it will be a little bit less heat. But the real advantage is we're going to have more runtime.
That's even better.
That's
I think the runtime is what it's really going to come down to. Is, you know, if you really want to get more runtime, you can throw this crazy guy on your polisher.
Yeah.
You know, you're gonna have a longer runtime, but you're gonna have a little bit more weight.
Yeah, not too bad.
And let's see. Then he's got a follow-up question here as well. Wondering, does Flex offer a smaller line like the Milwaukee 12 volts? The smaller size of the 12 volt tools is great when getting into smaller spaces.
We don't have a 12 volt option right now, but we have a compact 24 volt coming. We do have the 12 volt for the Pixie, but not for the other tools. But
you get the slimmer batteries.
Yeah, we have a 24 volt compact version that's coming out in a couple of months, which is right here. So this is very compact. You can see, compared to our 12 volt, it's not much bigger.
Okay, yeah.
So, but,
no, that's actually
but we do not have a 12 volt at this time.
No problem.
Okay.
Well, that helps clear that up. And then I've got, let's see, Seth Price here asking, hey, Chris, can we get a wall mount and a shoulder strap for the 670 blower?
You're talking about the Ego blower.
Yeah.
You're going to log on tomorrow. I don't know.
Yeah, you want to watch that one.
Yeah,
so.
I know. You're a little ahead of the curve there, buddy.
But yeah, I think there is an actual option for that Ego blower to have a holster for it. It's an accessory that's sold, you know, so.
Yeah. But even the small handheld Flex blowers can utilize all the new 24 volt technology.
Yeah,
too.
exactly.
So.
All right. Then I've got Eddie here asking, Dane, ask Flex what the weight limit is. You know my body type. So I think he was talking about on the stackers.
Standing on the stackers, or
just wondering,
utilizing
like,
the stackers as a base.
Well, what's a realistic limit, you know?
I think one of the biggest thing is that, I'll tell you.
There you go.
I mean, I'm a big guy.
Yeah.
Our competitor has, right on the top of all of their product, they tell you not to sit on it. They're telling you that for a reason. I know, not that I'm a lazy person, but at SEMA I did sit on some of these.
Yeah.
You know, so they are very durable.
Well, and it is nice. I mean, just even having the place to stand on, if you've got to get on quick onto a roof or something, that's I have an old kind of unit like this from another competitor, but that's what I use it for.
I never really thought about it, but we'll give it a whirl.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same plastic as the guys in red, but we have 40% more plastic. It's thicker.
So a lot more durable. So you see, you should be fine.
All right, no worries. I know Eddie and myself are both bigger guys, so just wondering, you know, obviously as a seat, that's pretty handy, or as a makeshift step if you really need it. Hans here asking the important questions because he's, well, in the Netherlands. How many stroopwafel can that bad boy stacker hold, though? I imagine
Quite
over 1,000.
Yeah, more than that. Probably more than Hans could purchase and ship to us.
And then, of course, very serious question here. Can Flex end at the end of their Flex program? All right. So
Flex to Flex.
I'm checking at the newest comments here to make sure I didn't miss anybody giving a fresh one.
Thank you, Dane. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, here's a real question from Mark Abar. Is the Pixie getting a bigger battery?
So actually you have, this is an option, the 4 amp hour unit. We did discontinue the 6 amp hour, and that actually had to do with the cells that were in it, because these are very small cells, and the manufacturer of the cells that provides them to us discontinued that size cell. So right now the largest that we have is the actual 4 amp hour, so you can talk to your Flex dealer and get that available, because it comes with 2 of the 2.5 amp hours, but the 4 amp hour is just an added accessory or an option.
Okay. And then I've got, okay, this is probably helpful, whether it's an aesthetic thing or it actually has a purpose. Wild German asking, hello guys, what's the difference between the gray lineup and the red lineup? Because he's probably seen a lot of different Flex color-coded items.
So I would tell you, the red product that they sell in Germany from our factory there is a standard red for Flex.
Yeah.
And when we launched here in the U.S., this new 24-volt line, our brand team thought that it was right for the U.S. market to, not go against another color in the same color. So we created this, new stylish gray and black product. But as far as the difference, there's really not a difference.
Yeah.
Red Germany has a lot of products in the 18 volt that are the exact same product.
Yeah.
Just literally in a different skinned color. So I would tell you that.
All right. And then I think the last one I've got here is actually from Fred, good old Fred, asking, does Flex have an affiliate program?
From Glovebox.
Affiliate program, what do you mean by that?
Well, Fred at Glovebox, they're a subscription detail service that provides different products. So they're just asking if there's an affiliate program or anything like that that folks can sign up for or get involved with or anything like that.
I think right now I'm not really involved in any of those programs.
That's all right.
So you can reach out directly to me, look me up on social media, and reach out to us and we can see what we can do. I think, there are some different dealers that have programs where we are involved in those programs, obviously.
There you go.
Well, that helps. Thank you much. All right, guys. Well, now I've just got some Good Morning TRCMA, but that ends basically the questions I had handy for you. So.
Well, thank you, Dane. And Chris, John, thank you guys for stopping by and bringing all this stuff. Thank you for coming and appreciate it. And you guys can always check out FlexPowerTools.com. I think on the slide presentation, the last slide has a QR code that people can click on right now that are watching the program. So if they bring that up on the screen, we can close with that and allow people to click right on that. It goes directly to our website, FlexPowerTools.com. On the bottom of our website is a great download that actually shows the full line catalog. So scan that QR code right now. That'll bring up our website, and you can see all the great products. On the bottom are where our catalogs are, so you can download those catalogs and see all the products. Nice. I like it because it's in a PDF, and you can quickly scroll through all the products and things like that. I will just say that I have been completely in love with the new Flex lineup and the new products. I'm loving the battery technology. I've been loving the power tools, and yes, this is going to be my next gift to myself, I think. I'll purchase a stack pack setup.
Perfect.
So appreciate it, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Love coming here.
All right, Dane, over to the next one.
All right, thank you so much, guys. Next up, we have P&S. I know folks have been waiting around to see what's going on. I've just been joined in the studio here by none other than Keith Duplessis himself. He's setting up his gear as we speak, rolling into the center seat to my left. Welcome. Happy to have you.
We're good.
All right, and out in the studio, we got P&S.
Thank you, guys. Bob Phillips here with Dave Phillips, Sydney Brigwin, product specialist from P&S. April 1st.
Yes.
TRCMA, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
How fun. Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic event. It's kind of interesting. When we came here 4 years ago, we're like, what is this event? Now we totally look forward to it because we're really excited because we're dropping 2 new products today.
So exciting.
Yeah, one, we haven't really added a product in that category for 6 years.
Yeah.
The other one is a brand new product for us, so kind of cool. But before we get to that, we kind of want to have a recap of what happened.
Yeah.
Right? Like last year, what did we launch in 2023?
Yeah.
Just kind of a recap, kind of a story of maybe some of the products we launched at TRCMA and then beyond, right?
So last year at TRCMA, we released Swift, which is our interior cleaner protector kind of combo product. This has been such a great product. Everybody loves it except for one person, right? But this is a great product. And then we also have Defender, which this became a little bit more of a favorite than I really expected it to. Right. It's been a lot of fun. So let's go to these and we'll go back to Defender, right?
Okay.
So let's cover these real quick. This is easy. We also came out with our fragrance line, which the first 3, we had Coconut Lime Absolute Essence, then we had the Eucalyptus Mint, the Mango Fresh, and then over SEMA, we came out with Strawberry Lemon and the Leather, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So that's been great. We also came out with our Clay Reset Clay, and then we came out with another soap, which we're actually going to talk about in our next segment, which was Radiance. But back to Defender. So this has been a big one for this year, right?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. You know, Defender was a product that we worked with for over a year leading up to TRCMA.
Yeah.
And it's kind of interesting as we reflect back. In 2015, when the first SiO2 spray product was introduced to the industry, it was a standalone product. There were not as many products in the category. When Defender came on scene, there were so many products in that category. We really don't think it's really had a fair, a fair entrance into the marketplace.
Yeah.
And it's got a long ways to go. So it's not like the sales are fantastic on that product, but we think that the customers need to embrace Defender a little bit more.
Yeah. I feel like maybe some people are just missing the experience of it. So I think when we released it, we kind of focused on it being like this higher level sealant, which it absolutely is. But we kind of missed the simplicity of it and all the uses for it, right? So I use it every single day in my shop. As most of you know, I still detail daily. And what I found was that, when we first came out, we kind of tried to put it in the space of, our ceramic topper, which it's, again, fantastic. But it's so great for so many different uses, and even just like spot checks. I like to wipe down the wheels with it. I like to use it on glass. It's a really great glass finisher. So especially after you spend the time getting the clarity cream, getting all the water spots off, I always finish the glass with it, and then it seals it up. And if you guys are like me as detailers, you want your same customers to come back, right?
Right.
The whole goal is to not keep reinventing the wheel and finding new customers. And so for me, I kind of use Defender selfishly. I use it for me, because then I know when the car comes back, it's going to be that much easier to clean. The wheels are going to be easier to clean. The glass is going to stay spot free. Contamination isn't going to adhere like it normally would. And so I think I use Defender on every single car, regardless of the service that they're there for.
Well, truth be told, when Beadmaker was launched, a year or two after Beadmaker, everybody was looking for Beadmaker 2.0, right? That was the thing. We want Beadmaker 2.0.
Right.
But what we didn't want to do is we had so many fans of Beadmaker that we didn't want to alienate those fans.
Right.
So realistically, Defender's kind of Beadmaker 2.0. Hate to say it, but
a little bit.
But we wanted it to have its own identity, position it at the Inspiration family, because it complements coatings so uniquely,
well.
right?
Yes.
And so that's what we've really, I think, learned this year is, these are things we knew, but you never know how a product is really going to play out over time until it's in the market.
Yeah,
right?
And once it's in your shop every day and you're seeing how you incorporate it into your process, I think as a topper on the coatings, it was definitely so great. I mean, it shortened the time that it took me to do coatings. It really finished well, and it really lasts really, really well. I think too, it is a premium product, meaning it is going to last a long time, but the price point that it's at, it really is a product that you can use every day on every detail, as you see fit. I think that's kind of the other cool thing about it is you don't have to leave it as, presenting it to your customers. You don't have to leave it as presenting it top tier. You can kind of use it for what you need, and to maintain the vehicles. Like I said, it makes the second time that vehicle comes back, it makes it easier for you, which is really, really nice. So I'm really enjoying it.
I think it's still interesting in that, though, because I keep them both.
Oh, I use them both every time.
Two different products.
So that's the interesting thing. You end up figuring out, it's like, well, in this case, I want to use Beadmaker. In this case, I want to use Defender.
Yeah.
But I think it is possible to use Defender pretty regularly.
Well, all the detail sprays have I mean, you have paint gloss.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Dreammaker, Beadmaker, Defender. I mean, all those have a place.
Yeah.
Right.
And I'm actually really glad that you brought that up, because I do use Beadmaker and Defender together almost every single appointment. So I still do my wash clay seal. We all know that I love that with the wash clay seal with Beadmaker. It's absolutely amazing. But then within that 45-minute to an hour-and-a-half window, I usually go back and wipe the entire car down with Defender, and they do lock together. And I obviously have been doing this for over a year, and you can see the results. And so I actually love the way that the two of them work together. So I still use Beadmaker every single day as well. It definitely has not replaced Beadmaker, but they work together so well. And I love that.
So before we jump ahead, we got to take care of a little business. So the Rag Company's offering 25% off on all Rag Company products. It is about selling stuff, right? And selling juice. So everything else is 20% off. So if you want to get your favorite P&S products, and all the other brands are 20% off, Rag Company towels, Rag Company products are 25% off.
Awesome.
So do we dare go to... Are we time to reveal?
Yeah, so, so you guys ready for some new products?
Yeah, I think we've kind of reviewed everything.
So we have spent the last year still building products, still, you know, Dave mixing stuff up in his lab, and it's been a great year. So we have 2 new products to release. So I will move now our clay scrubber, which this also came out this year, which is so great. So we have 2 brand new products for you guys. The first one that we're going to talk about is called Rehab, and it is a correction cream. And we chose this name, Correction Cream. Why?
I think it's true. Why? Like, why?
Why, Bob?
Because it's a good story of why, right?
Yeah, no. You know, when we were developing this product, excuse me, when Dave was developing this product, the unique characteristic of Rehab is its ability to operate in a large range of processes, right? It is truly a compound when you want it to be a compound, and it's truly a finished product when you want it to be that, and also its ability to play well with all the pads, right? I mean, I would say every grade of foam. I mean, we continue to be impressed, and the reason the name Rehab was because, man, it just solves so many problems on paint. And really, you know, what we're so excited about Rehab is this is the first product that P&S has introduced into the paint correction space as a liquid for 6 years. Right? We've pretty much stayed static. And one of the reasons is we were waiting for the right animal product to come along. Dave was waiting for the right product to come along. So Rehab really is an amazing product in its range. And actually, we have been working with it for a little over a year and a half for sure. Extensively for the last 8 to 10 months, right? So Dave, kind of tell us the story about Rehab.
Right. Well, you started off with exactly what we were looking for, which is versatility, right? We needed a product that was going to work, and then we found that in general, that's always what's going to make the most successful product is a product that works just about everywhere you try to use it. So, you know, we're looking for compatibility with various machines. We wanted compatibility with paints. We wanted compatibility with pads. We wanted it to both clean and polish. We wanted, of course, you know, you'll hear it a few times in the near future, easy wipe off.
Slightly easy wipe off.
You know, but then we were working with the current, you know, way that products work is a fairly long working time, right? We wanted to clean, again, you know, no dusting. I mean, there's such a we did laundry lists last year or like a year before with Absolute, but there's such a laundry list of what we wanted to do.
I think the spirit of the product was to make every detailer a hero, right? Because we've all been working on paint and we all have our favorite products, but we get to a point where it's like, wow, this is stubborn or this is not consumer friendly. And really what we focused on, or Dave focused on with Rehab, is the ability to just work well in a large range of surfaces. Not only, you know, clear coat, but single stage. I mean, it's been used on all kinds of things.
One of the reasons it took us so long to work with it was, and we worked with it so long, was just to keep finding more and more and more surfaces to work with.
Right? And I think,
like okay, it's working well here. We love this, we love this, we love this. What about a really, really hard paint? How's that going to work?
Yeah.
What are we going to get out of it there?
Yeah, and I really see that, you know, the way the industry has changed with coatings specifically, it kind of helped kind of push us for this need for this product, because when we're doing coatings, generally speaking, we want to do just a one-step correction, right? We want to get the most correction out of one pad and one liquid. And so that kind of made this need for this product that could do a ton of cutting, but also finish down and be pad dependent. And so, you know, that was really kind of what everybody needs this product, right? Because for everyone doing coatings, there's not always the need to do multi-step correction, you know, and so we needed something that we could be super efficient with our time, you know, no dusting, it didn't hang out in the pads. Like, there were so many little elements that went into it to help the detailer be more efficient.
I think one of the things I think I'm so excited about Rehab is really, you know, where this product will go and where detailers will take it, because, you know, it's like when you launch a new tool or you launch a new product, you never really know the capabilities of the product until you have it out there for an extended period of time. Now, we've worked on a lot of surfaces, but I think detailers are going to take this product to places that we never expected because of its versatility and its ease of use. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, what else about Rehab?
So so this Jeep behind us, if you guys see this lovely Jeep here, so we actually corrected this entire Jeep with Rehab. We decided not to do this live, mainly because of the noise of the polishers and all of that kind of good stuff. So this Jeep was purchased about 2 weeks ago. It came absolutely just hammered. You can see the video rolling now. This Jeep came absolutely hammered from the dealership. It was so bad. And so we took Rehab to this thing. It really only took about an hour, hour and a half to fully correct this Jeep. And it, like 90% correction. I mean, absolutely insane. And, you know, so for those that are doing, you know, new vehicles and even older ones, you can get so much work done and out of one pad, one polish, and it just does such a great job. You know, doesn't leave behind a lot of that hazing, marring that you might have to go back over with a second step. Super easy wipe off, no dusting, and so it just makes that correction step so much more efficient. And the paint on this Jeep turned out absolutely beautiful.
And you just single-stepped it, right?
Yeah. Yep.
There was an aha moment in December when we were all inside the P&S training studio, and we were working on a black car that somebody owns, and Jamie the cleaner was there. And we had a soft finish foam, and we polished the back rear deck lid of that Audi, and we went like, what just happened right there, right? It was kind of like, well, that's when we really kind of like, wow, we really have something,
Well, and not only that, but how many products in the past have we tried on that said Audi? Right?
Yes, exactly.
It's been a lot. It's been a lot. So yeah, that's what I think was the most impressive for me, is we've tried so many other things on that paint specifically, and then we literally used like the softest pad, and it came out just absolutely amazing. So cool.
Which is a challenge.
Cool.
So stay tuned. Rehab out in there. We really think it's going to change paint correction. Anything else about Rehab, Dave, that you want to mention?
We did talk about earlier, you know, like, and I saw on the video, is like, you know, how much Rehab do you use? And so both Sydney and I kind of have come up independently with the same sort of thing. You know, you start with a new pad, you give it a little time to work in, but then after you've used it the one time, it's like just very small amounts to keep the pad going.
The refill is
and then it just
really
spreads
easy.
really easily, right? And once you've got the right amount on the pad, you can really see what it's doing on the surface as you're working, which is really rewarding and really fun. You know, it's not that really heavy look sort of thing. So it's not completely dry, but it's got a nice pattern you can see right through to see what it's doing.
Yeah, you can almost see through it. And that's what I like about the working time is, you know, you can do 3 passes or you can do 9, and it really doesn't start to dust or dry out or anything. So you do have a long working time. We have found that it works with all machines, you know, even rotary. I've seen some comments come up. A couple of people have, you know, already used it with rotary. That, you know, it works awesome with rotary, but like we said, the wool, all of the range of foams. We do want to mention one, which is our favorite. So if you guys follow our social media, you saw that I posted the orange free ride pad the other day, and I said it's getting a new best friend. So its new best friend is not another pad, it's actually Rehab. So this pad, it's a funny story behind our pad, behind this pad specifically. This is one that it took a while for me to become a fan. Right?
Yeah, this is a pad that Keith and I have been, married to. We've loved this pad, and it dates back to when Dave invented a product called Full Throttle, which was probably 20 years ago, Dave, maybe more than that. And we love the versatility of the orange pad with the Full Throttle. Of course, that was a rotary experience, right? So, and Full Throttle was the product that we used to basically work on, finicky or challenging pain, and it would basically, save us, right? When we got in trouble, we'd pull out Full Throttle and the orange foam. And so one of the things when we launched the free ride pad lineup, we wanted to have the orange foam in here, and Sydney's like, well, I'm blueberry. I'm like, well, you're gonna be orange because this pad is really cool. So these are our free ride pads. They're amazing. We have them in all the various colors and strengths and capabilities of cutting. But really the secret pad is really the orange pad.
Right. And so this paired with the Rehab is really, really good. Really loved it. Really loved it. So we wanted to bring the orange free ride because it does have a new best friend. And then if you guys saw my little teaser for that, you'll notice that there was oranges and then strawberries and lemons. So Rehab has the strawberry lemon scent. So it is kind of a nice user experience too, because you kind of get that nice fresh fruity aroma, which was a great addition. So I love that. Yeah, super fun.
People have asked too, why did we put Rehab in P&S Pro Series, right? And we did that because we put so much energy and effort into Double Black that, we have a very loyal customer base that follows our P&S Pro Series line, and so we thought that putting Rehab in there, and also just a little hint, we're not done on the paint correction side, right? This is a first of the offering, and one of the things that we're excited about is one of the things we forgot to talk about is there's been some changes this year because P&S was officially acquired on January 3rd, and we're now part of the Appearance Technology Group, and we're very excited about that because that now gives us the ability to connect with our friends at 3D, which is something very, very unique, is that 3D refines its own abrasives. And so we're going to be able to take advantage of that abrasive technology and kind of expand our paint correction offering. So Rehab is our first jump into it on the Pro Series line, and then we're going to put 2 other products into the Double Black family of correction products as well. So very excited about that. But and we've had a chance to meet all the people at the Appearance Technology Group, which is very, very exciting for us. We were back in Detroit, met them. We had the 3D team up to Rennie's shop a week ago. Was it a week ago? Yeah, I think so. A couple weeks ago anyway. But really exciting for all that opportunity. So
Very cool. Well, should we move on to the next product so you guys can see it sitting here, but we are going to move sets. So while we walk over there, we'll keep talking. So we are going to work on this Challenger now, which a lot of you guys might recognize the Challenger. It's been here at a couple TRCMAs. This is the first vehicle that we've actually put Legend on, right? And it still has the same coat of Legend. We haven't really done anything to it since, so we're just letting it ride out. So why does the car look like this?
Well, we have a historical product on here called Crystal Wash, which we have an odor of Crystal Wash right here, which is very interesting, right? Well, Crystal Wash is a historical product that Dave invented 35 years ago?
Yeah, we think 35 years ago.
35 years ago, something like that. Predates our new facility. That's what's kind of, you were like, was that when we were still in San Francisco? We were. And, it's one of those products that sat on our shelf for years and years, and we had loyal customers using it, but it kind of got lost or misplaced. And, Sydney, in her wisdom, goes into the basement and goes, God, what is Crystal Wash? And Dave and I go, oh, well, that's an industrial fallout remover. She goes, well, why don't we sell it and promote it? I'm like, I don't know. People don't use it anymore. But actually, it's an amazing product as a prep, and it's applied to this vehicle. And if you zoom in on it, you can see that the crystals. The reason we call it Crystal Wash is because it crystallizes on the surface when it dries.
Yeah. So we use it as a pre-spray, and so the nice thing about this product is it's super safe. So you can leave it on the surface for a good amount of time. So we had a helper come spray this on early. So you'll see where it's starting to dry, it turns into a crystal pattern. And that's actually what we want. So what happens is the crystals actually break away the contamination away from the surface. And then you let it dry on there and you literally just go right into your wash process. You don't even, you don't even have to rinse it. It's really, really nice.
The history was because crystal wash was prior to clay, even being invented or used.
Yeah.
At least here in the States.
Yeah. So Dave, what's this is, I know this is going to come up. What's the difference between Iron Buster and crystal wash?
Well, they're completely different. Yeah. I mean, so crystal wash is an.
I love it when the chemist goes, well, they're completely different.
Yeah, there's
how could you ask that question? That's ridiculous, Dave.
Well, nothing's the same. So anyway, it's an organic acid, combination of them, and actually, as an organic acid, they also have chelating properties, which also Iron Buster has. So that's how they're similar, right? So they both tend to grab hold of the iron, and they tend to try and remove it from the surface or pull it into a solution so that it's not, so it's not stuck on the surface anymore. Yeah. In the case of crystal wash, you have the organic acid, which is nice because you have some added actually functionality from the acids. They tend to displace particles and things that's what the original purpose was, fallout removal.
Right, yeah.
Right, it was before clay. So the original idea is that it displaces the things that are stuck to the surface using a mild acid.
Yeah.
And then in addition, it has the crystallizing process. So that's a physical process that as those crystals form, they actually kind of smudge things a little bit. So if you do have another particle that's sitting there and that crystal is forming, it's going to make it move.
It's going to break it off the surface.
Just a little bit. Yeah. And by doing that, you're going to basically detach that from the surface. Then when you go back and wash the car, all that stuff just washes right off the car very easily. So you get, some of the advantage. You get the advantage is the iron removal with crystal wash, but also some of the more particulate removal. Now, in Iron Buster's case, you have a different scenario where you have surfactants and you have the chelating properties. So they're going to do similar things. So the kind of same idea, you're going to do a similar process, but in a different mechanism.
So why, Sydney, would someone use Iron Buster or crystal wash? What's the deciding factor? Which one would you decide to use?
Yeah, so for me, in my shop, I decide, if it seems like there's true iron particles present, which you can usually see like little rust spots in the back, especially like on the backs of SUVs, or if I know the person lives over near like the railways here, we don't have very many, so we don't have a huge iron issue here. So you kind of have to go dependent on your environment of where you live. We don't have a ton of iron here, but we have salt, we have granite, we have rock, we have trees, we have every other fallout. So for us here in Idaho, crystal wash usually, is the better choice. But where I use it a lot is on the wheels, because it's actually a great pre-spray to brake buster.
Right.
If something has a lot of iron though, I will still use Iron Buster on the wheels. But where I think this product kind of helps in some unfortunate situations is, especially for mobile detailers, on the wheels, because we all like that pump up of extra help on the wheels, right? And so Iron Buster's been a great choice, and they both do a very similar job on the wheels. I mean, the wheels are just their own beast, right? But what's different is because this doesn't bleed purple, you don't run the risk of making a mess in the driveway, or even if you're in your own shop. Like for me, I work inside my home garage, and so crystal wash, I like it better in most cases, unless I truly need an iron remover.
Also the smell.
The smell
is quite. I mean, the majority of the iron removers out there, though Iron Buster is better. They don't smell that great. So a lot of times in a dealership environment where you're using Iron Buster, it floods the shop. Nobody's happy. I mean, even to the point where Dave doesn't like to make Iron Buster because our whole place smells like Iron Buster. So, there's that. There's also cost.
Yeah, there's a huge cost difference.
The iron removers typically are a premium priced item, where crystal wash is about a third of that price to accomplish a similar task, right?
Yeah. I also think, again, I go back to the coating world just because coatings are such a big thing in the industry right now, but as a prep spray for your coatings, I mean, it really gets you a good amount of your prep ahead. Using crystal wash as your prep spray, because you're not going to have to spend as much time claying. Sometimes I don't even need to clay. So it does a great job at removing all of that fallout away from the surface, whereas I think there's been a misconception, people spraying down their entire vehicle with Iron Buster, and it's not really getting rid of the contamination that you really need to prep for claying. So I noticed that then my paint correction goes smoother. You know, my pads don't gunk up as fast because the pads aren't pulling the contamination off. So I just feel like since using Crystal Wash on the entire car, it's just getting me, you know, several steps or minutes ahead on my
Can I add
prep.
something here? So
Can you add something?
Yeah, can I?
Of course
add
you
something?
can.
Yeah. So I think there's a synergy with the car wash industry too, because they know that if you're going to get a clean car, they want to do a low pH, high pH combination.
Right.
So here you're basically mimicking that.
Yeah.
You know, it's a little more extreme in the car wash application. This is a hand-applied product, but you're still mimicking some of that process where you do a low pH, high pH.
Yeah. So we have Crystal Wash on the surface. You guys can see that it's crystallized. So we just wanted to make sure we didn't like rush past that product because it has kind of taken the internet by storm. So new product.
Frostbite, SPG?
Yeah. So this is our new foaming soap because everyone has been asking for a more snow foam type car wash. So they also wanted it to have a little bit of a kick for a little bit more of a stripping wash. And so Dave dialed all of that up for us in one bottle. So it's called Frostbite. So this is in the Double Black collection. And this is it's a really great soap, right? You know, there's a lot of P&S car washes, right? Lots of great soaps.
Yep.
But what I like about this one is it is truly different. It definitely has a different foaming action. I think one of my other favorite properties about it is you guys are going to see we're going to foam this car in just 2 seconds. But what I love about it is the rinse off is really easy.
Right.
That's always been my
complaint. This is truly more of a clinging snow foam than say our other products. This is really designed to create an amazing show and experience for the detailer, but also provide a service of cleansing the surface as well.
Yep. So Frostbite, super exciting. So we're going to go ahead and foam, and you guys can keep talking about the product while I get after this.
Well, we need the cannon.
Yep.
So we've already diluted this 10-to-1 inside the foam cannon. So
do
you want to pass that over to SPG?
And I think one of the fun things was I almost spilled the beans this morning at the Maker and Coffee.
Dave was
where I was going to talk about my favorite product, which was I used this on my my mom's Mini that had been sitting outside, and it did a fantastic job of cleaning. And it was really, literally, when I thought of cleaning the car, it was the only thing I thought of. It was like that's what I wanted to use.
That's
so it was
so
really
awesome.
Cool.
So real quick. We have it in the foam cannon. What do we think about 10-to-1?
Yep.
And so normally when we do foam washes, you'll put the same soap in the bucket that you would put a little bit of soap in your bucket for your wash process. But we are actually going to use one of the other products that came out this year that we didn't talk about was Radiance. Yep. So I'm sure you guys saw we released this at SEMA. This is kind of the more to maintain the coatings like hydrophobics and gloss. And then Frostbite's more of the stripping cleansing, right?
Right.
So we heard from a good friend of the show, of the rag company, Joey Belinsky. He actually sent this to us, so we decided to do that in honor of him for this show. So we are actually going to put Radiance in the bucket. So he told us that foam with Frostbite and then use the contact wash with Radiance is like an amazing combination. So we thought we'd try it out. None of us have tried this yet, by the way. This will be wild to see how this goes.
We're freestyling. The best way to do a demo.
All right, let me just make sure that we're good here. Okay. All right, so here we go.
Scratch the car, Dave.
Oh, yep.
Hang on.
Yeah, we don't want to do that.
We don't want to do that.
Because I don't want to fix it, right? Oh, there we go.
Dave got snow foam.
It's foamy.
Perfect. All right.
Good deal.
So you guys can see super clingy, super foamy.
Watch out, Dave. You're going to get foamed.
I'm going to get foamed again.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. I'll do backside here.
All right.
There we go.
You're going to.
Ready? Yeah. Let's start going.
Get it real.
We can get a little foam on us.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Okay, we're good on the foam there. All right, so you guys will have to tell us how that feels with the radiance in there.
Really, actually,
it smells great.
And even with the crystal wash, it seems to be like wiping off very smoothly, very good lubricity. Feels very clean. And one of the things I like about it, and one of the things when I finally came up with the product that I liked was that, and it's the reason I end up kind of liking snow foam, is you can see where you've washed.
Yes.
So nice. You know, it's like, it's just right there.
It also sticks to your shirt when you get it on your shirt. You can see it's very professional detailer here. I like to get into my washing.
You know, I used to think that a lot of the snow foams were just for show, for, you know, you show it to your customer, right? But it turns out they're really nice to work with.
That thing's awesome. Okay. How are you doing on your foam on your shirt, Dave? Not as good as I am.
I don't think I probably reached up into the top as much as you did.
And so let's tell the viewers, what's the scent in this?
Dave?
So
I think it's eucalyptus mint.
It's used in another product, Dave.
It's eucalyptus mint.
Yeah. Oh, it's not eucalyptus mint. It's eucalyptus mint tea.
Oh, eucalyptus mint tea.
Which is completely different than eucalyptus mint.
That is actually totally different, yes.
The eucalyptus mint has a mint flavor, and this has really kind of a flowery tea fragrance to it.
All right. Please don't judge us on our car washing here.
All right.
Yeah,
we are rushing.
So here is my favorite part of Frostbite is, you know, in the past, obviously I do a lot of rinseless wash in my garage because I don't like to make such a mess. But one of my complaints with previous snow foams has been that they're hard to rinse off, and I feel like I just sit there and rinse the car forever and forever, you know, to get all the foam off. So I think one of my favorite features of Frostbite is how easy it rinses. So I will go ahead and start rinsing for you.
Splash.
Are you good?
Sydney and get some.
Gonna get the rag here. I got foam all over me. Yours, sir.
So, I think the other thing you mentioned is that with radiance, so I think the double wash with the radiance.
That's really nice.
Right. You do end up seeing a lot of beading and runoff on the car.
Yeah.
Really nice.
I think on the windshield we definitely see the benefits of radiance because there's no coating on this windshield.
Oh yeah, there you go.
That's pretty crazy.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a great wash experience, to be honest with
you. Well, anytime you have 3 people washing a car, it's a great washing experience.
Yes, yeah. Yes, that's so true, right?
So yeah, that is rinsing well, Sid. Love that.
Very nice. Good find by Joey.
So Dave, what's the primary, I mean, besides show, what's the primary purpose of a snow foam?
Well, like I said, I think knowing where you've washed the car, I think getting a chance for the surfactants to have some activity on the surface.
Right.
I'd say to give it a chance to actually break down some of the surface dirt. They have great lubricity, which is really nice. When you get that foam, you're going to get a lot of lubricity. So you're going to have, nice glide with your wash mitt. I used, when I did I actually used a brush. Car wash brush with my mom's car. That car had been sitting outside for 3 years, and because the battery went dead and she's not driving anymore. So when I went to wash it, it literally had not taste, but good solid applied dirt. So it was really nice to see how well it cleaned. I don't know. What else do you think, Sydney? For why you want to use the snow foam?
Should I ask Dave why you would want to use the snow foam?
Why would you want to use a snow foam?
Yeah, I mean, besides just show, what's the benefits, features, and benefits of
I think probably like the clinging ability. So it clings to the surface, which just helps, grab the dirt away from the surface, making a safer wash experience for sure. Just a lot of really high lubricity. All right, I think we got it all rinsed. That was a really nice rinsing, and I like the radiance in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, good call for Joey. We know Joey is a great ambassador for the rag company right now. All right, so we have some helpers here that are going to come dry the car, and we're going to head back over to the table and answer some questions.
Yep, for sure.
Sound good?
Put the guys to work. A couple towels there. Good deal.
Very cool.
Got this? All right.
That was cool.
Yeah, very cool. Yeah, love it.
Whoop, it is slippery.
Really like the, probably the radiance, yeah.
It is slippery, yeah.
Like the radiance in the bucket. All right, Dane, so do we have any questions, comments? Exciting? Show how easy it is to dry over there.
Start things off. I'll pull up Hello Fat Joe from Joey.
Hello Fat Joe.
He had to put that out there. Yes.
Aww.
I thought I saw Fat Joe around.
Yep,
Yes.
he's here. He likes to go to everything now.
Nice.
I love that he's such a little celebrity now.
It's working. It's working.
Yeah.
So, next up, I've got Ricardo B asking, what's the best dilution ratio for the Essence fragrance to last longer? So about Essence this time.
Yeah. So that would be all of them, I would assume.
No, but the ratio. So we typically, 1 pint was originally scripted to make one gallon of product.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Obviously, you can dilute that whatever you want. You could use 1 pint and a half a gallon.
Yeah.
But originally it was designed 1 pint to a gallon.
Yeah, and I usually start, because you obviously can't put more back, so I usually start and I do it at a half a gallon, and then that way you can add more water, right, because you can't take it away, right? So I will start at a half a gallon, and if it's too strong, then I will add more water. But like some of them, the leather one I just mixed up the other day, and the leather one for my taste was more like 3/4 of a gallon. So I like it a little bit stronger, but a half gallon was pretty strong.
Right.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, it's a funny thing about leather, because it's not one of those really out front fragrances, but it's one of those ones where you always kind of notice it in the background, like coconut does that sort of thing. It's not like really loud and you don't go, wow, but it's just kind of always there.
Yep. Yeah.
So you don't need a lot.
Yep. Well, but I start with half gallon and then move up to a gallon if needed.
Yeah, and the trick with fragrances is you don't want them to be too strong in the car. You don't want them to overpower you when you get in. So I think Sydney's approach is really good. Start with a little less strength and then dial it as you need it.
Then I've got Derek here asking, how much cut does Rehab have?
So
how much cut does Rehab have, Dave?
Surprising amount.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is kind of amazing. Yeah, the thing about it is because it's so you get such a nice finish on it, you don't really notice how much. So if you're just dealing with the surface of a car with kind of random scratches, it's very difficult. But when we do the testing, we have a testing process so that we can actually count the number of passes that we use to perfectly clean a surface. So typically what we do is a really bad job of sanding. So we just scratch the surface with like a 2000 grit sandpaper in a nice straight line, and then we pass back and forth over the top of it to see how many passes and compare it to other products that we have and other samples that we're using to get the most efficient cutting. And in this case, because if you're working just on a car with light scratches, you don't really realize. So I mean, it's just a nice quick polish step.
Yeah, and I would say, and this is where we kind of struggled with what to call it. Was, I mean, it really does have the cut of a compound. Yeah. But it has the finish of a polish, and so that's where we kind of struggled with what we call it, because you don't want to call it a compound and just stick it in that compound space, but it really, I mean, it rivals most compounds on the market, I think.
Well, there's a video that's going to be released, if it's not already released yet, where Josh Pierce, a good friend of mine, good friend of ours, good friend of P&S and the industry, basically he has a body shop, and he sanded the whole panel and basically buffed the panel completely out using 4 or 5 different types of 4 different types of pads and corrected it all seamlessly. So
right. So I think one of the important things is that's one of the versatility things about Rehab that's really good is that if you want to cut less, get a softer pad.
Yeah.
Right? Pull out a white pad. Get something that's really soft. or black pad, whatever the gray pads, whatever you're using, get a really soft pad, and you cut back on the cut. If you want more cut, then get a cut pad. The interesting thing about that is, even though you've moved to a cut pad, many times you're getting the same polish results as you are with the polished pad.
Right.
But if you want to cut more, get a cut pad. If you want to cut less, get a polished pad.
I think what we noticed about rehab was, typically when you take a product like that and you ramp up the pad, like you go, you leave a finished foam and say you go to a wool, right? You would ramp up the marring, massively.
Right.
You don't see a big shift in the marring, even though we're dialing up the pad because of the way the product works.
It's pretty great. Yes, Josh, the wipe off is amazing.
Yeah, I think he mentions that in the video, doesn't he?
Oh yeah, he mentioned it like 9 times in the video.
Yep.
All right.
Does rehab have fillers?
Does rehab have fillers, Dave?
Absolutely not.
No fillers.
No fillers. Yeah, I mean, and that's one of the things, and I think all of us in the in the polish testing, business or experience, we're always pulling out alcohol because you want to find out whether you've actually hidden a bunch of stuff. And one of the amazing things about rehab is the alcohol makes no difference whatsoever. You're just, it's like, wow, it's the same before and after, which is really cool.
Yep.
Yeah, so we got another question there, and we'll just answer it now, which is the second part of this was, does it have any protection? And obviously rehab is just a correction product, finished product, no protection, no fillers.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Yep. No protection.
Not a true all-in-one, right?
Yeah. So that's kind of the rinseless, waterless, era, right? And so there's one step and all-in-one. So this is a one step, meaning your goal is to do your correction in one step with one pad, one product. And then there's all-in-one, which does usually mean that the product will contain fillers and protection. So this is a one-step product, not an all-in-one.
Gotcha. Okay, that's helpful. Definitely helpful. And then Derek here also following up. Can frostbite be used best in foam cannon and pearl in a bucket?
Absolutely.
Sure.
Yeah.
And this is just nice. Detailing made simple. My bank account about to go to rehab after this week at TRCMA.
Yep.
And I've got 2 more pages of these, so we got quite a few. Folks are definitely asking a lot of questions.
And there's a little bit of range here, so there's some trip questions and whatnot. So we'll get to a bunch of stuff.
So here you go. Next up from Shad.
Perfect. Yeah. Ideal cycle time. So really, like we said before, it has a long cycle time. I think, I have yet really to see where its failure point is. I mean, I haven't done 12 passes, but, I will often do 6, maybe 1 more extra, and I've never had it dry out on me. So that's what I think I really love about it, is it does have that really long cycle time. I'm still working in, a 2x2 application area. I mean, just because that's the way I was trained and that's kind of what I do. But fun side note is I have, just for fun, because I do try to make products fail. That's part of my, mission, is to make the products fail, which you guys love, right? And so I have applied it to an entire car and left it to see what would happen, right? So to see,
wipe off got
if it got dusty, if it got, just to see if it made a mess. And I've waited to wipe it off till the whole car was done, and it was totally fine. I mean, wiped off just, I wouldn't say that it was as great as if you do it within the first 5 minutes, but it was totally fine. So that was kind of a cool thing. And, so application area, obviously you want to be, because of your pads, you want to be, utilizing your pads correctly. And then reload amounts. So for me, I do 5 small dots. I mean, I don't really heavily load. So I do 5 pea-size dots of it on the, when the pad is brand new. And then my reload is probably 3. So
less. I mean, because the product is fluid. It's,
much less. The other, I usually find, I think it's typical of most products. You've done 2 passes, you can tell it's just not, you haven't really worked it in. So at 3, you start getting to the sweet spot. 4 is cool, and then if you want to go more, a lot of times you've just got that extra spot. You go, oh, shoot, I know there was this scratch up here. I'm going to do this a little bit more up here. So you don't have to really worry about stopping and starting over.
Right.
But you wouldn't necessarily go 9 passes across across the whole thing, but you can keep working it.
Yeah. And the other cool thing, because we did this when we were testing it in Hayward, is you can actually, if you have something that's really bad and it's something that you're kind of like, this really should have a 2-step, you can actually put rehab on with like a wool or a burgundy pad, and then without even wiping it off the surface, you can switch to a black foam finishing and go right back over it.
Yeah.
You know, and that works really well too, saving you that time of the wipe off. So you can, if you need to, you can go, right to a second pad. Some scenarios that I've had to do that is, the hood. Like sometimes hoods are in a lot worse shape than the whole rest of the car. And so sometimes I'll finish down the hood, a little bit more.
2-step the top, 1-step the side.
Yeah. But so it's just a really versatile product. I think it's really, really cool.
Yeah. Yeah, so while we're on the application of the pad comment, there was a comment about it looking a little watery. I think it's more of a true kind of cream type product as opposed to a thicker, kind of heavier fluid like a compound typically is.
Yeah, and I think that speaks to its workability. It spreads really nice. It doesn't dry out on you. I think when a compound or something is so thick that it's almost like glue, that's when you know that they're going to dry out and dust on you a lot. So, I think that is something that I really appreciate about rehab is the consistency of it. It's really, really easy to work with.
Nice.
Yep.
Yeah, people always wonder about viscosity with these things. All right, I got Mr. 441 asking, is it trim safe? A very important question.
So this is going to depend on which trim. If it's new, hydrated, in good condition, I've gone over trim and not had any issues. But I've also gone over a 15-year-old Jeep Wrangler with dried out, fenders that if I hit it, it's going to cause a white stain. So, always just, use caution, tape off if you need to, if it's something that you're not going to be able to clean up easily. But, something like this Challenger has, the front fascia is plastic. If I hit that, it usually wipes right off with paint prep. So, older trims and sensitive trims, you just, like with every product, you need to use caution. Yeah.
I'm always hesitant to say a paint correction product or anything, it's trim safe.
Yeah.
I mean, someone's going to wipe it on some old oxidized trim and it's going to have a reaction and they're going to go, see, it's not trim safe. I mean, typically, generally, if the trim's in good shape, no problem.
Yeah, I think, if you're on a trim and you wipe it off, it's going to wipe off clean. Right. So you're not dealing with that problem. And the other thing I don't think you're going to run into is if you wipe it off and it wipes off clean, I think a lot of products with wax in and that sort of stuff, 3 months later, it pops back up. There's no wax in this product. It's not going to do that. So you wipe it off, you get it off, you're fine. You're not going to see a comeback of some, you hit it with compound there, 3 months ago.
Right.
So what I'm hearing is use your brain and your best judgment.
Thank you, Dane.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Nice work, Dane.
Good call. Detail? What are you talking about?
Summed it up nicely. Joey here, what pad should I use with rehab for my hard Mini Cooper paint? Like those early ones, that's basically BMW paint.
Yep, and I have one. And so the orange pad is really great. I have had some paints that were even harder. So especially on old cars, I actually did 2 coatings last week that were on early 2010 cars. And the maroon pad actually did so good because the maroon pad has a little bit more bite to kind of rip off the oxidation that maybe you can't see, but it's there. So the maroon pad, which was one for me that never really had a space in my shop, absolutely works fantastic with rehab. So harder paints, and especially if it's older paint, I do really like the maroon pad. The orange works great as well if the paint's in pretty good condition. But if you need to rip stuff off of there, the maroon pad in rehab works really, really good.
Okay. And the bonus is we have all of those pads in the free ride system. So we've got the dark gray, the yellow, the burgundy, the blue, the orange, and an Oreo microfiber to go with our wool pads as well. So we got the whole lineup there if you need it.
Yep.
And kind of tying into it, Derek was wondering what pad he should start with. Well, without knowing the vehicle you're working on or the condition of the clear, it's a little hard to say. But I mean, if you were to hand stuff to a beginner and just say, here's how you start, what would you go with?
Go-to is the orange. The orange pad is the go-to.
Go with the orange pad. If you're looking for,
because it's like right in the middle.
A benchmark, orange pad's the way to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
got a great feel.
And mainly, yeah, and that's what I was just going to say is because the orange pad has like just enough sponginess to it that you get a lot of like tactile feedback in the tool. So if you're not super familiar with polishing and stuff, you really can feel all the curves, and you know you can make sure you're getting everywhere that you're supposed to be getting with the orange pad. So it's super flexible, but still does a lot of cutting. If you're not getting what you want, then you would step up to like the blue, the maroon, or even the Oreo pad. And really, you probably wouldn't step down because the orange, I mean, yeah. The orange pad is in the middle, but it's, you know, it's, I wouldn't say that it's going to be too aggressive for almost
sturdy
anything.
enough to cut, soft enough to finish.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Well, Aaron Barr with a simple question. Can Frostbite be a bucket wash soap?
Sure. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, Dave, what would we dilute that at, do you think? What do you think you'd go with that?
I would go down to a regular car wash dilution.
128 to 1.
Sure.
Okay.
128 to 1 would be fine, maybe even a little bit more. You know, we go 10 to 1 in the foamer, but then that gets further diluted down in the process of spraying it out. So, yeah, I would definitely keep it nice and light. Fine.
Okay. And then I've got
and it foams up really well in a bucket, by the way, too. I mean, if you want that, you just want
foaming everywhere.
Yeah, it's foaming in the bucket just as well. You get foam on the mitt. You get a nice show on the car from the mitt. It's great.
So this is a good one to hear. He was asking, is Frostbite Canadian road salt approved? I saw several people asking about road salt.
Yeah. I have not washed any cars from Canada, so I'm not really sure, but I would say, I mean, I would say that it does. So, you know, we have a lot of road salt here. I would say it does a great job on our road salt here. To be fair, I cheat and always pre-spray with Crystal Wash, which takes care of the road salt. So the two pair really well together, but I would imagine that it does a really good job, you know, just because of the formulation of it and that it is meant to have a little kick in for the cleaning ability. But yeah, I cheat and I usually use Crystal Wash underneath it.
So what I'm hearing is use your brain and your best judgment. Take a closer look after you finish.
There you go, right there, my man.
Just like that. Be smart, people. You can do it. All right.
We need a sticker that says that.
Just be smart. Okay.
Yeah. Be smart.
Tom,
use your best
with a good
judgment.
question, what is the pH, Dave?
pH is a little on the alkaline side, which was one of the requests that we had to make it give it some more cleaning ability. So it's alkaline.
According to the SDS, it's 9.8.
Yeah.
There we go.
Thank you, Keith.
Which bumps you.
People like a number. I don't know.
He's
why.
got
like a number, like a number.
I need to know because this is somehow going to change
It's
the way
right,
I feel
because
about
the
it.
product just doesn't
Like
work.
a
It has to
walking
work
SDS
with
sheet.
9.8.
Dane, if it was 9.9, you wouldn't
It
use
wouldn't
it.
work.
It's
Yeah, you wouldn't use it. It'd be
9.8.
too
It's in your
Forget
wheelhouse.
it, you're lost.
Yep.
Yeah.
One of the things that's nice is because you do use it at a little higher concentration, the alkalinity actually translates into the wash water. Sometimes if you're dealing with a soap that's got a pH of 9, 9.5, and you dilute it out 128 to 1, well, you've basically lost all the alkalinity in the dilution anyway. So since you're using a little stronger, you're going to get that alkalinity translating into the wash solution.
Nice. And of course, I got a follow-up question here from a fan of Pearl. They want to know how it compares to Pearl, maybe in the bucket versus in a foam cannon. Probably give both scenarios just for people to have a little A and B.
I think in the bucket, you know, as far as the use characteristics, you're going to find them pretty close to the same. I think rehab's going to foam a little bit more, but as far as lubricity and and the wash process, you know, the wash and the feel, you're going to find them very similar.
Chemically, though, Dave, do they share common ingredients or?
Not really. No. Well, some most foaming soaps have some ingredients in common. So, but I'd say that the main detergency is provided by different materials.
All right.
There we go.
Then I've got this one here from Too Close to Retirement. Is Frostbite an everyday wash or a strip cleaner wash that should be used sparingly?
Yes.
Question.
Yeah.
Well,
I think yes is the answer, isn't it? I mean, we could use it every day, Dave, and we could use it as a little bit more of a strip wash,
I mean,
right?
for me, I mean, I would want to use a foaming, soap kind of maybe not every time. I mean, unless you really want to, you want the process and you really like it, because a lot of times I just like to use the rinseless washes.
Yeah.
So I would probably use it when I needed it.
Yeah, I think that's how I see myself using it, is more, every couple washes to kind of get that true stripping action. But you know, I do mostly rinseless wash, but I also like to use other soaps too. So you could absolutely use it every time, but you know, I think for me, you know, I really love Radiance too. We didn't spend too much time talking on that, but Radiance really puts back that fresh coating feel. So for me, I will probably alternate between the three. So if something, you know, if my car's been really dirty, I might choose Frostbite. If it's just my normal weekly wash, I'm going to choose Absolute. And then if I feel like my coating needs, want to go out that night, want my car to be extra shiny, I'm going to use Radiance. So I think it's just depending on what you're looking for, but you could absolutely use Frostbite.
I think that's going to be a contributing factor now.
Yeah, but if you're
when
washing,
we want to go out.
Yeah, when you want to go out.
When you want to go out, I use Radiance.
Yeah, right.
Like otherwise, I just use Pearl.
Yeah, when you got to be shiny. So,
yeah, exactly.
So if I were to put on my shrink hat and try and think what Too Close is really getting at, I think they're kind of just making sure there might be concern. Are there long-term ramifications to using it too much? Does it dry things out? Does it do that sort of thing? Because some washes will. And I'm sure that's why they're asking this.
Yeah. Right, I see that. I see that used sparingly at the end. No, it shouldn't hurt. It shouldn't hurt anything at all.
Okay.
Right. And there was a question that had the EnviroClean or Mud Buster as a pre-spray, and I think you're fine to just go right on ahead and foam on top of that, and then just wash the whole car. You'd be fine. Yeah,
sure.
All right.
Trying to sneak those little tidbits in so we don't take too much time.
This is all very helpful. Yeah. And Mark with a question: is Rehab your new Ego?
I think Rehab is Rehab. Wouldn't we say Rehab is Rehab? Ego is a heavy cut compound, and Rehab is a little bit more versatile.
Yeah. And like we mentioned, we're still working on a couple products for the Double Black.
Double Black. Yeah.
So there will be a new dedicated compound in that line. So yes. So Rehab is not really taking place of Ego.
And in the same vein, they were asking, does Frostbite replace Pearl? I would say no.
No.
I think Pearl's a bucket hand wash and Frostbite's a foam cannon product. And that's kind of where they are.
All right. And then, for example, here we had, is Frostbite considered a soap, lube-only foam? Does it have actual cleaning abilities like Bill Hamber Touchless has? Okay, so they're wondering snow foam versus traditional soap wash like we just talked about with Pearl.
I think it's a great wash soap. It's got great cleaning abilities. I mean, with the pH being what it is, you could probably put it on, Dave, I would think, and then rinse it off if you wanted to, and it would probably have some good cleaning effect, wouldn't you think? No friction on there.
Yes, yes, absolutely. I mean, it's not the same sort of thing that you would find in a car wash application where you have actually an industrial cleaner that's designed almost for a touchless application. That's not it, right? So, but it does have good cleaning ability.
Yeah, and I've used it just in testing. I've used it without a contact wash. I don't really ever like to do anything without contact wash. So I prefer to do that, but it did do a lot of cleaning without it. And granted, that was during the winter that I was testing that, so that probably wasn't the best time to be doing a touchless check, but it does a lot of cleaning on its own. So it really covers all of those things, but it's not just a foam lubricant.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at just, you want to put it on there and you want to use a pressure washer. It does work. Yeah, it does work well with that. I think if you're dealing with the lower panels where you've got a lot of dirt down by behind the wheels and that sort of stuff, well, you're going to see a little bit of weakness there for that.
Yeah, it was not really designed to be a touchless
not really designed for that application.
Product.
All right.
But then again, most foam cannon soaps are not designed to be a touchless soap anyway. I mean, you want to get into a touchless car wash soap, a totally different pH and makeup of that.
That's what I was going to say is, if something's touchless, that means it's pretty aggressive.
Yeah, it's much more aggressive.
Now, moving on to Eddie, who just had to ask because, oh no, a product's old. Does that mean you guys are going to change it already? Hey, Dane, can we ask P&S if they could change one thing about Crystal Wash? That would be it. In 35 years, a lot has changed. Okay, I'll grant you that. A lot has changed in 35 years. But did Crystal Wash need to change?
So if you could change one thing about it, would you change anything?
I don't think so. I mean, if you change it to change the crystalline properties of it, I mean, no. So I don't think so. One of the things that was interesting I was going to say about Crystal Wash was it was one of those neglected products when we thought when clay came out, oh, that's just going to go away, right? But there was always a fan base for it. Despite the fact that we weren't paying any attention, we couldn't stop making it because people kept buying it, right? There was a use for it. And so, I think it's working great for what it does.
Yeah. I love it. I wouldn't change anything about it.
Yeah.
All right.
I've been a fan of it for a long time. So when we came out with an iron removers in the industry, I was like, we already got one of those. It's Crystal Wash. But
now, of course, there were a lot of Crystal Wash questions there for a second. Once it came up, a lot of people, oh, yeah, that one. I need to know about that. So direct sunlight, how's it do?
So I'm going to have to use Dane's answer on this one.
Ooh.
Like, you just have to be
think
smart about it.
right?
You just have to be smart about it.
Direct sunlight in 50-degree weather, probably not a problem. Direct sunlight in Arizona in the summer, I wouldn't do
Probably
it.
not a good
what
decision.
I do.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd probably
Everything's
be high
harder
on
in direct sunlight.
Yeah.
More risk of
Not your first
damage.
choice.
Yeah.
And there's just a lot of factors in there, like has the carbon sitting in the sun, what's the temperature of the actual panel, right? And I think that's one thing that we miss a lot is that it doesn't necessarily mean if there's sun in the sky. It actually, what determines if a product is safe or not is actually the temperature of the panel. So if it's been sitting in the sun a long time, how quickly are you working, all of that kind of good stuff. So it can be used in direct sunlight. You just need to be smart about it. You need to be smart and responsible. So if it's a black car and the panel is,
120 degrees.
yeah, maybe that's not the best idea.
Apply the product,
but you
don't
can absolutely
cook
use
it.
it in direct sun. If it's not super hot and the panel's not super hot, you should be fine. And then work fast. Don't leave it on. This car it was sitting on for 10 minutes and that's totally fine. But if you're working in the sun, try to just do one side at a time. Move on.
Yeah, like he said, don't cook it. This is detailing, not a culinary school.
Right.
Right.
Let's see. I got what's the smell, which I believe was in reference to frostbite. I don't think he's just asking what the general smell happens to be.
I was like acid.
He saw it during frostbite, so I think that was.
It's the eucalyptus mint tea, right?
Eucalyptus mint tea.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Cool.
And well, now he asked about Crystal Wash, so perhaps he meant Crystal Wash.
So Crystal Wash is an organic acid, so it kind of has an organic acid scent to it.
Yeah.
There is no scent to
a
it.
little bit.
Yeah, it's got it's very distinct odor.
Lemony,
citrusy.
kind of a bitter, lemony bitter fragrance to it, but it's not a fragrance we add.
Yeah, and
now, of course,
there's
as
no
for the
plan to
question.
add a fragrance to it either. We want people to know they're kind of using Crystal Wash when they use it.
Yeah, no mistakes. Now,
Right.
just asking if you wash the car before Crystal Wash, or you just go straight in if the car's
You go
dirty.
straight in on top of the dirt and everything, yeah.
Okay.
Because Crystal Wash wants a dry surface. If you put it on a rinsed surface, you're not going to get that crystallizing action.
Most of it's going to run off.
Yeah, and so we're not really going to know what it attached to and what it broke away from the surface. So you do want to put it on a dry, dirty car. So, and that's why it's so great as a pre-spray. You spray the car and then you go into your normal wash.
So, and a lot of people do use it without letting it crystallize too.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you don't necessarily have to let it dry.
Right.
You can
like in wheel application, I never let it dry. I just spray it straight on the wheel and then brake buster right over it, and it's amazing.
Okay. Then I've got Tanner here with a good question. So would Crystal Wash be helpful for extreme water spots?
So I had a car last year in New York on the Northeast tour with you guys, and Dane was there to see it.
Yeah.
Not going to be an extreme water spot remover. It'll help a little, but if you have water spots, you need a designated water spot remover.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would love to say it's a Swiss Army knife acid product, but it isn't.
You're chasing the minerals.
Yeah.
You're going into burrowing in there trying to pull the stuff out. So that's the move. Here's a quick question. Hans is wondering if P&S is going to be at Wax Stock.
We are not.
Okay.
But we will obviously, Clean and Shiny, I think, will be there, and they'll carry the P&S banner. But we are not, because we're going to Automechanika this year. So that will be in Germany, and we will be sending a team to Automechanika.
Cool.
So sometimes we have to pick a little bit of where we go, just
gotta
because
pick your
there's so much bandwidth we can afford as far as personnel and effort and all that sort of thing. So
Not a problem. Now, I've got Derek asking, what is the stiffness of the yellow pad?
Sydney, this is all you.
Oh man, I don't know what's the level of stiffness. So yellow is going to fall below the orange. So
So like on a scale of 1 to 5.
Yeah, on a scale of cutting ability, so for me it goes like black, white, yellow as far as stiffness, and then the orange, blue, maroon, and then the wools.
The last number being the stiffness.
Yeah. So it's just it's a little bit below. It's a little bit more of a polishing pad than the orange.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a medium to medium soft, I guess.
Yeah.
And Kirby here, do we still use paint prep after and then coating with rehab?
It's always good to use paint prep after.
Always,
You got to do that.
It's the use your brain thing again.
Yeah.
Best judgment. And this one's just one for Sydney. We need an SBG double teal collection. Oh boy. Let's see. Next up, we've got a question about Crystal Wash coming to the EU. Can't seem to find it anywhere. Clean and Shiny would be a good place to look. So Clean and Shiny UK, but
just
EU,
ask them to bring it in. Yep.
EU would be a different animal. That might be Patrick.
It's not in the EU as of yet. I can tell you
that's
that.
why.
Yep,
Okay.
I know that. Yeah.
But you have some plans, presumably, or something along those lines?
Everybody reacts to the marketing. So, yeah, once we promote something, it's amazing
Maybe
how
after
products
today,
get there.
we might have a need for it.
We might have a need for it, yeah.
We got a very worldwide audience here. That's just the way it works. All right. So now, kind of off the beaten path, but ask about iron removers, less pungent versions. Is there anything worked up in the future?
So the thing about iron removers is it's, the thioglycolates, and they just have that. That's what gives it that. That's what gives it that color. And if you don't use that, you don't get the color and you don't get the smell. So I think it becomes somewhat of a. You could do something different, but then will your customer really get the feel? I mean, part of the thing of the iron remover is that it turns colors, right? It's the show. And you can do other iron removers; they work great, but then. Are people really going to buy into that process as much as they do on the iron remover? So I don't really know how to fix that, unfortunately.
Well, sometimes that's just the way it goes, and that's all right.
I'm starting to see people out there promoting products that do that, and it was interesting because I think there have been iron remover products out in the market for a long time. We've sold another fallout remover in the past that would remove iron, and they basically got blown out of the market by the color change versions.
Yeah.
And so I wonder, will there be the pendulum? Will the pendulum swing back the other way, towards, well, I don't like the smell, but I really want the process. Because you kind of had this going at one point, and then it went all the way over to the purple part, and now maybe it'll swing back. I don't know.
Not a problem. Well,
guys,
appreciate
we're
the
just
answer.
about out of
Thank you
time.
so much.
Oh, we are out of time.
Yeah.
We're out of time. That's a wrap. Closing the book. We're out of here.
Thank you guys from Team P&S, signing out from TRCMA. Thank you guys for tuning in. Appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys. Next up, we've got Avery Dennison. Let's see what they're up to.
You guys have we're getting played off the stage.
Well,
Yeah.
I was watching the
I was watching the time.
No, it's cool.
All right, that was an awesome segment. I love the Q&As and that I learned a ton of information from P&S right there. And that being said, my name's Justin Pate, and I'm actually the CEO of the RAP Institute, but I'm also head trainer for Avery Dennison North America, and I've been head trainer for Avery Dennison now since 2010. I created the workshop program for them. And in this segment, we're going to do a deep dive on Avery, talk about their product line for color change, but also PPF and tint, which is great. Then I'm also going to talk about the Avery Dennison trainings, which are super unique. So big education on Avery Dennison, why training is important. And what's even more special is about halfway through the session, I'm going to wrap this hood. I'm going to be wrapping it with one of their colors, which is their rugged. It's like a bed liner film. And if you, watching, guess how long to the second it takes me to wrap this hood, Avery Dennison is giving away a free workshop training. That's a 2-day training that's worth over $1,000. Really cool. So pay attention at the end. Again, put your comments and your times at the bottom. And then if you guess the right prize, you get, the rest of the right time, you win that prize, which is great. So super cool, super fun. And you'll see the power and magic of wrapping, especially with Avery Dennison film. So that being said, what I like to do is before we bring Ryan Allen out, he's the tech rep for Avery Dennison West Coast, and he really knows his stuff, and he'll go deep on the product line and how good it is and why it works really well for you on all types of wraps, color change, PPF, and tint. The main thing right now is I want to talk about is Avery Dennison is why I like to work with them and why I chose to work with them in 2010. Now for me, even before the RAP Institute, as a freelance installer, I always wanted the highest quality and durability, but the biggest thing is I also wanted efficiency because as you guys know, efficiency equals profits, big thing. So when 2010, I was teaching a workshop for Muto, the head of Avery Dennison said, I like the way you teach, would you like to head our program? I was like, super cool. But I had been around enough companies at that point where I've seen some of the trainings that they did, and to be honest with you, I felt like the trainings, they created them, and then they just stayed the same year after year. And that meant that they got pretty stale. The techniques were pretty old, the tools that they used were pretty old, so when I came to Avery, I said, okay, I appreciate the offer to be a head trainer, but if there's a new tool and technique that comes in the industry, I'm going to throw it into the workshop right away. So what does that mean is that I want to keep this workshop fresh and change and pivot. And even though Avery's a Fortune 500 company, and obviously with a Fortune 500 company, you got billions of dollars, they feel like a small company. And so I really appreciate it. And that's one of the main reasons I work with Avery Dennison. So what I would like to do right now is there's a good commercial or a good video that they made about Avery Dennison that really captures the culture that I think is important that you understand, because there's a ton of companies out there and it can be confusing, especially if you're a detailer and you're starting to figure out how to wrap, or you want to start adding that to your repertoire, is which company do you choose? And I think Avery Dennison not only has great wrapping material, but they have a great company culture. So with that, I'd like to show you that commercial right now. Maybe.
For over 8 decades, we have been driven to create a better way. Ideas that began as a single spark are now products and solutions used worldwide. Our passion for innovation and our ability to apply material science has taken Avery Dennison from a company once defined by labels to one that defies being labeled at all. From the assembly line to the retail shelf, our solutions bridge the physical and digital worlds, making an impact on virtually every industry imaginable. Today, we are unleashing the potential of our employees worldwide, challenging them to think boldly and sustainably. We are using our boundless imagination to invent materials that do more and use less. It is this endless courage and determination, this spark, that is at the heart of everything we do. A spirit of innovation, the drive to serve as a force for good. This is what makes us Avery Dennison.
All right, awesome video, and we're now joined by Ryan Allen. Ryan, you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, yes. My name's Ryan Allen, and I am the Regional Technical Specialist for Avery Dennison in the western portion of North America. I've been in the industry for many years, and I've covered just about every area from auto body to vehicle wraps and signage and everything else included. So I've also worked in distribution and all of those things. So I kind of have a little bit of an idea of a lot of things.
Yeah, which I think is great. And one of the strengths of Avery, and not only the friendliness and accessibility, but also being a billion-dollar corporation, is the fact that you have real-world experience and you're also very accessible. So you understand the pain points that sometimes you go through, whether you're color change, PPF, and tint.
Absolutely.
Now, let's back it up, and for those of you watching right now, again, what I mentioned earlier is kind of sometimes confusing when okay, there's so many different companies, who do you choose from and why, right? So sometimes you maybe don't know about Avery Dennison because you might not, even though they're a billion-dollar company, you might not know their products, but you're touching their products every day because Avery Dennison is really known for labels. You guys dominate the market.
For sure, yes. Our labels division is a monster. They actually say I don't know if it's changed, but it's about 7 times a day you touch an Avery Dennison product without knowing about it.
Yeah. So basically, you go to the grocery store, you're touching Avery Dennison labels. You get the bag tags at the airport; those are pretty much Avery Dennison labels. So I think it's really interesting that you're touching the product, but what does that mean for wrappers? Because I mean, at the end of the day, wrappers don't really care about labels, but it means that the technology that the label division had, and that's your big brother, big sister division, they actually pour that technology in the color change, digital print, PPF, because that's your highest profit. That means these products perform better than most other in the market because of your big brother, big sister.
For sure. And we obviously share the technology with our labels team and stuff like that, but we also take a lot of feedback from the customers and the shops that are out there having issues and things like that. We'll actually try to work with them and figure out a solution that might help them better.
Absolutely, absolutely. So what we like to do is we're going to talk about the products, we're going to talk about all the trainings and stuff like that, and that's where I'd like to begin because obviously I'm head trainer. So I started this program back in 2010, and it was just focused on commercial, which is basically taking a design, putting it on the car, and then a car moves around as an advertisement, right? So that was for the first 2 years, and then in 2012 we added color change because that's when you guys first introduced your Supreme wrapping film.
Yep.
And then I started off with 8 workshops, and then it went to 10, and then it went to 20, and then my wife and daughter thought I was way too much, so we hired John. He came on, and then we hired Charlie and Blake and Anna, and then we also have Narayan and Harold. So it's not only gone from digital, but now it's color change, it's PPF, it's window tint, and now we're also doing residential. So the program went from, let's say, 8 workshops to last year we did 120. So it's the real deal. It's a big program.
Yeah, and it's growing every year for sure. And we've actually, so we've extended those programs into the paint protection film and the window film. So we're really listening to the customers and wanting to like engage with them more. So when people ask us, hey, can you do a training for this?
Sure.
If we find it feasible, we'll absolutely do that. So.
Right. And what's cool again, there's a 2-day workshop and you get a free roll of film, you get tools. So you guys really take care of the people in the workshop. It's not just learning, they get support.
Oh, absolutely. And one of the things that you get to do is you get to build a relationship with not only the trainer, but an Avery Dennison team member will be at the shop, and you can build a relationship with that person too. So if you're not used to normally reaching out to tech support and things like that, you kind of have a face-to-face contact at that point too.
Which is good. And so it's full support across the page. So let's begin with the color change line. So a lot of the detailers are out there. This is a very easy entry point. So if you've been doing a lot of detailing, like, okay, I want to get into wrapping. A lot of customers are asking about wrapping. Where should I start? Color change is the easy way to do it because you don't need a printer or laminator. You don't need a plotter or anything like that. You basically just get a roll. So how many colors do you guys have at this point in the swatch book?
I could not tell you. It's over 100, I believe. So we do have a lot of colors, and we continue to add more. We actually just launched the Celestial line, and there's so that is the satin frozen ocean.
Yep. I like to call it Frank Ocean because it's called Frank Ocean. So this is a cool one, and Avery Dennison, you have your standard colors, black gloss, satin matte, and stuff like that. So you have the good colors, but you're known for a series called Color Flow, and so Color Flow is basically has 3 or 4 colors built in one. So I basically saying you get 3 or 4 wraps in one, which is really cool. So why is this line, or how does this line particularly work?
So basically, it depends on the curvature of the car and things like that. So it will reflect depending on the daylight out. So if it's nighttime, it might be a different color. If it's sunny, it'll actually be one color on the hood, but the side of the car may be a different color. And it's the multicolored, like it transitions basically. It's not like temperature based, but it's actually just the way your eye perceives it.
It'd be cool if it was temperature based a little bit.
I know,
I've seen those films, and you also have gloss versions of it as well. So you have this gloss, and I had this on my car, the Rising Sun. So gloss is, has a different effect. The satin is a kind of a more muted effect. But again, for me, these are one of the more popular series you guys have put out. So you're adding new colors all the time. So this one's kind of Moonstone. It's kind of like some pinks and purples to it. But then you also have one that I like personally is the Solar Dawn, which is black and red. That's really cool.
Yes, the Solar Dawn is actually my favorite color right now. I got to see it on a very large truck. And when I pulled up, I actually thought they wrapped it in like a satin black.
Okay.
And as I drove around it, it turned gold and then red. And I was like, okay, that's my favorite color. So it was great.
It was pretty cool. So again, so this is the new series. So this is Celestial Satins. But here's something that you guys came out with right before COVID.
Correct.
And then with COVID, the issues with manufacturing, everyone had that. Yeah. And this is something that was kind of under the radar, but I think I highly recommend you guys checking this out. So this is basically the Rugged series. It's essentially a bed liner film. And you can have the traditional black bed liner, but you also have different colors. This, for me, I've had on my car now for 3 years. I'm digging this. It's really cool.
Yeah, so that is actually the combat green there.
Yep.
And then this is our onyx black. This is our bedrock gray.
Yep.
And this is our marsh green. And the cool part about these films is it looks like almost like a rhino liner or a textured bed liner. Some of the smaller textures, obviously, but it's incredibly easy to install, and we'll obviously talk about install.
I'm going to be wrapping the hood with this, so it's really cool to see the bed liner film installed. You think bed liner film, some manufacturers come out, they're 8 mil thick.
Yeah.
This is 3.8, so it's very conformable, very easy to put on. We actually, at SEMA in 2021, we wrapped a Porsche, you hooked that car up, it was a white Porsche Taycan, I think, or something like that.
Yes, it was.
And we wrapped it with a gloss purple, but then we also did it with the black onyx and black rugged, and you would think bed liner film and a Porsche don't mix.
No, it was amazing.
Awesome.
It was
so super cool. So, and what's cool about it too, and especially we talk about wear and tear. So right now, sometimes with certain films, you might be able to scratch it. There's a potential damage for it. I mean, it's bed liner film. You can. This is pretty cool. It's very scratch resistant, and it's fantastic. So really cool film. So very unique films, and obviously you guys are super well known. Last one I want to point out is chrome. How do you feel about chrome?
How do I feel about chrome? I love chrome.
Yeah.
I think it's great. What I love about chrome is what people do with it in the industry.
Absolutely.
It went from just traditionally wrapping an entire car in the gold chrome, right? And now you have shops, particularly like one in Australia and all over the world, that are doing crazy stuff with it when they're doing inlays and they're doing different kinds of textures and mixing and matching different films now to create basically a masterpiece on the car, and it's really great.
Yeah, Avery has the most flexible chrome out there, so still, I actually helped develop this back in 2012, so I have a very soft spot for this, but what's also cool is, Fellers is the segment after this, Ryan, and we actually, when I spent the night at Frank's house one time, his piano is wrapped in the gold chrome, so it means you don't even have to wrap a car with it, you can wrap a piano, which is pretty dope, so gold piano. So not only a color change film you guys have, and obviously with the detailers is focused on this, the segment is focused on them. You guys have automotive window film, so tint. For sure. And you guys are very well known for this. This is actually a very good product, and you have a wide range of this.
Yeah. So yeah, we actually we took over a plant in what was that, 2018, 17? Yep. Somewhere around there, and we ended up. So we actually manufacture our own films in-house. And the plant is in Israel. Great team, great group of people. Really love working with them. But the product itself, we have a very large line of automotive window film products, as well as our commercial line and security stuff like that, safety and security film. So, but we do have our HP Pro and our NR Nano Ceramic. So our NR Nano Ceramic is obviously my favorite film. Yep. I've got it on all of my family's cars. It's a beautiful product. It comes on your visibility is actually really clear. Especially when you get into the darker colors and stuff like that, you start to see some more haze and things like that, but not necessarily with our product. So,
yeah, and I think what's cool about it, and what we teach in the workshops too, is not only teaching you how to wrap, but also how to make money. So when I'm teaching, like Wednesday, I'll be teaching the color change workshop here in Boise at the Rag Company at their warehouse, and I teach color change, how to wrap a car with color. But what the main thing is also what I love about Avery and the freedom that they give us as trainers in the workshop is we also say easy upsells. So you can wrap this car for X amount, but then if you know how to do window tint, you can add an extra, and you can even add PPF, let's say on the headlights, which I'll do a demo on in the Wrap Institute demo. But so having a wide range of skills and products is really nice. So you can get them all from Avery Dennison. And the big one that really took off during COVID, Ryan, was, PPF was always kind of percolating, kind of getting big, but then paint protection, especially during COVID, just skyrocketed. Yes, if you want to make a lot of money right now, paint protection is where it's at. And you guys have a very good product.
Yeah, so we have our Supreme Defense line. So our paint protection films, we have 3 materials. It's right here. So this is our Supreme Defense gloss roll. Yep. And it is an amazing film. It's ultra conformable. So a lot of people, when you're applying paint protection film and things like that, as you stretch over recesses and things like that, you have to be really cautious about the film and stuff. Our film is incredibly forgiving, and we will show you a demo in just a few minutes in regards to the top coat. So one of the neat things about our gloss is the top coat does not shatter, which is cool. And it still has its hydrophobic properties. Right. So water will beat up, roll off. It will pass the Sharpie test, all those things. In addition to that, we also have our Supreme Defense matte, which is a beautiful finish on it. And so the neat thing about that is you necessarily don't have to do a wrap on a car to change its appearance. You can actually, if you have, say, this car like with the gloss red, right? You could actually put the Supreme Defense matte on here, and it changes the finish. So it will kind of dole it out, but it also gives it kind of a unique look.
I love the matte PPF. It's super cool.
It's amazing.
Cool. But also, you guys introduced it. You guys did it right before COVID as well. Let me see if I have a piece of gloss black in here. I don't have a piece of gloss black, but basically I think gloss black is really popular in the sense that, like, for years and years and years, if someone couldn't afford a full wrap on the car, they would just say like gloss black hood, gloss black roof. But right before COVID, you guys came out with what's called Neo. Yep. And that's actually a gloss black PPF. So color PPF is really popular because, let's say the gloss black that we have here, this has a 2-year horizontal warranty. It can maybe get scratched. Your PPF is hard to scratch, and the horizontal warranty is what? 5 years? 5 years. Yeah. Crazy. So the color PPF, so a lot of people are using the black PPF still, but they get that really beautiful mirror finish, but they also use it to kind of make it look like your roof has a window.
Yeah, so at new cars that come into the automotive dealership, they'll have like the high-end model that has that glass roof where, you know, the kids in the back can see out and stuff like that.
Sure.
Well, you know, if you can't afford that high-end model, but you still want it to look like that, and instead of having the painted roof, you can actually take that paint protection film in the Neo and put it on the roof, and it actually looks just like factory.
So it's like having
glass.
a fake Louis Vuitton bag. So
that's
it kind of
exactly what it is.
Super smart.
Yeah.
Super cool.
Yeah.
So again, so now you have color change, you have your window tint, and you have your PPF. And as you know, part of this program or part of this episode right now is educating on Avery Dennison.
For sure.
And some people don't think of, like, when they think of PPF, they think of certain name brands within the PPF world. But again, PPF, as you mentioned, is performance really high. So I think you have a good test over here that if we can bring the cameras on over here.
Sure.
Ryan, I think this is a cool test where most PPF right now, especially when you get to mirrors, especially when you get to bumpers where you really have to stretch the film, you know, a lot of PPF, the base layer is the same. So the base layer is generally around 6 mil thick. That's the urethane layer. But a lot of manufacturers put top coats on them, ceramic coatings and stuff like that. What is the problem with a lot of that technology if you stretch it?
So, well, the top coat actually becomes hard, and you know, we could talk about how the different coatings and stuff like that harden over time. But this is actually, you can't even tell. I don't know if the camera can pick up that line, but this is actually, the PPF actually goes all the way up here. So it's a really great product, and it adds to the gloss. With your eye, you can actually see the difference. But with the top coat, what will happen is if I pull on this and it gets a good stretch on it, which, you know, if you're going around a fender and a bumper and things like that, like, you're going to need to give it a little bit of tug to get that conformability, obviously, to, you know, to create your triangles and things like that, 100%. Even with this. So if we watch here and I give it a really hard tug, hopefully I don't. So what we're looking for is
the cracking on the surface.
Yeah, so when the top coat shatters, the line will come across here, and you'll see tons of lines. And so this is just, and I'm obviously way overstretching this, but there is no shattering in the top coat.
And that's huge. I mean, that's a big thing. And so there are certain brands, you know, obviously you don't want to name names, but we've done these tests, you know, at the Rep Institute, we test a lot of PPF, and we've had the same thing where we stretch it. Some even just snap and break. So there's one that's just snap and break. And number two, the top cracks. And if it cracks, the problem with that now is, let's say you wrap a mirror and it cracks, that means you are losing material. So with your material, I mean, I've never seen a material stretch this far and still be good, especially with the top coat features.
And this is incredibly durable. So, like, if I go to tear this, like, I mean,
well, you're pretty weak. So.
Yeah, I know. So when I do this with other materials, it just rips, and it rips in half. So one of the things that tells me, just from a consumer point, right? Like, if a rock hits this, right, and if I can tear it with my hand, eventually that's going to break down and fall apart, right? That's what I would assume. So, you know, that's one of the benefits of this PPF is the durability, the thickness, the strength, and the overall look. So.
Absolutely, really cool. So now you know kind of Avery Dennison and the line. So, but the big thing I want you to take out of this is that, again, Avery Dennison, big corporate, giant corporation, but the fact that you guys, you know, sales reps, tech reps, you guys are really passionate about helping your customers grow.
Absolutely. Yeah. So our graphics division, our team is really like a family. I mean, we work really closely with the trainers and stuff like that, and we associate ourselves with the best in the business, of course. But you know, our team itself, we have incredible salespeople, and our tech department. I have the best support that I could use ever, and I never, you know, if I have a question, I can reach out to my leadership. But what they do is, you know, I came to Avery Dennison because of an experience I had and the care that they took for me, right? So I want to give that back to the shop. So, like, when I'm out, like, I want to go and help these shops. And you know, if it has to do with another product or something else, I'm okay with that. Like, but I want to go and just help you and help that shop succeed.
Absolutely, and I think that attitude is, that attitude is for me, I love, because basically it just allows me then, when I'm a trainer, you know, even though I'm teaching for Avery Dennison, I have the Rep Institute, and you guys know that I work with all the brands. You guys are fine with that, and I'm comfortable with it because you guys pay me really well. I'm just
well, no, I don't.
No, but again, for me, you're going to see in the demo that we're going to do. And again, for those of you watching right now, I said at the beginning, if you're tuning in just now, right after we get done talking, which is about a minute or two, I'm going to wrap this hood real time. And if you can guess how long it takes me to wrap this hood, prep, install, and finish. Not full cleaning, but prep. If you guess exactly to the second, whoever gets closest to the install time will win a 2-day workshop. And Ryan, those workshops are over $1,000 each.
Yes, they are. Yeah.
And you get a free roll of film. So, I mean, how cool is that?
And a toolkit.
And a toolkit. And a high five.
And a high five. and you get to meet JP himself. So, so we will actually we'll run this little contest here where you install it, and I will actually jump back and time you on this so we can get the exact time. And then what we'll do is afterwards, I'll go back and look and see who commented the closest, and we'll get them into the wrap class.
Okay, and I think what we can do right now is why don't we get this off the hood right now,
Sure.
and then I want to do a quick demo on the window.
You
and
bet.
Then so Ryan and I are going to take this off now, and we're going to go in. So I'm going to put this inside the car. And also, for those of you watching right now, what's also important to know is that Avery Dennison also has classes on business. So in about next week in Orlando, Ryan, you can rip it off, it's cool. I'll be teaching a workshop with John Duver. He runs a podcast called Rap IQ and a business course. So we'll be teaching that at ISA in Orlando. So that's a one-day business boot camp, which is cool. So definitely check that out. And then that being said, what else do we got? We have new trainings this year, Ryan, with automotive window film or residential window film. You guys are doing
so. It's not out yet, but we will. We are in the works of it for sure. Of the the architectural window film class.
Cool. So that being said, Ryan, we'll come back to you in a little bit, and I'm gonna wrap this hood, and I'm gonna kind of get focused now because I'm gonna go into wrap mode right now. But before I do, and then a lot of you watching right now, and we'll get to Q&A in a little bit, maybe you've never wrapped anything. So you're detailers and you've heard about wrap, or you've maybe done maybe some chrome deletes, and I'm gonna do a demo on chrome deletes in a little bit. But basically I want to show you kind of how to wrap a hood. I'll walk through the process, show you how to do it live. But the biggest thing is I want to do a quick demo on this window right now just to show you kind of the logic behind how I wrap. Because if you know the properties and what they can do and what they can't do, that really helps you avoid overwrapping, which is a big one. So the material that I'll be wrapping the hood with, as Ryan and I just talked about, this is Avery Dennison's Rugged. It's a bed liner film. It's around 3.8 mil thick, so very conformal. It's cast, which is really cool. So that means it can wrap mirrors, it can wrap bumpers, and it's made out of PVC. And what that means is PVC is a very, very strong, durable plastic, third most sold plastic in the world. And it can be very flexible, but also has what's called memory. So I want to show that now. So I'm going to take the heat gun, and I'm actually just going to warm the film. And people always ask, how hot do you heat the film? And I just basically look at the film, and when I see the material kind of get wrinkles, and then those wrinkles kind of disappear, that tells me the material is kind of happy. So it's mainly just a visual thing. I do have the heat gun on the highest setting. And what this is doing is thoroughly warming the film and making it nice and even. So it's like putting the food in the oven. If you put food in the oven, it stays warm for a long time. So by adding the heat, now it's nice and pliable. And now I can stretch the film. So this is cool. This is PVC. It doesn't shatter in my hand. It conforms. It's nice and cool. So this allows me to wrap mirrors, bumpers, and door handles. Now, if you're wrapping right now, this is pretty cool. You're like, whoa, that's awesome. But every time you wrap, every time you stretch the material, it wants to do what? Shrink. And that's what's called memory, as I just said. So if I take the heat gun right now and I heat it again, watch what happens. So I'll start from the outside. And by adding heat, this triggers the PVC and causes the PVC to start to shrink. And the PVC wants to shrink back to its original shape and tension. So you'll see this on Instagram a lot. A lot of installers will stretch the film and they'll wrap like a mirror or a gas tank. And I know from watching that they stretched it too much, and I know in 2 or 3 days that's going to shrink and fail. So that's a bad thing, because if you stretch it too far, well, you have those durability issues. You get what's called fingers on the edges of mirrors, or they'll pop out of recessed areas. So this, though, we at the Wrap Institute and the Avery Dennison trainings, we don't see this as a negative. We see it as a positive. So if I know the material wants to shrink, I can allow the material to shrink on sections that are kind of tricky, like corners and edges. And in many ways, the car will be wrapped by the material and not me. And it also means that I don't have to overwrap. I can just take it to the edge because I'm using that natural shrink in the material. So this is very important. Again, it's called memory. So based on this, I'm now going to wrap the hood. So we'll come on over here. And Ryan, I'll let you know when you can start the clock. So what I've done is I won't go through the prep right now. So right now, I'm going to see if I can wrap this in. Ryan, how long do you think I can wrap this in? I'm curious what you think.
I don't know. It'll probably take you a day or so. I would say you could get it done in a day. 8 hours.
8 hours? Okay, so this is going to be an 8-hour demo?
Yeah.
Yes, I hope not. Okay, so the idea right now, I don't know. I've never wrapped this hood before with Rugged, so this is my first time doing it. And this part of the thing I teach right now, Ryan, is also, basically what we try to teach is if you have a system, and we're big into systems, is that you can pretty much wrap anything if you have a system, even though you've never done it. So I think, okay, this is PVC film, has nice slidability, it's 3.8 mil thick. I think this is going to be 9 minutes, but maybe not. I guess I'm just telling people the time out there. Maybe less, maybe long. We'll see. Okay, but I'm not going to clean it, so that's not going to be part of the time, Ryan. I did clean it, clay bar it, and that's very important for you guys to get the surface, correct?
Yeah.
And anything that the people out there should know in terms of cleaning and prep that they, because Ryan's a tech rep, so he sees issues in the field. What do people commonly skip in terms of prep that goes south?
So the cleaning.
Okay.
Definitely, that's the most important thing. So when a customer brings their car to your shop, most important is you make them wash it. It comes to you washed.
Okay.
That doesn't mean it's ready to go.
Sure.
Not at all. So then when you get the car, you wash it, bring it in, and then either you or your prepper or somebody that you have will actually go through. And we're talking about wiping underneath all of the creases, all of the cracks, anywhere grease and dirt may.
Anything they should avoid.
Absolutely. Avoid for wrapping or cleaning? Cleaning.
Windex is fine.
For chemicals. Yeah. I would just use like either baby soap and water, things like that. Real mild detergents.
Right.
If you get into harsh things and stuff like that, you can etch the paint and cause all kinds of issues. And you can also have reactions to the adhesive.
Okay.
So a big thing is to make sure that like all the silicates and things like that are removed, and that way you don't have issues on the edges and stuff like that.
And I think so. We talked about later in the cleaning protocol that we created for the Wrap Institute with P&S and some products from the rag company is get it clean, get it prepped and ready to go. I've already masking taped the corners to lower the surface energy. I've propped the hood open with core tubes so it can breathe a little bit. So that's a good tip for you out there, especially for color change. And now earlier here, when everyone was showing up for today's day 1 of TRCMA, everyone was looking at this hood and seeing how scratched it was. The scratches came from the car wash, the brushes, and it looks horrible. And people are like, well, should you polish it before you wrap? And that's actually one of the cool things about wrapping is the fact that we can clean it, clay bar it, get it smooth, and we don't have to detail it in some ways. If the client wants it detailed before we wrap, cool, but in many ways, this goes on is going to make it look brand new. So that's one thing where we call it like putting lipstick on a pig, where right now we don't have to prep it, we can wrap over and it's going to be great. So that being said, I think we can get the clock ready, Ryan. We got the material ready to rock and roll. I got my heat gun going. I got the thing masking tape for install. Ryan, are you ready?
I'm ready.
You want to count it down?
3, 2, 1.
Cool. All right, let's get to it. So I'm going to take the material. I'm going to drop it on the hood. And the biggest thing is, come over here and I get my magnets on the side. And this particular hood, the hood is a composite, it's aluminum. So I can't use my magnets in the middle, which is not a problem. I'm now going to trim a little bit of the excess off of the front. And you always want to trim the material off with the liner on, because if you can trim with the liner on, I can use that material later for mirrors, and I'm definitely going to wrap a mirror later this afternoon. And I'm using this cutter. It's called a bodyguard knife. It comes from Yellow Tools. And so instead of using my knife here, I can use this special cutter, which is very safe. We'll talk about this tool later. So now that I've trimmed it, I can now...
Justin, if the people out there watching, get your time in.
Yeah, you have to get your time in, I don't know, before we start. So now I'm going to pull the liner, and this is where Avery Dennison really shines, in the sense that now I can pull the liner off, and the material doesn't stick. So, Ryan, this material is not sticking to the hood. How come?
So Avery Dennison has the EZRS technology in our adhesive. The EZ stands for Easy Apply. Yep. That is our air channels. But what you're using and utilizing right now is the RS system, and that stands for repositionable and slidable.
Yep.
And we have something that basically keeps the adhesive from touching the material, and which actually prevents it from the initial tack. And that's what that slidability is that you're seeing.
I mean, part of one of the reasons why I've been wrapping for 26 years, Ryan.
Yes.
And I love wrapping just as much now as I did when I first picked up a squeegee, and especially, I mean, as I said earlier, I have this rugged on my car. It is beautiful. I almost swore there. I like it so much. So for me, I really like this film because look how easily I glassed it out.
Yeah, using the old palm technique there.
Well, yeah, because I want to avoid adhesive lines, even with a bed liner film. So right now I like to do the recessed areas first. That's always very important. So I'm taking the material out towards the top, and the reason why I'm doing this now is I found that if you do the recessed areas first, you don't get any what's called adhesive lines, and it actually makes the process go on much quicker. And even if I get bubbles, the bubbles can go away pretty quick. So now that I have that set, this is pretty cool. With this material, what I did is I created glass. So basically I pulled to the corners, and I did what is called making a bed technique. So when you make a bed, you always hook the corners. And if you hook the corners, the sheet goes flat. Well, same thing with wrapping right now, is if right now I pull the material to the corners, and especially if I'm working with Avery Dennison, what I want all of you to appreciate right now is the fact that I was able to just glass the material out that quickly, which was pretty amazing. And come back over here, get that bubble out. And I don't even have to hold the material off the surface. Even though it looks like I squeegeed, this material glasses out so easily, Ryan. And that, again, we talked earlier at the beginning of the segment, Ryan, you know, Avery Dennison's strength in terms of graphics is the fact that you have so much technology in your label division that makes billions of labels a year. This is really making my job so much easier. I mean, this is pretty cool. And when I wrap this fast, especially if you've never wrapped before, if you've wrapped with other films, right now, I feel money coming in my pocket. So, well, I mean, right now, this is going pretty quick. Yep. The material just breezes onto the car, because I'm using a technique that I call triangles. I pull the material in a certain direction, and I'm basically just taking all these wrinkles, and I can make these wrinkles disappear by just spreading the film out. So Ryan, I've noticed that Avery's film, compared to other films in the market, is very soft at room temperature. What's good about that?
Well, if it's soft at room temperature, it's obviously going to be able to conform a lot easier to the substrate that you're applying it to.
Right. And that saves time. So for me, I can wrap faster with Avery, because for me it's one of those things where if I can save time and I don't have to grab my heat gun, that means that I can just install super quick. And again, that makes me money. So right now, Ryan, what I've done and what we try to teach in the Avery workshops is, yeah, we want to teach you how to do it fast, but we also want to teach you how to do it right.
Correct.
So now this comes back into the demo, and the reason why I started earlier with the window, right, is what I did on the window, Ryan, is I stretched the film and it shrank, right?
Correct, yeah.
So right now, what you see a lot on videos on Instagram and stuff like that is people will take the hood and wrap the material underneath the hood. And the reason why they're wrapping underneath the hood is because they leave a lot of tension on the edges, Ryan, and if they cut it now, that material is going to shrink after they cut.
Correct.
But one thing I try to teach on the Wrap Institute and the Avery Dennison workshops is we try to teach, if you shrink before you cut, and we take that tension out before cutting, what that means is there's no tension on the edge, which means it gives you options in terms of cutting, which means I don't have to overwrap. And why I also like to heat the edges is it also shows me if there's bubbles. So by coming around here, okay, right here, I don't know if Jimmy, you can see this bubble on camera right now. So instead of picking this material up right now, I can take my thumb and I can just sit on it, and that air magically disappears. Pretty cool. So now that I've relaxed the film, now I'm ready to cut. So you can see pretty quick install, and now the art of cutting. And one thing we try to teach, and what we do, Ryan, you know, in the color change workshop, I'll be teaching on Wednesday, and actually I'm really excited. Levi's are going to be in the workshop.
Yeah, and
so I'm going to put Levi through some paces and stuff like that. But what we're going to do on the first day, Ryan, is we spend at least 3 hours on cutting. So how important is cutting, especially on color change?
On color change film, cutting is the most important aspect of the entire wrap, I believe.
Yeah, I agree.
And because that's actually going to tell you the life of the material.
Yeah, but it's also, I mean, I feel, Ryan, I mean, when I go to SEMA every year and I see all the car shows, or, you know, show cars, is the first thing I look at, if I think a car has been wrapped, is I look at the corners.
Yep.
And if I see wrinkles on the corners, to be honest with you, I keep on walking.
Me too.
Really, it's that black and white. So if you notice, what I just did is I did what first? Corners. So you always want to do the hardest corners, or do the corners first because they're hardest. Then after the corners, the flat sections will be easy. So here, by doing this corner, look how easily I can cut it away. Yep. But what I'm doing right now is, and again, I teach this in the workshops, is I'm doing what's called an empty cut open. Yep. Because I prop the hood open right now, I can take the material and I can cut it flush to the edge, right to there. And I come back over here, and in this case now, I'm going to switch it up on the front section, which I'll show in a second. I come back over here, and I come back to this side. So by cutting flush but angling my blade away, I get full coverage, so you're not going to see this very loud color, which is red, but I don't have to overwrap around the edges, which for me, Ryan, is a big one, because if I took the material and I wrapped underneath the edges about a ½ inch, A, it would take a lot of time, and B, to cut the material away, I'd be cutting on the car.
Absolutely, and the angle that your knife is actually going across the material is not only benefiting you, but it's also benefiting the car, because you're saving the paint even underneath the car, because a lot of times what will happen is if you have that blade out too far, you will start carving into the paint underneath it.
And I don't know about you, Brian, how do customers feel about cutting on the car?
Oh, they enjoy it. No, so that is probably one of the most challenging parts of having an issue, or having, say, one of your installers kind of mess up, is dropping everything immediately and contacting the customer to let them know, there's been an issue and you'll get it taken care of.
So speaking about that, we're talking about speed, and it's not all about speed, it's about durability. So notice that on the sides, what I did is I cut on the side of the hood, and that's called an empty cut. But here, what I did is I bridged the material over the front right now, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this away. I'm now going to take my knife, and I'm going to run my knife around the front lip right now. So I'm not cutting on the front lip, I'm just kind of letting my blade run alongside it. And what that does is it allows me to cut the material about a ½ inch past that edge. So Ryan, what's the front part of the hood? Why am I cutting on the opposite side?
Well, so what you're doing is you're actually giving enough room for the material to wrap under, and it really helps for two reasons. The first reason is if you go to lift your hood a lot and you're picking up that hood, your fingers are going to rub up against that,
right?
And it could lift. The other one is to prevent rock chips.
So the thing is, so what I'm doing right now, what we try to teach in the workshops, is to be adaptive. So I want to cut. I only want to take the material as far as I have to. So on this section here, I can take it right to the edge, but on other sections I don't have to, which is really cool. And then I can come over here, and notice what I'm doing is with the hood open, I'm sealing all the edges, making sure it's down, because I want to finish strong. And now that all the edges are sealed, I can drop it like it's hot. And now you might think, okay, Justin, call time. But I don't want to call time right now, because this is what's called post-install. So what I'm doing right now is I'm being very focused, and I'm going over with heat. And Ryan, what does this heat do?
So the heat's actually going to cause any material, the adhesive that's not actually stuck to the surface, to actually move just slightly, and you'll be able to see it.
So right now I can see that there's a little bit of air underneath the film, and that heat is expanding it. So this heat is not only kind of making the adhesive stick a little better, but it also helps me check for bubbles. And this process only takes a couple minutes, but if I don't do it right now, when the customer picks up the car, they might see a couple bubbles and they might think, the quality's okay. But if I take a couple minutes to finish strong, then I got something that the client is super happy about. And right now, Ryan, how are we looking on time?
We're at 10 minutes, 51 seconds. 52.
Cool. Okay. So we got the hood done. Double check the edges. And if this was for a client right now, I would say goodbye. Cool. So total time on this hood, Ryan, was?
Total time on this hood was 11 minutes, 3 seconds.
That's pretty cool. Awesome. So right now, if you guess this time, you just won a 2-day workshop worth over $1,000, and that includes a roll of film. That's pretty generous from Avery.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. And hopefully I'll get to see you in that class. So
that was just pretty cool. So then, based on this, Ryan, finishing strong.
Yeah.
There's certain things where, okay, you're a tech rep.
Yes.
Right. Let's do this by the book, because this makes me happy right now. To be honest with you, is if you saw this, do you see any red from the outside? If you look at any edge, do you see any red? If you look here, you're like, looks like it's a good quality job.
No, it looks good.
Do you see any wrinkles on the corners?
I do not. The corners actually look really good.
Okay.
And even with this being a textured material where it may look just a little bit off, but yeah, I would say your corner game is pretty strong, Justin.
Cool. So am I paying you to say all these things?
No.
No. Cool. So right now, do you see any bubbles or scratches or anything like that? Does this look good?
I don't. This looks great.
Okay. I'm not saying this because I'm great. I'm just saying this is great because even though in 10 minutes and X amount of seconds, this for me is high quality.
Yep.
You don't see any original color of the car, which is the game of this. I didn't overstretch, I didn't overwrap, and that's what we're trying to teach in the Avery workshops. And again, kudos to Avery for letting me and the other trainers teach this way, where it's very realistic. We try to not only teach you how to wrap, but make money. Right
oh,
now.
Absolutely. And one of the things that I love about the wrap classes and when you guys teach these things is if I go in and take it today and I become a CWI certified wrap installer and take the test and pass and move along and all those things, a couple years down the road, I can come and take the class again and there might still be some similarities,
100%.
But things are going to change. And that's one of the things that I love about all of you trainers. When you're out at shops and training in different locations and you see something, right? You're gonna run over there and be like, "Whoa, that's cool!" And if it works out, we're gonna add it to the class.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that again, think about it. This material made me look like I knew what I was doing. I could move it this fast, and all of a sudden I get glass and finish it. So, if I can wrap a hood in 10 minutes, or you guys watching can wrap a hood in 10, 20 minutes right now. Right now, in let's say Boise, Idaho, that's where the rag company is based. How much could you charge for, let's say a textured hood like this? I think it's between $300 and $400, $450.
Oh yeah, I would definitely say you could probably get 500 if you maybe did a couple accent pieces in addition to this. So that's $500 in 10, 11 minutes?
I don't know about you guys, but that's a good hourly wage for me right now. Because that's the beauty of having the right wrap film, the right training, and that's the flow, and also, getting that never stop learning attitude. So let's say your total time for this is 20 minutes. Your material cost is around $50 for that, and you're charging, let's say, $300 to $400. That's extremely high profit margin. And how many of these can you do a day?
Well, in 10 minutes, that's a lot.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty of it. So it's not just teaching you how to wrap, but also how to make money. And that's what I love about the Avery Dennison program and you guys being open to it. So that being said, Ryan, we have a couple minutes before we do get into Fellers. Because the idea is now you know how to wrap with the material. You also have to buy it. And Fellers is one of your good partners, with Avery Dennison. Are there any questions out there that we can answer in terms of Avery Dennison film, training, any of that stuff?
Sure, yeah. Let me pull up the questions here. I was looking through just to verify what number got closest in the guesses. There were several that got close, some went a little over, but I think I found one, so I'll be able to refer that to you later.
Okay, cool.
But for right now, let's go ahead and pull up in my queue. How long does it last? So that's a natural question with somebody who's not familiar with wrapping, just in general. This particular film you just did on the hood, as an example.
Well, let's go by the, first thing you always want to do with wrap film right now is just go look what the manufacturer warranty is. So this is Avery Dennison's rugged film. This is a textured film, so this doesn't come with an over laminate on it. So Ryan, what is the warranty on a horizontal section? This is horizontal. So they have two terms, vertical and horizontal. Anything under 10 degrees is considered horizontal. This is obviously horizontal. What would be the warranty from Avery?
That is a good question. I don't know off the top of my head, but it will vary, and I can pull that up before the end of this.
I think I would say generally with textured films from Avery, it's generally around 1 year. But the bed liner film is a little more robust than, let's say, the carbons or the brush.
Absolutely, and I'll get you that answer. But one of the reasons why is the actual durability of the film will change, and it will change in where you're located.
100%.
So you have in the U.S. we have 3 zones, and those zones will actually decrease your warranty. If you go from zone 1, it's just the standard. Zone 2, it's 40% less, and zone 3 would be 60% less.
Yeah, but that being said, for those of you watching, one thing I really recommend, and this is not because P&S is here, is because we had to develop a program with the Wrap Institute, and so I work closely with Sydney and the guys at P&S. We work with Dave to create Triple S, and we Absolute, and Absolute is something on, especially a wrap, if you clean it on a regular basis with Absolute, has that kind of memory effect, so the more you use it, the better it cleans. And then you use products, let's say Triple S on top of the wrap film, and Avery Dennison also has their own product line. If you maintain this, I would say wash it on a regular basis. I would say once every 1 to 2 weeks. I highly recommend that. You can extend the life of a wrap a lot, especially if you keep it in a garage and you don't have it outside all the time. This could last 3 or 4 years before you have to take it off if you keep it in good condition, even on the hood. That being said, you always want to think about the warranty, but using the really good aftercare products and using it the right way. Try to avoid car washes and use the wax from the car washes. That can be a big problem. Using harsh cleaners, and do not, for the love of baby Jesus, Buddha, or Satan, or whoever you worship, do not clean this with alcohol because it's going to dry out the wrap. Main thing about alcohol is if your skin's dry, you're not going to put IPA on your skin. Wrap is the same way.
Absolutely.
Any other questions?
Excellent point. Yeah, there's a few more here. Wanted to know what kind of gloves you were using there when you were leveling the surface.
Yeah, there's new gloves on the market, and with the Wrap Institute Platinum line, we hope to have our own soon. But this is one that comes from Yellow Tools. It's very good. And what's cool about this glove is it actually comes from the meat packing industry. So basically, if you're working in the meat packing industry, you first put it on this glove, and then you put on a metal glove because they're cutting all the time, right? So this actually has a lot of silicone built into it. What's also cool about this glove is it is cut resistant, so it slides without having to use soap and water. So it's a really cool glove. So this one comes from Yellow Tools, and there's some other popular ones out there, but this one's my favorite for sure.
And that's great, because a lot of locations that you go to, if you're going to do like installs in commercial buildings and things like that, you'll actually be required to have a cut glove.
A cut glove. Cool.
Nice. All right, and then always a good question, because detailers getting into wrap want to know, do ceramic coatings extend the life of a wrap?
Official answer is?
That is, we do not know. That's to be truthful.
I mean, I personally I always feel like ceramic coatings for wrap, especially you have to use the right one. And what we'll be doing later this afternoon after the segment of the Wrap Institute is on at 1 o'clock. And we do a 1-hour demonstration on our tools. And right at the very end, I'll be coming in with Diamond ProTech. And we'll be showing the Diamond Wrap ceramic coating. I'm a huge fan of that ceramic coating. You know, because what Avery Dennison does is they put really good stuff in the top of the vinyl, right? Color change or PPF. Yeah. And over time that gets leached out, which means the material degrades. So what ceramic coating essentially does is it kind of seals in the good stuff of the vinyl, and it kind of protects that for long term. So in terms of true documentation, does it extend the life of the wrap? It's really unknown, right? But in terms of looks and appearance and performance and aftercare, I think ceramic coatings are definitely the way to go, and it's an extremely good upsell.
And most importantly, it's it's a moneymaker for your shop.
Yeah, right? But just again, choose the right one, because there's ceramic coatings for paint that should not be used on vinyl, because you need to use a ceramic coating that flexes, and vinyl flexes and paint does not.
That's a great point. And then he also asked here, Sheldon, asking how much adhesive is left behind if you want to remove?
Good question. Ryan?
Yeah. Well, so it depends on who makes your film. So Avery Dennison's film, actually in our nomenclature, the adhesive is LTR. If you look at like our print films and things like that, so it's a long-term removable. So our film is actually designed to be removed after even a long time. So what that means is when you're removing it, the adhesive actually comes with it and does not stay on the car.
I mean, I would say worst case scenario, if like it's 2 or 3 years you take this off, and of course it hasn't been baking in the sun for 3 years straight, this should come off literally, and especially how I wrapped it, I didn't over wrap underneath the edges. I think this should come off in maybe 4 minutes at the most. So you put this out in the sun for 10 minutes, it gets nice and warm, you pull it right off. And again, that's the beauty of Avery Dennison, to be honest with you. So I've taken wraps that have been on for 3 or 4 years, like my mom's car. I wrapped my mom's car in Boise, Idaho for 3 or 4 years, and it came off literally in 20 minutes. Pretty cool.
Yeah, no, and that's great. And that's one of the things why our durability and looking into our warranty and things like that, because our films are designed to not only look good for that amount of time, but also be removable. And because afterwards, you know, if it's on way past its actual expected life, you will have issues. And like this film is 3 years vertical, 1 year horizontal in zone 1.
And that's the strength, as I said at the beginning of this demo right now, in terms of Avery Dennison's, strength as a company in terms of making vinyl is they have that label division that makes billions of dollars. The technology that they use for the labels to have it come off and go on, let's say, bottles of Heineken super quick, that same technology they put in this vinyl, and this is why it's a supreme film. So,
excellent.
Any other questions?
Yeah, one more relevant question to this. Does Avery do any trainings in New Jersey or around the Jersey area?
Yes, they do. So right now for Avery Dennison, for color change classes and the digital classes, I mean, actually all the classes, they're all around the country. Like for example, after this I'll be doing Boise, Idaho, and then I'm going to be doing Miami. But then I'll also be in New York City I think I'll be in there in June, and then I just was in Boston. I'll be in Washington, D.C. So what you want to do is go to the Avery Dennison website, look at their workshops, and then choose the one you want. So there's definitely a workshop in your area, no question.
So, and it'd be graphics.averydennison.com, and you look under the resources tab, you'll see our classes listed there.
Yep.
All right, and just for posterity, I'm going to post it up on the screen here. The one with the absolute closest time to about what you got was Juke Nova here with an 11:15.
Juke Nova,
there were some that were close but below, but he was closest.
That's awesome. Yeah, so thank you so much, you guys, for putting in the time for that. And what we're going to do is we're going to contact you. Ryan's going to get that information for you. And then basically you can take any one of the workshops if you want to learn PPF or tint or color change or digital. Sign up for that. I hope to get you in the class and teach you up. This is very cool.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Okay. Cool.
Right. Thank you for your time.
So based on that, Ryan, thank you so much for this demo. And what I'd like to do right now is like to bring on Fellers and talk about them, because as Ryan and I just talked about is, you know, the benefits of Avery Dennison and why they're a particularly good company when it comes to any type of wrapping film. And then, you know, basically for you, those of you out there who are doing detailing, where do you buy your material? And what's been interesting right now is it's become very confusing, especially during COVID. A lot of companies, like Chinese companies, have come on where you can chew these, you know, buy these materials online, you see them on Instagram, and it's very hard to know if you're getting a good film that is right for what you want to do. So that's why I highly recommend actually going through for your material choices right now to buy through a distributor, because your distributor is actually working with the right partners that is going to give you material. That question earlier is, you know, how does Avery Dennison remove? Maybe you put on a wrap film that came from, let's say you bought it on eBay or you bought it online and you wrapped a car with it, and when you took it off, it took A, a long time, B, it left a lot of adhesive, and C, it might have pulled the paint. So that's why you want to buy your material through a distributor. Definitely want to do that. And there's a lot of different distributors out there, but for one distributor that I've worked with very, very closely out of all the distributors out there, it's Fellers. And why I worked with Fellers is back in 2013, I was doing a SEMA demo, and Frank flew out to Vegas and had dinner with me. And why you want to have dinner with me is because I teach people how not only how to wrap really well, but also, as you can see, how to wrap fast. Why that's good for Fellers is then they can sell more material. Great. So when the Wrap Institute started, you know, Fellers is a big supporter of the Wrap Institute. So I became really good friends with Frank, and I really appreciated what Frank did. Frank started off in his garage, had a big passion for doing it the right way, selling banners, and then from there he worked up. So based on that, then, what the main thing is with Fellers is why I like Fellers is they're very concerned about their customer base. Very focused on teaching their customers not only how to wrap, but also giving them the best product. So before I bring Chuck on, who's the rep from Boise right now, what I like to do is to show a video, and this is actually a video the Wrap Institute produced, that'll give you a good idea of what Fellers does as a company or as a distributor, and then we can talk about what they do in terms of how it can help you grow. So with that, let's get to that video from Fellers. Awesome. So I hope you enjoyed that video about Fellers, and now we're joined with Chuck. Chuck, what is your role at Fellers?
I am a regional territory manager. I cover Idaho, Oregon, Washington, and Montana. And my purpose is, like Justin is saying, I advise people on what they need to buy to complete whatever project they're working on. And Fellers has a nationwide footprint. We carry everything from simple signage all the way up to the premium graphic and color change wraps.
And so basically, you know, what's interesting about Fellers is, you know, you guys started off, as I said, Frank just sold banners. And then for the longest time, you guys mainly focus on color change and digital.
Yes.
But especially in the last few years, there's been what we call what I call the great crossover. So right now there's detailers wanting to learn how to wrap. There's wrappers who want to learn about detailing. There's people who are doing PPF. It's a big mix. So when I go to shops now, shops aren't just doing color change, or they're just doing digital, or just doing PPF. They're doing all three. And you guys are really catering to that market. It
is fascinating to watch the industry. Like you said, detailers are getting into tint shops are getting into PPF. PPF is getting into color change, and then ultimately printed graphics.
Yeah.
I mean, it's incredibly dynamic.
Yeah, and so essentially you guys have become a one-stop shop.
Yes.
So basically, and so for those of you watching right now, what brands are the ones that you guys really focus on and carry?
Avery Dennison, 3M, Orifal, GF, Hexus.
Nice. Nice.
And we have several others in there too.
So in terms of like, obviously some of the people watching right now are detailers who are just as they wanting to get into wrap and stuff like that. Where can they buy Fellers just online, or do you guys have you have a wide distribution network as well?
We have warehouses all across the nation. I believe we have 30. And so they're located to where generally we can make deliveries on orders placed online in one day.
Wow.
And customers are welcome to call in an order and 1 hour later go out and pick up whatever was the order.
Nice.
So,
and what's cool about Fellers right now also is that you guys not only have material, which the viewers need to know, they picked up, you have a lot of tools. You even picked up, like, let's say S out there, which is really cool. S is the go-to solution. But also, software. PPF, as we talked about a little earlier with Ryan, PPF has really exploded. And there's one way to do PPF is with bulk, which is okay, but it can be time consuming. You guys are really known for a product you have called DigiCut.
Yes, and it is unique in the marketplace. So first of all, DigiCut's been around for 25 years.
Nice.
And have not gone public except for recently. Up to that time, they were doing template work for OEMs, the auto manufacturers.
Okay.
And our program, first of all, you can get a true 21-day free trial. You don't have to give them a credit card or anything.
Wow.
And it is active.
Okay.
And you can print or cut either PPF or tint. And the other thing is, it's month to month.
Nice.
So if you're not going to cut any templates next month, call them up and say, don't auto-renew.
Nice.
And then you can pick it up the next month.
Very friendly.
And very economical. So if you get either tint or PPF, it's $100 a month. No charge for recuts. And if you get them both, it's $165 a month.
That's great.
Yes.
Cool. So if those of you are watching out right now you know how to wrap with Avery Dennison film, but now you know where to buy it from Fellers. Again,
Absolutely.
These are two companies that obviously I'm not getting paid by you guys to do this demo. I really like working with you guys because first and foremost, not only do you try to provide the right tools and training and material, but you care about your customers first and foremost.
Absolutely. And I'll tell you, working with you, that's always the high point of the week.
Oh,
I'm serious.
Cool. Awesome.
Levi will attest to that. and one last thing, I need to thank Jeff and Carolyn Hennon, the owners of the Rag Company, for letting us come in and participate and put on classes.
Very cool. Yeah.
The entire Rag Company family is just fantastic.
Awesome. Very cool. So as you can hope you appreciated this demo on Avery Dennison and this highlight on Fellers as a distributor. And what we'll be doing after lunch is I'll be coming back again. I'll be showing the Wrap Institute Platinum tool line, and I'll show how to do a PPF headlight, chrome delete, how to wrap a rear mirror with a Wrap UEZ, and do another contest where I'll wrap a fender real time. And if you guess how long, you get a 2-year membership on the Wrap Institute, which is worth over $350. So Chuck, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Big thank you to Ryan, and thank you for watching this demo. Cheers, everyone.
Thank you so much, Justin, Chuck. I hope you guys have a wonderful day. It's been great watching you guys perform. And, of course, don't go anywhere, folks. I want you, before you do anything, hit that like button. We're all hanging out together here. If you haven't done it already, it just takes you a second, really. And a subscribe button if you're feeling up to it. Now, that's enough from me. Let's see what Aaron has to say.
Very exciting, Dane. All right, we've got trivia coming at you, TRC edition. First question coming at you. Make sure to type your answers in the comments below. What year was the Rag Company founded? The answer is 1999. This next one might stump you. Who was the original founder of the Rag Company? Write your answers below and stay tuned after this message for the answer.
We are on the hunt currently for the elusive John Green, COO of the Rag Company. Right now we are heading into his natural territory and we'll see if he's receptive. Come along. Fortunately, we are faced here with John Green in his natural habitat. Is he willing to talk to us?
I can't right now. I gotta go handle the situation.
His natural defense mechanism has once again proven to be quite effective.
Maybe here in a little bit.
All right.
I appreciate the effort.
Sure, why not? Well, folks, we'll get him next time.
Behold, a rare and intimate moment in the COO's sanctuary. Here, he gazes out upon his domain, contemplating the vast complexities of the corporate ecosystem. Observe as the COO reveals a can of tobacco, his preferred vice, in moments of deep reflection. With the deftness of a seasoned veteran, he packs it into his mouth, ready to savor the bold flavors that fuel his strategic genius. And now, witness a remarkable display of dexterity. The COO flips the tobacco tin into the air, catching it with effortless grace, showcasing his unparalleled agility and poise. Our intrepid camera crew has spotted the elusive COO in a quiet corner of the campus. They believe this may be their golden opportunity to finally secure that coveted interview.
Not gonna happen.
What?
Not gonna happen. I gotta go.
This delicate operation requires precision and finesse, for the COO is an expert in evasive maneuvers. Hearts pounding, they ready themselves for the moment of truth. Let's listen in.
Little red light says that means stop. Yeah.
What's going on?
They're trying to interview me still.
What do you have against this interview stuff? All you have to do is say like, hey, I'm Don from the Rag Company. I do stuff and yeah, this is my role. This is what I do.
There it is.
Oh, no, that was Gabe saying it. That means nothing.
You have to say it.
So all you have to do is
it has to come from the bearded wonder.
I'm John Green, COO of the Rag Company, and this is TRCMA.
Say your seals.
COO.
You know what's cool about me?
I think I can take a hit, Joe.
Alas, dear viewers, it appears that our brave camera crew has been foiled once again. The COO, ever the cunning strategist, manages to slip away just as they thought they had him cornered. And now, dear viewers, we are privy to a most extraordinary encounter. Observe as the owner of the company, a formidable presence in this corporate ecosystem, approaches the COO's sanctuary, determined to coax him into participating in the elusive interview. The door to the COO's office stands open, allowing us a glimpse into this high-stakes negotiation. The COO, ever the enigmatic creature, listens intently to the owner's appeal. However, it appears that his resolve remains steadfast. Despite the owner's charisma, the COO remains committed to his elusive ways, declining the interview with a polite but firm refusal. Our intrepid camera crew returns to the COO's sanctuary with renewed determination. This time, they are resolved to secure that coveted interview.
John, you get that? This camera's here. Distracted.
That's not even the I don't want...
The COO, a master of weighing the odds, takes a moment to consider the camera crew's persistent pursuit.
Fine.
A breakthrough, dear viewers, recognizing the tenacity and determination of our camera crew finally concedes to their request.
I'm John Green. I'm the COO here at the Rag Company.
Easy. Okay. TRCMA, how's it been for business?
TRCMA is great. It just a good time to get everybody together and just boost the industry as a whole. And it really shows that all different companies from all different markets can work together to help the industry grow.
What are you excited about most for this year?
This year, probably just the evolution of the show itself in general and the elevation that our staff has been able to take this show to. It really highlights the talent that we have in this building and the talent that we work with in the industry.
Okay, going forward into next year, 2024, is there anything you're super excited about?
Kind of the same thing, just the continued expansion, continued growth, improvement, and just continuing to boost the industry.
With this remarkable achievement, our camera crew has triumphed, capturing a rare and insightful glimpse into the mind of one of the corporate kingdom's most fascinating species.
The
correct answer for who was the original founder of the rag company is Bev Horn. If you wrote that, you got it correct. What is the rag company's most popular microfiber towel? I'm gonna go with the Eagle 500. Surely the Edgeless 365. Pluffle, Platinum Pluffle. Oh, the Minx, the Minx Royale. Duh. Of course, that would be the Gauntlet. Everyone likes to dry. The Liquidator? No. Double Twisters. Edgeless 245? I know there's a lot. Customer support. It turns out that the most popular rag company microfiber towel is the the Terry, all-purpose Terry. Of course. I knew that.
What is this thing? So, this beast of an off-road machine is a 2023 Ineos Grenadier Trialmaster. That's a lot of words for a lot of vehicle. This thing right here has around 300 horsepower and over 300 foot-pounds of torque with a famous engine out of something we call a GR Supra. Now this thing has plenty of features, buttons, and switches, but one thing about it is that it's dirty and we need to wash it today. So I'm going to walk you through the intricate steps of not only this vehicle and all the cool stuff that it has, but also give it a thorough wash and get this shining to go straight back to the dealership where you can buy it. So what do we have here? We have some BF Goodrich KO2 tires and about a 32-inch size. And inside of that, we have Steelies. Yes, you heard that correctly. Steelies on a very, very fancy machine, because while it might look good to have fancy wheels up on the trail, it's not going to be super convenient when you are sliding up against rocks. So having some Steelies like this not only gives it a simplistic look, but makes it overall more functional. So for the cleaning process, we're going to be going through some brake buster and of course a pressure washer, pressure washing the face of the wheel and tire, agitating everything with some brake buster and the IK Foam Pro 2, going through some detail factory brushes, giving everything a good scrub, and then what do we have? We have plastic fender wells that actually, they are kind of dirty. So we're going to pressure wash those as well, hit those a little bit more brake buster, and use some very fancy detail factory brushes to bring these back to life. Now, a reason why I like to use brake buster for a job like this is because it makes things simple. I can use one spray for the inner fender wells, the tires, and the Steelies, and everything is going to brown out very nicely. It's going to agitate nicely, and of course it's going to rinse nicely, leaving me a beautiful finish. And at the end of the day, this thing's going to be on the trail with not just Steelies, but clean Steelies. And I think that's rarer than nice wheels. So from here, we have to rinse this beast from top to bottom methodically, getting all of the dirt and all the grime to fall to the floor and rinse away like all of our problems. And the reason why we want to do this is because this vehicle has a lot of intricate areas. It's going to hold on to mud, it's going to hold on to dirt, and we want that to naturally fall off before we jump in with physical agitation with a wash mitt, because we don't want to be scrubbing dirt back into the paint. You know what's cooler than a Grenadier? Subscribing. Half of you watching this right now aren't subscribing. What are you doing? Please help us out. All right, so we just got done rinsing the vehicle, and now I have one question for you. Do you like bubble baths? Because I do, and I think that this Grenadier would like one too. We're going to be going through with Koch Chemi Active Foam and giving this a foam bath. Now, what are the benefits of foam? Foam is going to add lubrication to the surface and help minimize scratches and swirls whenever we are agitating it. So we're gonna be going through with wash mitts as well as Detail Factory brushes to get into all the intricate areas. After that, we're gonna simply rinse away that foam, and this paint is gonna be absolutely gleaming. All right, so now that we finished with the wash process, time is of the essence. We have the sun beating down on us and drying that water as we speak, and we don't want to leave any water spots behind, which means we have to jump into the drying process. So for this, I have a gauntlet drying towel and a drying aid. This is Beadmaker Paint Protectant. This is going to make the drying process much slicker and also add protection to the paint as we are drying. I'm simply going to spray it onto a wet panel, take my gauntlet drying towel, and dry it into the surface. It's going to be slick, it's going to be silky smooth, and it's going to have fantastic water behavior on this magic mushroom paint color. All right, so I've never actually sat in a fighter jet, but if I were to, this is what it would probably feel like. Inside the Grenadier, I have countless buttons, switches, and what does this one do? Let's not do that again. But on top of all the countless buttons and questionable switches, we have tons of different materials. We have leather here on the steering wheel. We have an LCD screen. The seats, also made out of a very nice vinyl material. I've only ever seen this kind of stuff in boats. A lot of different things. So when it comes to cleaning something like this, I'm probably not going to just spray at it. I'm going to simply spray into my towel with something like the glass cleaner, come to the LCD screen, blot away all those spots, flip it, and then buff it to a clean shine. Now for everything else on the interior, I'm probably going to take just a general all-purpose interior cleaner, a couple microfiber towels, and simply wipe things down. This should be pretty easy to clean, theoretically. All right, so in conclusion of today's wash, I have to say that this vehicle behind me, this 2023 Grenadier, has to be one of the coolest, most well-built vehicles I have washed in a very long time. Everything from the interior to the exterior feels and looks extremely high quality. All the buttons and switches on the interior make me feel like I am a fighter pilot. All of the weird doodads and accessories and mounts and all that on the exterior for endless adventuring options. I mean, really, what more could you want in this style of vehicle? Now, as far as the recaps of today's wash, we went through, we cleaned the wheels, a little bit of brake buster. On the exterior, we hit it with active foam, went through and gave it a nice foam bath, followed up with some mitts, some brushes, and then after that, we rinsed it and then hit it with some Beadmaker as a drying aid to give it this smooth and delicious shine on this mystic mushroom.
Magic.
And then on the interior, we simply did some nice light dusting with a little bit of Coach Chemi glass cleaner and then went through with some Express interior cleaner from P&S on the door panels and seats. This thing is incredible. I absolutely loved washing it. A huge thank you to Lyle Pearson in Boise for lending us this vehicle for today's video. This is one of two in this entire northwestern area, so I do feel privileged to be able to make this kind of video showing off this vehicle. So thank you to Lyle Pearson, and thanks to all of you for watching today's video. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it, and as always, if you liked it, please make sure to give us a big thumbs up, subscribe down below for more, and stay tuned for more videos right here at The Rag Company.
Our trivia question for you now is, what video on the TRC's YouTube channel has the most views? I'm sure it's Ghost Dusters, starring yours truly. No. The 4th of July video, also starring yours truly. The that one podcast where I walked in and I had like, that first one, the very first one I was in. You guys were watching and I came in, I was in it. Yes, it's got all the views. Water spot removal? water spot removal. Our water spot removal video turns out to be the one that has the most views. So if you want to help a brother out and watch the Ghostbusters a few more times, or the 4th of July, we can change that.
All right, and freedom to choose from brands around the world in any color microfiber towel you want. As long as it's red, white, and blue. Amen.
And cut, that's a wrap. Good job, team. Yeah, good job.
All right. That was fun.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. You coming to party tonight?
Yeah, I'll be there. Just gotta get a change of clothes and snag my backpack from the warehouse, but I'll be there.
Hell yeah, man. See you there.
You got it.
Do you like doorbusters? Yeah. Yeah, that's the one. How about 20% off?
Kind of spooky in here.
Hello? Anybody?
Must have just been the wind or something.
There you are.
Guys? Come on, guys, this isn't funny. Guys?
Avery, stop!
Shh. Hello, Ghostbusters. No, we're serious.
Great, because I have a ghost in my warehouse I need taken care of.
You do?
Yeah, I've called every other emergency service and no one has been able to help. They don't take me seriously.
Non-believers, they're more common than you think.
So you can be here? I need someone out right now.
Yeah, we can do it. We'll be right there.
We got one!
Woo!
Yeah! Awesome! Well, now what do we do?
Suit up.
Are your guys' packs fitting okay?
Yeah.
Let me see Mine yours. fits great. Yeah? What about yours?
Yeah.
I mean,
it's good. It's good.
It'll be
Dave.
fine.
It's fine. Let's
It'll
keep
be
going.
great.
So, what's the plan? Are we walking or?
No, I already took care of that.
Whoa, Dave! What? You made the Flex look kind of cool.
It is cool. It was cool. It always been cool.
It was never cool. Let's go.
I am impressed. Oh, thanks.
Dang, this thing is sweet. It's like we're official ghost dusters.
Yeah, man, that's the idea.
I know. Enough talk. Let's get going.
Come on. Dane, I don't think that's
One
gonna.
second. I'm sure I can.
No.
Yep. Take off the backpack.
Yeah, it's not gonna fit.
Dave,
But
let me get you out of there. All right.
put that in the back, maybe.
Yeah. Okay. Good
Yeah.
idea.
Dane, go! Good. Go, go! Well, Dane, I can't believe you made a stop so you can get a haircut.
Yeah, Anthony, because your stop was so important.
Dane, that needed to happen. But I suppose the good news is that we're here.
Yeah? Yeah.
Glad you guys made it.
Oh, Jesus, where'd you come from?
Well, Aaron was last seen going into this warehouse here.
Wait, so you didn't see a ghost?
Well, I mean, not exactly.
Then why'd you call us?
Well, this place looks sketchy as hell. There has to be ghosts inside.
Yeah, he has a good point there.
I mean, we can check it out.
We are dressed up.
Yeah, we'll go inside.
Great. Good luck with that.
Is he wearing Brooks running shoes?
Must be.
He's sure moving.
Yeah. I am so thirsty. Why don't we stop for sodas?
Yeah, but we made enough stops already.
Yeah, I am getting kind of hungry too. Maybe we can start for tacos after this?
I like that idea.
Yeah.
What about Express Cafe?
Could get some cake donuts.
That'd be nice.
So I really like carne asada tacos. I also like chicken tacos. Also a big fan of chimichangas.
Yeah, I like just plain asada tacos.
I'm a big fan of chicken fried steak.
Dana, I think that's a taco.
It's an Express Cafe staple.
You know, from only being ghost testers for like 20 minutes, I feel like we're doing a pretty good job.
No, Hold on, calm down.
I'm out. Listen, I signed up for tacos. I signed up for dress up. I did not sign up to hunt ghosts.
Ghosts are in the name, dude.
Yeah, stop being a baby. You're with us. We can get tacos after. Let's just get this done.
Promise we'll get tacos after?
We'll get tacos after.
Yeah, turn around, let's go.
You guys hear that?
No, you're fine. It's probably just the wind.
I think we should leave.
I think it's
we're
okay.
okay.
Come on,
Keep going.
Keep going.
Keep going.
We got it.
We're fine.
How about 20%? How about mystery box?
My light's dead. Dane, give me yours.
Hey! Anthony, open the box.
I'm not opening the box, Dane. You open the box.
I can't.
I'm not opening the box.
Well, we could all open it together.
Okay.
This one should be pretty easy for you longtime fans out there. What year was the Rag Company YouTube channel started? Hey, if you answered 2014 to the year that the Rag Company started its YouTube channel, you'd be correct. Hope you guys enjoyed trivia today. Don't miss Jamie and the Cleaner Cast up next, powered by the Rag Company.
Bring it.
And just like that, it's halftime show, everybody. I'm glad to be here. Dude, are you happy to be here?
Very happy to be here.
And just like that, day one of TRCMA is came and gone.
Yep.
Bunch of new stuff. Halfway through it. Yep. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, you know.
We got a spicy half coming, don't you worry.
Yes, we do. And you're going to give them the rundown on that in just a minute. But we got to recap what happened at the beginning of the show, Dewar. You know
Definitely. But what's running down our shirts right now is these beautiful sashes.
How could I forget?
These gold and black compliments of the Rag Company. I have my 2021. You have the Microfiber Championship from 2023.
The latest edition of the Microfiber Championship. It's not a real.
These and then our,
it's not a true Microfiber Championship, Dewar, but you know what? I'll take it. It's a good deal. We're styling and profiling, like I like to say. Here at the halftime show, we got who's Fat Joe?
Fat Joe. Yeah,
Fat Joe the raccoon.
There's a story behind that, so if you know, you know. Send a DM, we'll explain it all.
Yeah, if you don't know, you tune into the Cleaner Cast. Latest episode with Sydney Breakaway herself, who'll be joining us shortly. Explain the whole story of Fat Joe. It's a good time. But yeah, Dewar, we had a Flex this morning. Why don't you give them a rundown on what happened?
So, with Flex, they brought a ton of stuff. They were sure flexing on their friends in the industry for sure. We had them tucked in the corner because like they needed 90 degrees of hotness to contain all this amazing stuff.
Yeah.
So in front of me, I have a 24-volt vacuum, which this thing really sucks.
You were very impressed with the little vacuum.
This is just. I mean, if you're mobile or if you're a family man like yourself, you know, have a couple kids and they like chicken nuggets and sparkles and French fries. I mean, this is your ticket.
There's plenty of messes to suck up. So
I mean, 24 volt because their system here had some stuff that they're doing stacked lithium batteries, which is 200% more power, which is 100% more power than I have right now.
That's very impressive.
But I mean, a 300% longer lifespan, super cool. Lots of fast charger options, and they also have this light, which I think is super sweet because you're a big interior guy. You like your interiors, and I think this thing is just gonna.
Lights are,
you can light up your life with this.
Always underrated.
What do you think about that?
I think a lot about it. I mean, what this is a fancy light. I don't have a light this fancy in the cleaner studio, but I might have to check this one out.
Yeah, and if you missed the segment, once today is done, you can go back and watch it. But they have the little hooks here. They were hanging this off the stack pack, which was super cool. Glenn was moving the stack pack around earlier, and she's like, "Oh my goodness, this is like really nice to do."
It's nice. It's really nice.
It's I know there's some other stackable options out there in the industry, but I think theirs really nailed it because
took their time. It seems
working
like
a big system
really worked out the kinks.
Yeah, exactly. So they're definitely bringing the heat. So they're flexing, if you will.
I was very impressed with Flex starting off the show today
because they do have a Flex Founders lifetime warranty.
That's always helpful.
Which is the 24 volt stuff until I think it's anything you buy until December 31st, 2024. You have that, which I think is super cool.
Oh, nice.
So big warranty stuff there, and then
everybody loves a warranty.
Once the flexing was done, once everyone was loose and limber, because they were first, like that's a lot of pressure to go first thing in the morning.
Pressure. Let me tell you, when they threw us up there for the preview show, I was sweating.
Yeah, we were ready.
Mics weren't working right, but hey, we got a preview show. We'll be
our
here
friends
for
at P&S
tomorrow,
hooked us up with these sweet flannels, and also brought some new stuff to us.
They did.
What do we got over here?
They brought the heat. Well, let me tell you something. They finally made it to Foam Town, USA with the latest Frostbite Surface Cleanse Snow Foam. I've been testing it out, having tremendous success. And what P&S did with both these products is they brought the versatility to the polishing world and to the snow foam world.
Definitely.
Making it a slightly more alkaline product gives you that option to at the 10-to-1 dilution. It makes a nice foaming pre-rinse. Gets a lot of the junk off the car. Then you get the option you put it in the bucket. Like Dave said, once in the bucket, it's kind of pH neutralish because it just neutralizes out with the volume of water.
That's right.
Neutralize that surface, get a nice slick wash process. And then with Rehab the Correction Cream, this is, I think, the most pad dependent polish I've ever tried. Like you literally sometimes have to bust out the softest of foams, and on the harder paint, bust out the heavier foams as well. Like she likes that blueberry pad.
Oh yeah,
a lot.
Yeah,
so
I think that's her favorite fruit too.
This is going to be a tremendous game changer for a lot of people out there.
Okay.
Especially that do a lot of one-step services, paint correction, that kind of deal. It's a tremendous product.
Because you had your hand kind of in with these products because you knew a little bit about it.
I gave some notes, especially for frostbite.
I spent all winter avoiding getting frostbite, and I still don't have frostbite, so might have to, just take that.
Maybe we should snow foam you a little bit with
frostbite. But I know I did see a question about the pH. I did look it up. The SDS is out there. It's about a 9.5.
I call it a full step above neutral.
Yeah, because
very active foam.
In recent years, there's been a lot of soaps to come out because, if you have a pH of 7, it's hard to really stand out in the industry.
They don't really do anything, right? Did we need another pH neutral snow foam? I don't think so.
Times are tough. If you want to spray your money on a car and just get rid of it, fine. Go ahead. But with this, you get a little bit of bite.
This one's going to do some work for you. These two products are for the working men and women out there in the industry. These are going to do a lot of good work for a lot of good people.
And I think what I like the most is that we're talking to Bob and Dave backstage is that it's super easy to wipe off because, and I was also saying to them too, there's times where I would almost prefer some to wipe off easier than the cut that it provides because you think the cut's good, but you're not sure. You go to wipe it off, you're frustrated, you're having to bring out alcohol sprays, things like that.
You can induce marring back into the paint if you're not using the highest quality microfiber like we are here at the Rag Company. And that's really a big feature of Rehab as well. That once you wipe it off, you're going to be like, this is now a mainstay in my polishing arsenal.
Definitely.
For sure. You're going to be blown away.
And also new this year, if you're going to pair this polish with any pad, what are you going to pair it with?
The free rides over at P&S. I mean, these things are phenomenal. I've been loving them.
I picked up the 3-inch one. This is the first time I've seen them.
You're impressed, right?
I know you've been playing with them a little bit, but the nice thing is that the bevel here, you can really see it, is you can get up on those edges, and if you're kind of a beginner with polishing or something like that, or just a little bit careless, it happens. It protects you a little bit. You're not going to be hitting that hard edge with the backing plate on the polisher.
Keeps you up.
Because that can turn a paid job into a non-paid job.
Yeah.
So
real quick. Yeah, I like to get in all the nooks and crannies with that edge and get a little closer to stuff. Probably a little too close for comfort, but that's how I do it.
Has the hole in the center for not just centering, but also just for pad cooling.
Yeah.
Because if you're polishing, if you're using our good friends over at Flex, they're Pixie there.
Yes.
Because you have a bit of experience with that.
PXE. What a wonderful machine from our friends at Flex.
Yeah.
Definitely paired up with this one quite a lot. And you notice it's not a textured foam surface, nice and flat. You're going to get a lot of work out of a nice flat pad.
Definitely. So
beautiful thing there with all the products. Had Swift and Defender last year.
Yep.
Did they drop a new fragrance this year, Dewar?
They did. I believe that there's 2.
Leather.
If I'm not mistaken.
Leather.
Yep. We got the leather new car essence.
So,
should we do a sniff test?
So I know how.
Let us know in the comments if you want a sniff test.
Make sure I don't get squirted by it.
Oh, no comments needed. We're just going to go for it.
I think P&S has the best leather scent in the industry. I don't know where Dave found the magical leather scent.
Smells like leather.
It smells exactly like brand new leather. It's a wonderful scent. Makes up to 2 gallons.
Yes, makes up to 2 gallons, but I think you got to be a baller, and I think you just got to go 1-to-1. You got to go 1 bottle into the 1 gallon.
There you go. You really
smell good.
Yeah, if you want it to stick around for sure, mix in that 1 gallon. But I reviewed this back before they kind of did the labels in the old school version, and it was I loved it then, and I'm glad they redid it. So everybody, kind of reinvigorates it, gets interest into it. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, and then we do have another one, and beside that, the strawberry scent.
Strawberry over here? No, that's mango. That's Bead Maker.
What's that one?
Strawberry
lemon. There we go.
Triple.
So that's the triple S. So again, they're really bringing back TRCMA last year with all the new drops. And now, if you have no need for triple S, which I don't know why you don't, you should absolutely do it, because right now you can get everything TRC related, TRC brand, ultra line, 25% off. Everything else 20% off. I mean, and this is no April Fool's joke. This is real.
That's real?
We only
I'm
bring the
expecting
truth.
someone to tell me April Fool's.
We only bring the
That's
truth.
a good deal right there, Dewar.
And speaking the truth, we're gonna bring up Chris M, our good friend Chris M. What's the best P&S scent?
The best P&S scent. I'm a big fan of the leather scent for sure.
Okay.
One of my favorites, especially when you get the leather treatment. It kind of injects that leather scent into the vehicle while you're rehydrating that leather surfaces, that kind of deal. Really good. But I recently reviewed Triple S.
Yep.
I've been playing with Rehab. Same scent in both the Triple S. So this is kind of essence of Rehab now as well. And you're going to have a good time, and it's going to put you in a real good mood.
I agree with enthusiasts. We do need a bit of smell-o-vision here, because if you haven't picked these up, I love the coconut lime Absolute Essence.
Always delightful.
I love Absolute. I love the scent. It's great. And not just in the vehicles. You can use it in your home as well on kind of fabric surfaces. So
and shout out to Eucalyptus Mint Tea, which is now the scent of Frostbite. So Essence of Frostbite got it going on. And that scent really invigorates you. You get out there, you foam it down, you're going to be feeling good.
A lot of tag team in there. Our good friend JB, Joey Belinsky here, was chiming in. Big coconut lime fan.
Coconut lime fan? Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Very nice.
All right. And Hans Closen asking the real questions here.
What's he got going on?
How many GSM is Fat Joe?
He looks like about an Eagle 500. Eagle 600
is
maybe.
Is he a twist loop? Or what is he? He's not a pearl weave.
No.
No, I don't know.
He's probably pretty good.
Hans, you're going to have to come and tell us yourself. So I think that's what you should be doing.
Great question, Hans.
But yeah, let me sneak through here. So out of this morning, after we had our good friends over at P&S and Flex, we also had Avery Dennison and Fellers.
Yes.
So we had Justin Pate, the master himself.
Yep.
He's one of those things that you just kind of have to sit and watch.
Yep.
Or stand and watch, whatever you're doing. Because he managed to wrap a hood on an Audi Q3 in 11 minutes and 3 seconds.
3 seconds. He makes it look so easy.
I can't make breakfast in 11 minutes and 3 seconds.
No, I can't do pretty much anything in 11 minutes.
But
that's unbelievable.
I couldn't even understand how he did it. Like, we were kind of talking backstage, and it's like, hey, some people it takes about an hour. It would take me about 7 business days to do a hood.
For sure.
I don't know about you if you've dabbled in the wrap stuff.
So I missed that segment because I said I'm gonna go to the restroom right here. Came back, he was done. I was like, what happened? I missed it. It's just too darn good.
Definitely
one of the masters in the industry, for sure.
Yeah, it's just absolute artwork, and that's not just finishing this morning. That's also continuing into afternoon.
Right, he's coming right back.
yeah, we see their setup over there, and they got a whole bunch of good stuff going on. So
got some good stuff.
But yeah, if you're looking into trainings, because I believe someone did actually win a training if they had the actual time or the closest time. I wasn't really talking to Dane about who won, but we'll have to get that for the afternoon segment to really.
That's
get that
a heck of a prize there. That's a good giveaway already today on day one.
Because even just watching him for an hour, I think is so invaluable. And once you get a training with them, that's just
hands on. Justin Pate, that you're gonna be good to go.
Definitely, so
for sure.
That's
well, Dewar, you ready to get into you got any more comments before we get into our next segment that the people are I know
Hans is asking What time is arts and crafts?
Well,
I already got my
looky
scissors ready
there,
to cut,
looky
so.
there. We are. I think it's time.
I think it's time. So
everybody joining us today is, of course, Sydney Breakwinch. She got this party started for us last year, where we did a little mixing, little, you know, that kind of deal with arts and crafts. You established the hashtag of arts and crafts.
Yes.
Here, so we gotta had to have you back day one. To do it again.
I'm
so
ready.
what's on the docket?
I'm ready.
Sydney?
So. We have two things for you today.
Okay.
So the first one is in honor of you, a special one for you.
For me?
So over the, what's it been, 3 months, 4 months since we did the Clean Maker,
Yep,
right?
the
We had you out to
Clean Maker
Hayward. We made our
event.
batch of Clean Maker.
Yep.
So everyone has been asking. We have the, the commemorative pints that, everyone wants to save those for later. And we all like the quart bottles, right?
Yes.
So we like them to match. We like them to all be uniform.
Yep.
And so
We like a nice label on
needed
them.
a quart bottle for the Clean Maker.
Nice.
So everyone keeps asking for them, and Bob, he likes to push back on when we ask for quarts and quarts labels.
Bob is
that and the fives. They raise his tail feathers.
Yes.
So we are going to make our own. We're going to make our own. So here's the deal. We're all going to make one. We should have 3, right?
it.
So we're all going to make one. So here's yours.
Ooh.
Here's mine. I brought a pair of scissors. So
Clean Maker. Look at that.
So it's
So
not
cool.
a full label because these labels were only one size. So we're going to do the best we can.
And that's okay. That's okay.
So the recipe's over here, and just, figure it out.
Yep.
see what I like about this is that this is so unique. Like, this is one of 3.
Right.
Okay.
It's
The
one
other
of
2
3.
are right there.
Right. These are going to be some special limited edition
so these
bottles
are
we're
Clean
about
Maker.
to make here.
So what we need to do, we had to bring our scissors because we need to cut the white space. Well, I guess you could leave the white space if you wanted. I'm going to cut mine off. So I'm just going to trim mine, and then you guys can trim yours.
Sounds good. We got one pair of scissors, people.
And so we're going to make our own quart bottles, and then we're going to have you teach us the mix.
How to mix it back up, because once you got your limited edition bottle of
there's
Clean
that.
Maker, like we said, it comes with the recipe, and then you can refill it at your own pleasure.
Perfect.
And make it
So
happen.
just answering Super Auto here, Sydney, if the P&S crew can sign my Frostbite order this morning. So Super Auto, I'm hoping you
will
put that in the
certainly
notes.
try.
We'll do our best to get that over to the wonderful shipping team, because they're working their butts off this week.
Yeah.
And it's already Monday, and we were walking over there earlier, and they're just going crazy.
Well, that's a good. We'll walk over there and try to sign several bottles.
All right, I did it. There you go, doer.
Okay.
Thank you very
So
much.
then, once we get them trimmed, right, we can take the back off. I like to just do half of my back at first, and then we're going to try to center it here on the bottle. Because, this normally they have a machine that does this at P&S, right? But since P&S doesn't make these, we're making our own. So I like to center it and then leave the back on, and then you kind of roll it.
If you go back and watch the Clean Maker video,
It's
you can
not
see
an easy
we kind of
job,
we kind of mess up
we'll get
a
Fat
lot
Joe
of
out
labels
of the
there.
way.
Not easy. Oh, yeah, Fat Joe. He's,
Yeah, get him out.
I love that everybody loves Fat Joe like we love Fat
Yeah, Fat Joe's the star.
All
I
right,
think, this
so
year.
then look at that.
Looky there.
That's
big old bottle.
Yeah, I'm not
There
going
we
to
go.
be even close to that. That's just
There we go.
Well, let's give it a try, doer.
Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
All right.
Go for it.
You guys got this. You got this.
So you peel off about halfway.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess I'll go ahead and do mine too.
I do a bit of dabbling with a Cricut, so I might have a bit of an advantage here.
Okay. Very nice.
So try to get that on there.
Very nice.
Look at that. Drop a comment
Mine's
what
gonna
you
be
think
awful.
the rating is of who has the best bottle.
Mine might have you might have done better than me.
All right, let's see.
There we go.
Let's see.
A little bit of a crease, but that's okay.
Oh, look, I'm on a human
It's
label
patina.
machine.
It's
These
character.
are easier to label than pints, though, wouldn't you say?
Yes, the pints are a little
To
finicky.
label some pints.
So,
okay, so now we have our official quart bottles
Got it.
of Clean Maker. So now we have to fill them up with Clean
Now we
Maker.
got to fill them up.
So
with a
let's
little,
see.
Bead Maker, Dream Maker
Yep.
action.
So we're gonna do 10 parts bead, 1 part dream.
Yep. So I'm gonna show you. I'll show you how I do it first, and then
Okay.
Doer's gonna be more precise with his.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not
But-
quite going to have the P&S team. We're not going to have, Dave with his big
Right.
bucket.
I'll let you hold the funnel.
Okay.
Yeah. First, you gotta give Bead Maker a good shake.
Yeah.
Get them
Give it a
polymers
good
going
shake,
in there.
yep.
You got to shake it till you make it. So, Sydney, how
That's
can the ones who
How
shall
can we
remain
get those
nameless
labels?
get those labels?
Well,
That's
to
a
be
good question.
honest, I'm glad you asked that question. So The labels, Bob has ordered them. So he has ordered them. And I heard that they are going to be in Hayward by Thursday or Friday of this week.
He told me Friday.
Yes. And so they will most likely, we will beg Ian to get them up on the website just as soon as they come in. Oh, we need scissors. He can't get the safety cap
That's how you
off.
pass scissors.
That's right.
So they should be there Friday. We'll have Ian get them up on the website, and then you can order the quart bottles. So that will be fun. And
really good.
you need to use the code Jamie10.
Yeah.
For 10% off, and code Jamie10.
So the original kind of clean maker mix, we're going to stick to the OG formula, is basically I had my bottle of bead maker. I was using it, like you should do a foundational layer of bead maker. You give it a heavy application, and then I would spray one spray of dream maker in my bead maker and rub it into the panel. So it used to be kind of, still two different products separate. But then one day, Sydney, I was using my dream maker bottle, and the P&S sprayers, are notoriously, they used to be before last year's TRCMA. They were notoriously
those sprayers are much better.
not great. You were passing me a dream maker. So
can you get that off?
And speaking of notorious sprayer, is it broke. So after
there you go.
You got to know the.
That looked a lot easier.
You got to know the secret code. To the locking cap.
I've taken off a lot of those sprayers there. So after my dream maker sprayer broke, I then was like, well, I still got my bead maker bottle, so let's just pour a little dream maker in here. I'm not really that precise with it, but it is about a 10-to-1 dilution, and just like that, you have a bottle of clean maker ready to go for action.
And there we go. I'm going to write this down, Super Auto, and we're going to get that order.
All right, I'll have you make mine too.
Down,
and you should have sprayers.
Oh, yep. You got a sprayer over there, Dewar?
I do have a sprayer.
So what Bob's going to try to do to make it easier is when they put these in the machine and they put the labels on, he's going to try to make it so that roughly you're going to fill up to the top of the label with bead maker, and then the rest you fill with dream maker. So that should make it a little bit easier.
Look at that.
Well, thank you.
So when you buy your actual
call QVC, right?
When you buy your actual bottle of clean maker, don't use it. Just buy more either here,
right?
20% off. Not bad. Or P&S Jamie 10. Pick up both. Doesn't matter.
I just want to say, I had like a real surreal moment there. I'm like, this is cool. This is cool. I'm
so
happy
cool.
to be here.
Yeah, so cool. And if you guys didn't see the video of when we originally made Clean Maker, go back and watch it because it was so cool.
It's such a good video.
But only watch it once you're done with us.
Oh, yeah. I'm filling them up, huh?
We got some downtime tonight.
Did we bring a measuring cup? I wanted Dewar to be more precise with it. And,
okay.
It'd be all right.
Do you have a measuring cup?
I didn't bring one.
I didn't bring one.
But basically, I fill it up to the top of the label or the bottom of the, whatever you call this, the rim.
Yep.
And then you can kind of play with how much dream maker you want and about that 10-to-1 dilution. And some people have told me they've used the 10-to-1 and still had that, that dusting product problem a lot of people tend to have. And what they did was they bumped it up. 8-to-1, 5-to-1, and then they came back and told me, hey, 5-to-1 worked amazing. So that's my version of Clean Maker. So
I'm not very
this is a customizable,
Yeah.
Process.
See, I like this. See, if he's pours it, then it's officially made by the Clean Maker.
That's right.
Yep.
That's right.
We got some official stuff here. So
Very
there's
good.
another bottle.
Very good.
This will be on eBay afterwards.
Bottle number 3.
I think we're gonna start the bidding about $1,000.
We'll have to have him sign down the side. Officially mixed by.
So once again, this Clean Maker was my coating kind of send home spray.
Okay.
We call it delivery spray.
Yeah.
I guess if you want to put a real nice fancy term on it, but gives it that warm glow of a Dream Maker while giving it that top layer of polymer protection from the bead maker.
And it smells amazing.
For anybody that doesn't quite know while we're mixing stuff.
Talk about the smell-o-vision. That's when we needed this right now.
And just like that, 3 full bottles of handcrafted Clean Maker.
So start your bids right now, folks. Yeah. I think about $1,000 we can throw down.
That's right.
Suddenly we are no longer friends. Yeah. This bottle means more to me on eBay than.
Yeah.
All right, Alex, there's yours.
Get that chip cookie fund up.
And Hans closing
this
say,
before we
get
knock
this on
him
Sydney's
over.
hair.
Yeah.
No. Did we ever figure out how to strip the bead maker from
actually, apple cider vinegar.
There you go.
Here we go.
Strips it right
All
out.
right. Yeah.
Perfect.
Awesome. There we go.
Put this up here.
Homemade Clean Maker. Awesome.
So labels are coming.
So yes, labels are coming. They are on the press right now. They will be in Hayward by Friday.
That's exciting.
So watch for that. We'll do a post. We'll do all the stuff.
Yep.
So next craft I have for you guys is we've obviously talked a lot about pads and pad maintenance and all of the right things pad.
Perfect timing,
So I wanted to talk about pad cleaning. So a lot of us just throw them in the washer or whatnot. And last year on this Arts and Crafts, we told you about the Rags to Riches pre-spray, right? Which is amazing. It has totally changed the way we care for our pads. So you're still going to do the Rags to Riches in a pre-spray bottle, and you're going to pre-spray your pads. But then let's say we're ready to use them. And so we need a pad cleaner. So I've got a brand new Lake Country
we have
pad
an old
cleaner down
crusty
there.
one that Fisher brought us, and then
Perfect.
I found your brand new one. I was like,
we're going to use the brand new
Probably
one.
want to use the brand new one.
Yeah, we're going to use the brand new one. And there actually is a reason why we're going to use the new one.
Okay.
So these come from Lake Country, nice, shiny, new pad cleaner. Now inside comes the little packet of Snappy Clean, right? Which this is good stuff.
Yep.
But you get one packet.
One packet.
And then try to find more,
Yep.
right? It's not easy to find, or you have to order it, special order it, all that kind of stuff.
Right.
So what I found is that we can make our own solution for the pad washer. And you know what the greatest benefit of this is? I feel like it doesn't mold and smell.
Yeah.
I mean, you can forget it in here and you're fine. You're good.
Yep.
So we are going to put our Snappy Clean aside. We're going to pretend like we already used it. We've got our instructions. And so I've got, as you guys all know,
Man, a brand new pad washer.
Jamie only likes Target water. It's the good kind, right?
You have to use
So
the good stuff.
I definitely went and got
If you want Jamie to sign
I got the
a
good
bottle
stuff
of
for you.
Target water,
I got the good stuff.
We can arrange that. You
Normally
pay for shipping,
Boise is
it's
sold
fine.
out, and they just happen to have
Target's
it, which
always
was amazing.
sold out of the good stuff. I'm glad you found some for the.
Yeah. So Snappy Clean's gone. We've already used it once. You know, we've already had to clean it out. So the Snappy Clean, you really can't leave in there more than like 48 hours.
Yeah.
So if you use your pad washer, you're dumping that water out.
Yep.
So we are going to use Target, because nothing but the best. Target water in our
Plus
pad
it's
washer.
pure. You don't have to worry about anything. Your water system may have in there too much chlorine. That
It's
kind
the
of deal.
best. It's the best. So we're gonna pour in, a couple gallons. Okay. I brought 4 because I wasn't sure.
Nice.
So 4 gallons. Maybe we'll probably do 2 gallons.
2 gallons.
Yeah. We're gonna use distilled water.
There you go. Look at that.
If you give it a little twirl, it comes out way faster.
Look at that. You were with the tips.
So we're gonna call this the P&S pad washing solution.
Okay. Yeah. I like that.
Perfect.
Hand you that.
So we are gonna do 2 gallons, and the items that I like to put in here is Absolute and Rags to Riches.
Oh, you do a little mixing of your own.
Yeah. So Rags to Riches is going to give us that breakdown of the waxes, sealants, whatever's in our pads. And then the Absolute, that's probably good. Yeah, perfect. So then the Absolute just helps kind of rinse it. Like the two work together great. So I find that my pads get super clean and they're awesome. So what we're going to do here is we are going to take, and you can, again, play with your dilution on this to however you would like. I do about a half an ounce and a half an ounce.
Wow, nails come in handy, people.
Oh, yeah.
Look
at that. I don't need
you got your own little
scissors.
cutter.
She popped that mug off with one
I don't need no
movement.
scissors. So I'm going to do a half ounce of Rags to Riches.
Half ounce, okay.
Right? Super easy. Then we're going to do a half ounce of Absolute.
So for people that don't know, with a pad washer, now, if you are polishing on a fairly irregular basis and you just wash your pads on their own, fine. But these two are polishing all day, every day, and time is money, and you got a pad washer. And a common misconception is that it's not going to dry your pad, it's not going to make it super clean. Well, we're going to prove you wrong here. Because it is a bit of an investment, but it's going to save you money and time in the long run, which I think is incredibly important. Our friends over at Lake Country have designed this in such a way that it just makes it so much easier. And with the proper solution, again, you can go light. And our good friends at the Rag Company luckily had some dirty pads kicking around, so that was awesome.
That's right. Got the PXC here.
How come I can't get this to seat down? I'm afraid to push on it.
There we go.
Yeah, it's brand new, It's
it's like super.
Yeah.
Got to put some muscle behind it. That's what I have these guys for.
Yep.
All right. Perfect.
Good enough. There we go.
There you go.
Oh, you want me to do this?
Nice dirty pad.
Okay. So you want to
close ears, everybody.
So you want to push down a couple times to get the water flowing right. Okay. Well, so maybe the little one wasn't great.
Maybe we should put it on the ground.
Maybe we should put it on the ground.
Good, and then
let's do that because it's the rattling is not helping.
There we go.
That's not good.
All right, so I'll finish that down here.
I'll tell you
there
that.
We go.
It also gets that scent of Absolute in your pad, makes everybody smell good, that kind of deal.
So we'll give that a few seconds, and
it's doing some work.
That's right.
It's looking good.
So that bin can hold up to a very large pad. Like if most people are using a 5-inch, 6-inch.
Cleans the pad.
And that's like That's dry to the touch.
Yep.
Like,
So we're
there's
good to
nothing
go.
there.
So awesome on all sizes
Yep.
of pads, the 5, the 6-inch, great.
Yep.
So good for on the go. And like I said, this solution doesn't stink.
Nope.
And it does a great job at cleaning your pads. It's great. So I do this. So now
Definitely
let's
one of my
bring
favorite
this
things
back
to do as
up.
well.
I have one last little trick here. So which part do we want to put out? No, we'll do. I think how I want this centered here.
Let's give Lake Country a plug.
Yeah, so Lake Country. So we're gonna spin this around. This is hard to do when you're like watching yourself on camera.
Yeah, it's
okay, so
confusing.
then do I have one more label?
One more label.
So
do you have a label for
oh no,
Lake?
the one that says pad washer.
Oh, that one.
Yeah. And then the
There it is. Oh wow.
And then what about the scissors?
Still got those.
Still got those.
Okay, so this is going to have to be one that I'm going to have to beg Bob to actually make these. So we know we have our little bucket labels, right?
Bob's not happy right now. I tell you that.
Backstage eating his lunch, just sweating.
I know he's watching
more
upstairs, going.
labels.
He just shakes his head.
So that's pretty cool. We got our own P&S Detail Products pad wash label.
Yes. So we will. Everybody in the comments say, Bob, that would be a great label for us to have.
To tag and Bob.
Because then you can officially label your Lake Country pad washer.
So you guys have both spent more time with Bob than I have. Is he easily convinced? Okay, joint reaction. I love it. I love it.
It takes a team.
You
Sometimes,
know,
you got
he
double
like
team them.
I have a bulldog, right? And she does this thing that we call gruffing, and it's when she sits there and kind of, gets kind of angry.
It's the bulldog thing.
Yeah, and I think Bob gruffs.
So Bob's bulldog.
Okay.
Yeah, but then you know what? But he. After he gruffs, then he's totally compliant.
That's right.
Yeah. So
Once
here
he's
we're
on
gonna
board,
do.
he's on board.
Look at this. So we are gonna do our piano. My phone's dinging. It's probably him.
Let's not stick it over Lake Country.
Oh boy.
Let's just rotate that a bit.
Yeah, there we go.
There we go. Gosh, this.
Perfect.
Do you know how hard that is? Because it's also delayed. Oh my gosh.
Look at that. Look how
I'm
good
gonna
it
do
looks.
that.
It matches the color scheme pretty good.
There we go.
I don't know. You guys, there's a delay, so I can't tell what it's actually.
You got to have a little bit of creativity
So
here.
be looking at it when you put your label on. There's a tip. That's a fun tip.
Don't do it live on YouTube.
Don't do it live on YouTube and like watching yourself on a delay. That doesn't really work.
That's right. Sydney, that was fantastic.
Yeah. So there's our arts and crafts for today.
Clean Maker, 32-ounce labels and bottles coming soon Friday. Stay tuned.
Pad washer.
Yep.
Tell Bob you want it. Get your mixing on in the pad washer. It's going to give you tremendous results. Sydney, anything else?
I think that's it for today. I'm so excited that you guys are here.
Y'all knocked it out the park.
We're happy to be here.
Rehab Frostbite. Absolutely knocked it out.
Rehab is literally my favorite product. I know I say that about them all, but this one's really dead serious.
Okay. We'll get you out of here.
Awesome. Well, I'll take my trash. We'll leave the Speedy Clean here.
Yeah, we'll leave it there.
Well, thank you guys for having me.
Yes, thank you.
Have a great rest of your show.
We sure will.
Okay.
We will. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, we're back at it. Do we have any questions about the process? We might have to bring Sydney back.
But our good friend here, the Canadian, is David Bradshaw. Karzakiev
David Bradshaw.
Water has to destroy target water. I don't know about that. The target water's pretty darn.
That's like a quadruple filtered system he's got going on there. It might be true.
And Hans Closen wants to have a seal for the pad washer. So, the pad washer is a great tool. But if you don't have a pad washer for whatever reason, you are in a bind or forgot it or whatever. You can also just soak your pads in rags to riches.
Bring them to the sink.
And because we talked about last year, we had a pre-spray with just a bottle. Spray some rags to riches on there. And I mean, it's economical enough that you can spray a little bit extra on there. It's not a huge deal. Because I mean, your pads are an investment.
Yes, they are.
It's the new free ride line. You pick them up, use your discount code, whatever. You can save a bit, but still, you want to have enough pads in your lineup to do the job effectively. Because once you're working on a car, if your pad's really built up and you're still polishing and you're not getting the same results,
right?
When that fresh pad hits,
that fresh
pad
level. Hits different, doer.
Definitely.
Keep that pad fresh.
But
and Absolute and Rags to Riches will do you just that. For sure.
So big fan there. So if you're just tuning in, we are the Cleaner Cast. We are the halftime show.
Halftime show, dude. Who was on the halftime Super Bowl this year? Who was that?
Halftime
Usher.
It was Usher. And then we had some also other guests throughout, but
that was a good time.
Look, it was a good time.
This is a much more entertaining halftime. So you know what I'm saying? We got the arts and crafts.
We're not playing no games.
We're not playing no games.
This is 100% serious all the time.
That's right.
So,
we're in our primes, unlike whoever does the halftime show every year.
Exactly. So Kimberly MC, great fan, longtime fan of the show. Pad washer, stickers, and absolute t-shirts.
Get on
what
it,
do you say, Bob?
That's what I'm talking about.
We're gonna have to get his email and put it on a ticker so you can just like send it to him. Because I don't know his email off the top of my head, and that's worrying for the best. Because otherwise his inbox is gonna be
I'm
spammed.
still trying to convince him to release the absolute shirts
But,
that he just has tucked under his desk.
And Mike was saying, I polished the car yesterday and completely forgot I have a pad washer. So,
classic.
Yeah, I think you gotta have a standard operating procedure. You gotta have that thing out front and center. You can't be hiding
mine is. It follows me. I love that thing.
Definitely. So
great invention from our.
But yeah, again, if you're just tuning in, TRCMA first thing in the morning we had Flex. They had their amazing.
Dewar loves this thing.
Yeah, I'm taking this home. I'm not even joking. Like not even a little bit.
Look, our check bags are nice and big.
Yeah, they're going to be bulging.
Some Flex stuff in there. Yeah.
But yeah, great little vacuum. Just to have on the go because a lot of vacuums, are fairly big and bulky. But sometimes they suck. This thing really does suck, but doesn't suck. If that makes sense. So if you know, you know.
If you know, you know.
Their amazing stack pack that holds this light amongst other things. They had
can't be a good light.
They had an impact wrench with some incredible nut busting torque abilities.
It was pretty impressive.
And, we were playing with it over in the corner there. Yep. But Flex is really coming to their own. They had a great performance.
They did.
And
they started us off right. You got to start the show with a bang.
Yep.
Flex brought the heat.
And
P&S brought the heat.
If you watched TRCMA last year, they had the Back to the Future vibe.
Yep.
This year, no specific theme, but we're keeping the show because this is the kind of show that companies are going to be bringing products to.
Yep.
Dropping the heat. I mean, P&S dropped the heat right after these our friends at Flex. So they came out with a new soap, a real mega foamer. You're a big fan of it.
Frostbite, snow foam. It can be hard to get into Foam Town, USA.
That's right.
We got to keep up with the competition out there. P&S brought the absolute heat with Frostbite. They like to bide their time with products. Really field tested that kind of deal. And they knocked it out the park. Not pH neutral, and step above neutral. It's fantastic.
Fred Shemovich, our good friend Fred over at Glove Box. We need to get Frostbite and Rehab in a glove box.
He wants that stuff in a box.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Our good friend Fred. If you don't know Fred, what are you doing? Get to know Fred.
Go check out Glove Box. They're a good team over there.
But yeah, Kiev absolutely loves rags to riches. Could you imagine washing your amazing towels with his soft water? Those towels are just going to be softer than soft.
They probably last centuries.
Yeah,
keeping them with that water. Yep.
Most definitely.
Keep up the good work.
David Boyce dropping the hot questions.
David Boyce,
one of our favorite Grandambassadors. Joey Belinsky loves Radiance. So missed it this morning. What does Radiance do, fellas?
So Radiance was kind of an old school wash and wax style product.
Right.
Dave took it, reformulated it with some up-to-date polymers that are now, safe for ceramic coatings, that kind of deal. So it's going to rehydrate kind of that surface, put back some polymers into that protection, keep the water beads nice and tight for all that good stuff, and especially after you come and hit it with some crystal wash.
We forgot to mention crystal wash.
We did forget to mention and we applied it.
Yeah, you may have heard Sydney, Bob, and Dave say, "Hey, we have some helpers."
We
were the help. Okay.
That's right.
We loaded up that Challenger with crystal wash, and then it was funny because we sprayed it. Anthony comes in, and he's like, Is that acid? Right, it's crystal wash. It's fine.
It's good.
It's just doing work. So crystal wash, you don't put it on a wet vehicle. Okay, you put it on a dry surface.
Yep.
Dirty, on your wheels, on the paint.
Yep.
It's
and it goes
fine.
to work.
Because I did see another question about direct sunlight.
Yep.
If you're in the humid hot swamp, or if you're in, where I am in the middle of summer, it can be warm. 35 degrees Celsius, which is close enough to 100 Fahrenheit, I believe. But again, Sydney made a fantastic point. It's not the temperature of the sun coming on it; it's how hot the panel is. Because if you have a black car that's been baking out in the Arizona sun, you could cook breakfast on that.
Yep.
And I mean, our wonderful friends at the Home to Sweets took care of an amazing breakfast.
They cooked us some breakfast.
We didn't need to worry about it. So our good friends over there taking great care of us and everyone else here during the week.
Yeah, but you start with crystal wash. It decontaminates that surface, gets the process started off right.
Yep.
You wind up with a cleaner vehicle in the end, and then he was asking about Radiance. You come over with Radiance, it applies that protection for you, restores that finish.
Yep.
It's a good one.
Because they
hit or quitter.
Because they were foaming with Frostbite and then bucket washing with Radiance.
Yeah, we have a whole wash system now with P&S. Crystal wash starts that decontamination process. You foam on Frostbite, that 10-to-1 dilution. It's going to start attacking that traffic film, as people like to say, where it really softens that up. The bugs in the front, You can spray it off, or you can come over and mitt. Depends on the level of contamination. I like to spray it off. I like to foam it down again, and then come over with whatever bucket soap of choice. And Frostbite can be your bucket soap of choice because in the bucket it basically neutralizes.
Definitely.
So it's a good, safe pH neutral wash to end the wash process with. What else we got, Dewar?
Well, our good friend Sean Gullicher was asking, can that thing suck up Canadian dirt? It can suck up Canadian dirt, and it can also suck up Saskatchewan dirt, because if you've been to Saskatchewan, you know it's nasty. It's horrendous, and Sean deals with some absolutely nasty tears. This is the Sean special.
Yeah, y'all's winters, y'all's cars look just destroyed.
So, we good friend Ricky up in Calgary, Rad Garage, and myself with Swiss Tracks. Sean made a fantastic popper tool. Get that floor up, because we have to take our Swiss Tracks out of the shop to clean our floor.
I'm not taking mine out.
Jamie takes his knockoff tiles and just blows it with his Ego blower, which you'll be seeing later this week.
But I mean, you have to, right? All that stuff up under it.
Definitely, because it's it's like a weight loss program for my garage.
Yeah, for sure.
There's just tons and tons of dirt. And yes, traffic film is in fact Levi's favorite word.
Favorite term.
I think if we get enough likes, we might get it tattooed on.
That's right.
But no, I'm just kidding. It's just a dirty car, and
Frostbite does a good job. However you call it, it does a good job loosening all that stuff up.
And again, pH of 9.5. It has a bit of bite. It's not something that's gonna really strip protection, but it is gonna help, because it's not just gonna go on there and remove anything. You can certainly help.
And for coating maintenance, you want to attack a coating that especially ain't seen in about a year, 6 months to a year. You want to attack it with a more active style soap, just like Frostbite here. So it really can rejuvenate that coating surface.
Yep, most definitely.
Get it back to looking good.
Yeah, we got some more Canadians. Shout out to my Canadians. And if you see, my favorite Zamboni is in the bottom right corner.
It is awesome.
Big shout out to the Rag Company media team. I think Glenn, I don't even know if it's the whole team. I think that's just Glenn wanted to do that.
Good job, Glenn. So good.
And normally we have that Zamboni driving behind us with the like and subscribe, but we're going to be telling you ourselves. So go ahead,
smash,
hit that thumbs up, demolish it, break your mouse, click that sucker,
thumbs up,
and hit that subscribe, hit the bell,
hit it.
And if you haven't hit the other 3 segments for this week,
go
hit that right now.
Go ahead, you can go ahead and get them ready. Get your snacks after day one's complete. Now you've been through day one just about. You know what to prepare for. Get your coffee ready, your snacks, all that good stuff. Set the notifications, because we're just getting started here, Dewar.
Definitely,
and I am pumped up about it.
We've seen some stuff behind the scenes. There's some heavy stuff dropping this week.
Oh yeah,
so you do not want to miss it.
We're just getting warmed
and
up.
we got a real special guest in the.
Who's coming in?
I mean, his alter ego, T-Line Out of Detail, Tony Mazzell. Too bad he couldn't be here. We miss you, Tony.
Definitely miss Tony.
But Tony's a big fan of all of this.
Yes.
And he does trainings on it too.
So Bob mentioned when I was there for the Clean Maker collab video, after we filmed everything, they busted this out, and they're still product testing it, and it was kind of the final formula.
Yep.
And Tony was the man with the plan.
That's right.
He put him on the polisher.
Yep.
And the kind of work he was doing so quickly, so efficiently with this, I was like, it's ready, people. So let's get that to the market, because I need this right now.
That's right.
Yeah. So shout out to Tony over there.
And Tim McLaughlin.
It's Tim.
What's up, Tim? Will P&S make Crystal Wash more acid, lower the pH?
I don't think this.
I think it's been around longer than you and I have been alive. It's kind of that. If it's not broken, don't fix it.
Don't fix it. Yeah.
It's. I did write it down.
Dave does a great job of making products that just about anybody can use, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And when I was there, the very first time I visited P&S headquarters, he did a great job. We were in the acid section. I said, which one of these am I getting, Dave? And he says, none of them. You're not allowed to have this. You're a home garage guy. You got kids running around. Don't buy the stronger stuff. We got Crystal Wash here. It's going to do the great job. It's the one to get.
Because it hits, if you're using Crystal Wash, and
don't underestimate
if you're not inside, be upwind of it. You don't want to be downwind of it, because I was using it on some wheels and got a whiff. So, if you aren't in an enclosed space or anywhere wind, definitely do PPE up. Protect yourself. Wear some gloves, wear a mask if you want to.
Yep. Which is why also,
just save yourself.
People complain about Brake Buster. It's so safe. Anybody can use it. I can give it to my kids. They can use it, and you're going to get some good results with it. Same with Frostbite. They were explaining that it's not quite touchless foam.
Yeah.
It's just a higher alkalinity active foam. So they don't want to push, that causticity up too much.
Yeah, because the actual term for it's a chalatic acid, something like that.
Beats me. Beats me.
But yeah, I do not have a degree in chemistry.
Yeah.
But it's a pretty acid, if you will.
Yeah.
But you know, it's a good point with the brake buster is that you spray crystal wash on, you hit it with brake buster.
Yep.
I'm a big fan of brake buster in the foam cannon. I'm a big fan of the brake buster in the IK Foam Pro 2.
Yep.
IK's bringing some heat later this week. Abon, he's probably one of our favorite people in the world.
Yep. Yes, love Abon.
Do you like it in the foam cannon? Do you like it in the IK?
Which brake buster?
Yeah.
Oh, you know I like it in the IK Foam Pro 12. I got the Clean Buster label on it. I sometimes like to mix a little iron remover on it, but we won't talk about that. But I like it. I like it. You know, 5 to 1, 10 to 1.
That's some after dark.
Yeah,
that's some after dark. I don't know how this user Mazelle Gazelle already knows that we complimented him.
Nice.
Nice words from nice
How many
gentlemen.
accounts does this guy got?
I don't know. Burner accounts are where it's
Mazelle
at.
the
So
Gazelle.
the only account you need is a Rag Company account to then save 25% on anything TRC brand. That includes the Ultra line. They just dropped a new wheel brush.
Ooh.
They got the no soaks. They got the USS.
Yep,
not to be
USS.
confused with the ship. It's a sponge.
It's a sponge. Nice
you
and
got.
soft. I felt it earlier. Dewar brought it over to me and gave it a good
like
squeeze. Prime time.
Let's be real here. TRC is going later live, later in the week, but it's not just a gray sponge. It's different.
It's
completely different.
It's way different. It's nice.
The feel. It's softer. Like we felt it. We're just like, it's going to go in the bag too. That's where that's going. So,
yeah.
But real big fan of all that.
Yep. What else can you save on? You got 20% off for everything else, right?
That's right. So pretty much anything the Rag Company carries. Stuff you saw today,
20%.
stuff you're going to be seeing this afternoon. I think Dane's new Forever car is going to be involved in some of it. And there's this beautiful GR86 behind us too.
It's styling, it's profiling.
It's still got the window sticker on it, so maybe we can sell the car later. I don't know, but we'll see what we can.
You never know what can happen at the halftime.
And Greg Siebold here. I'll be correcting a 2019 Black Mustang Bullet in May.
Mustangs.
I think that's Sydney's favorite car.
Let me tell you, yeah.
Right? Favorite?
What else does it say?
I plan on grabbing rehab based off the conversation earlier with the Black Audi. So I appreciate that. If you want us to sign your bottle, slap it in the comments. The amazing team over there.
Today. You have to do it today.
Order it today.
Yeah.
So, I mean, definitely shameless plug, props to us. We're telling you to do it today because last year we did not do that.
We did it on Thursday for some reason.
We kind of dropped the ball a little bit. But be sure to do that.
Speaking of Mustang paint, it can be quite finicky. You definitely got to have all the pads ready for that test spot because you got to find the right combo, especially if you're going to be the guy pulling out the light, trying to get that perfect finish.
Yeah,
you can get it, but you'll have to probably even the orange might be too aggressive with a rehab on that Mustang.
And speaking of lights, whether you're using a flex light here or any of the amazing lights that are going to be presented this week, are you a light guy when you polish? If you're doing a one step, are you pulling the lights out
for the test spot? And then once we understand what's going on, full steam ahead, bust it out, and then we're good.
So if you're doing a one step, are you going to use rehab and an orange free ride?
I'm starting. That's my starting point. I'm pulling out the orange free ride
because again, this is a pad dependent liquid.
It is the most pad dependent liquid, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. And like a lot of compounds don't have a great scent or just smell like nothing. But this actually smells really good.
The user experience of this is a 10 out of 10 from smell to wipe off. It's Dave knocked it out the park. It's unreal.
You know what? I'm gonna do a sniff test real quick.
Give it a sniffy sniff, Dewar. It's fantastic. It's gonna give you that good strawberry scent.
Yeah,
from
strawberry. Very much. They like to dabble in their scents. So
Dave finds the good scents, and why not put them in other stuff too? It's good stuff.
And kind of one thing to mention too is that you may notice that the rehab is in the Pro line, versus the double black
Pro Series.
Because they said that the Pro Series, it's a different category of users, for our friends over at P&S.
Yeah,
but
double black. Anybody who gets their hands on a double black product, they're not gonna mess anything up.
Was that?
Who was that?
Was that? I thought the show only had one Alex, but apparently it has two, and I'm disturbed.
I think they're coming in a little bit, right?
I think he's not.
Event today.
They're not driving Vipers, but they're riding Vipers.
Riding Vipers. There's carts going around.
And, Gabe Garcia, man of the plan.
Yep.
I think he was here before the sun was up.
Yeah.
Getting everybody organized and sorted out.
That's right.
But,
so let's give them a rundown of what's to come.
Yep.
I think that's what Lex was trying to tell us there. Why don't you go ahead and plug my segment? So let's give them some plugs.
I will. So
what we got coming up right after
we have
the entertainment. Because the show's not stopping. There's no breaks.
No, absolutely not.
We're
if you're in
rolling straight
acronyms,
into some fun stuff and then to the good stuff.
Once you've had your lunch and you've apologized to your boss for not working all morning watching TRCMA, you're going to apologize again, but like, sorry, guy, I'm done. This is my afternoon. I'm watching TRCMA. I'm out.
If you got anything to say about it, I quit.
Yep.
I'm out of here.
Definitely. Load up the tabs.
I'm detailing now, all right?
You know, get your smart TVs, get them on there. Rag Company YouTube channel is where they can get you. Get your family, you know, call your friends, everything. So starting it off, TWI, the Rap Institute.
Justin Pate's coming back.
Man, that guy is just...
What a legend.
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 I think, like, you know, if he's not going to wear, like, a Legend Coding t-shirt, you know, some of us have flannels, which I think these look amazing.
Yeah, fantastic.
You have an Absolute shirt, which I am extremely jealous of. They got free ride shirts over at P&S, but the Rap Institute, I think we're going to be in for some more mesmerization. That's a big word for a Monday, but
Justin
that's exactly what we're going to do.
Attention. It's always a phenomenal time when Justin's on.
Definitely. So we have greetings from Poland. Hello, Poland. This is a worldwide show. Gardner Detailing. You know, probably an 8 or so hour difference. So, you know what? He's had some post dinner extravaganza. So, and then we got our good friends.
Who's coming on
from Switzerland? The Diamond Kings. We got Diamond Pro Tech.
What time is that?
From 3 to 4 o'clock.
3 to 4.
So,
all right, Diamond Pro Tech coming in with their nano diamond technology.
And we saw. They have a. Oh my goodness! Look at that. We have a whole bunch of the team here from Diamond Pro Tech. So. They have a bunch of new boxes that you and I have never seen before.
Yeah.
And you're going to have to tune in from 3 to 4 to see it.
I'm looking forward to it for sure.
That's going to be a jam-packed hour.
Yep.
So I know Tyler was over there. I think Dane's Forever Car may be involved. I don't know. Maybe.
We'll see.
To end off the day, okay?
The main
from 4 to 5
Some
o'clock.
Like to say.
All right? If you have an excuse to go home early, if you weren't able to watch today is the day to go home early. 4 o'clock.
You got to watch this segment, right, dude?
It's... Alex from Vyper and Anthony. He has recovered from a hospital stay from his cart incident on their social media channels. They took him down a gravel road for some reason. I don't know why they did that.
Yeah.
You know, they're
crazy
comical over there
at Vyper. Yeah,
most definitely. But that new cart, I don't know if they have one here or not. I haven't seen it. But the tread on that is more than
it looked
the
like
tread on Anthony's second gen. You know, 318 Magnum 5.2 liter. Truck that's sitting outside. Man, that thing's got a purr.
It's ready to go. Yep.
But yeah, Alex brings the heat. You know, I bring a bit of heat, but he brings the real heat. And then Anthony. I mean, those two are. You know, if you guys thought we're peas in a pod, those two are even more peas in a pod.
Yeah. So that's going to be an hour of entertainment, and that's going to wrap up day one. So stay tuned. It's going to be jam packed with a Justin Diamond Pro Tech and Vyper.
Yeah, Greg Seabold definitely. We'll certainly get to that. You know, you can send a DM to us either at Jamie the Cleaner, Bucky VW, and or just I think it's support@theragcompany.com. They'll find us. You know, we're wearing our beautiful sashes here. If you guys aren't familiar, these are from the Ambassador program that the Rag Company does.
Former champion here from 2021.
So 2021. But I mean,
it took me 5 years to win the darn thing, but I finally did it.
Better late than never. Better late than never.
Yep.
So you got the showdown. They tried to get you the wrestling belt. I don't even know if there's a proper term for that.
I won the microfiber championship to get me a sash. So it's pretty close.
The Bearded Hunter is here. That guy, stand-up guy, and you know I have to give a shout out to our amazing airline partners out there. We got everybody here on time. You did not have to fly to 14,000 different airports yesterday.
Made it real smoothly this time, Dewar. It was a good time.
Yep, definitely. So,
right, any comments to wind us down here, Dewar? The first halftime show is coming to an end, but we're still here with you for a few more minutes, people.
Definitely.
And old Fat Joe. Got any Fat Joe questions? Let us know.
If you got Fat Joe questions, the story there, again, you're going to have to tune into the Cleaner Cast.
Cleaner Cast. Go check it out. Sydney was on it. Fantastic story.
Definitely.
It's a good time.
But yeah, G-Polish Detailing.
What's he got?
Was a bit late today, unfortunately. Looking from the start on my second device. Perfect.
Do what you gotta do.
Get your tabs open. You know, enjoy it. It's a great show. But
we're happy to
if for whatever reason you can't, you know, it's always available later on.
Yep.
And
if you miss something,
going to be live and ready to go.
Yep.
For forever. So.
Yep. But it's not going anywhere, Dewar. It lives on the channel. So
Yeah, and speaking of living, you've been doing a little bit of living. You've been dabbling in the rotary life.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know who you are anymore, but I mean, have you been trying rehab with a rotary?
I am going to drop my rehab review in just a few short hours.
Yep.
And guess what I bust out?
Oh, my goodness.
Polisher.
All right.
And it finishes out real nice.
No
and
dual action. No dual action.
I bust out the dual action, too.
Yeah.
I bust out the 15 millimeter.
Our good friend, the Pixie. This is a heck of a machine. This is one of your favorites, is it not?
Shout out to Flex.
So look how clean that pad is. Okay, if you guys missed the arts and crafts section from earlier, be sure to tune in.
And the pad washer solution package with the pad wash. Look, we got two of them here, dude. I think one's for me, one's for you. All right.
So if you want us to sign one of these labels, we will start the bidding at $375 US.
If you want to contribute to the Chip Cookie Fund.
Yeah, the Chip Cookie Fund.
We can never have too much in the Chip Cookie Fund.
But and speaking of cookies, our good friends at the Home to Sweets by Hilton gave us some amazing Rag Company cookies.
Complimentary TRC cookies, amazing hospitality here.
Amazing
TRC,
crew.
Home to Sweets. So the flights were great.
Shout out to our good friend up there in the Canadian
Josh from TOC Supplies. Our friend, I bet they're real excited to get their hands on some frostbite, some rehab.
Definitely,
Stay tuned for
They've been killing it. You know, repping TRC, they are so good at it, and all the amazing brands that they carry, they have it too. So makes my life easier as a Canadian to prevent me from having to fill up a suitcase every time I come down here. But,
paying that, what do they call that when you have to get it across the border?
An inconvenience. An inconvenience is what it's called. So that's all we're going to say. But yes, good friend Anna Longfield here. She's been on the chat lots with the podcast and whatnot. I thought it was a mountain. I am in Pacific, so that makes so much more sense, Joey. I think the TRC team was able to get whatever YouTube setting you're in, that's going to show the accurate time.
The accurate time. Oh, that's helpful.
You know,
that's
so they don't mess around here. You know? If you're Eastern time, if you're Central Swamp time like you, if you're Mountain time, Pacific time, you're going to be getting it down.
They'll have you right on track, and that's what we're here to do here as the Cleaner Cast halftime show, pre-show, that kind of deal. We keep you on track. We keep you engaged, entertained, all that good stuff.
Most definitely. And I think you dropped this full foam town review of Frostbite. I thought you dropped that.
I sure did. Yes, I dropped the short. It's in the short section.
Oh,
so it's on Instagram. It's on my TikTok. It's on YouTube in the short section.
And that's your Jamie the Cleaner channel.
Yes, Jamie the Cleaner.
Perfect.
At Jamie the Cleaner, you can go find it right now. It's fantastic. I used it at 10-to-1 dilution.
Yep.
Knocked off some traffic film, as some people like to say.
So a dirty car. Okay.
It was a dirty car. Yeah. Knocked off some bugs, some dirt.
Yeah.
And then used it as a pH neutral, super slick. Welcome to Foam Town. They made it.
Definitely. Yeah. So, speaking of welcome, if you're just coming in now, we're just near the tail end of the halftime show.
We're wrapping it up here.
We had Flex this morning for an hour. They were there from 9 to 10. You know, lighting up the show.
They lit it up.
Super fun.
Got to start off good.
You know, they had the vacuum. They had the nut busting torque. They had the stack pack. Like that thing. Like if you're mobile, you know, usually you think with the stack pack, you're thinking tools. You're thinking, you know, that's a bolts. But I mean, you're doing towels, pads, polishers. You can have a whole mobile setup in a stack pack. That's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking at it all stacked up over there. It's real nice, real professional looking. It's a fantastic setup they got going on.
Definitely, and you know, charging your batteries. I mean, big batteries. You know, lithium-ion technologies evolved so much.
What does it say? 200% more power?
200.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, 200% more power.
Battery
300%
technology
longer
has advanced so much. It's
Those
fantastic.
are big numbers, and big numbers is you can save some big numbers by saving 20% off. On everything here at TRC, and then 25% off everything in the Ultra line, and anything TRC branded. So
we dropped a bunch of new stuff.
Yeah, we already have one bid here, $350. I don't don't know how we're going to get that going.
Coming in, people. Here we go.
We'll figure that out. So Derek Biddle, you can just PayPal me at the halftime show. No, I'm just kidding.
Just kidding.
But. Joey Belinsky here, good friend down in California. Where's the taste test segment, boys? That's for the after hours.
That's
may have to get some chip cookie for that.
For some chip cookie action.
Some hot vlog action.
Don't taste anything up here. Don't do that.
Yeah, most definitely.
Bad time.
And then we had P&S from 10 to 11. We had Sydney, Bob, and Dave. We had that wicked trio.
Amazing demo.
Again, too bad Tony wasn't here.
We miss you.
But you know, we had Fat Joe here.
Fat Joe.
But you know, the raccoon. So
that's right.
You know, we had all of our great friends. We had Frostbite, we had Rehab, and luckily they did some demos. You know, Sydney foamed a Challenger. I think that's her own Challenger.
Yeah, they basically showed off the new P&S kind of wash system with crystal wash, starting that decontamination. Foam with the surface cleansed snow foam, and it's going to do just that. Start cleansing that surface for you, and then you know, came in with what's it called? Radiance.
Radiance,
in the
yep, there
bucket.
you go.
Yeah, it's the
Yep.
Joey Belinsky special Radiance. Puts that extra lubrication in the wash mitt. Puts some polymers on that surface. Adds some water beading.
Ooh.
What's up, Tyler?
Yep.
Tune in. At
Tyler,
We'll be on soon.
He's been in a trance all morning from our friends at Avery Dennison and Fellers because they did the wrap segment this morning. Somebody won a 2-hour training, and then he's going to have to wait a little bit longer because he's going to have to be mesmerized even more. And then he gets this segment. He's already got his gloves on.
He's ready.
You know, his knees weak, arms are sweaty, but he's going to be coating that forever car for Dane. So that's what's going to be happening there.
Good
so
stuff,
like and
good
subscribe on the Rag Company channel here. You know, if you haven't commented, definitely drop a comment.
Drop the comment. Interaction is key for an event like this. So this is up to you people to really put in the work.
Definitely.
Drop the likes, drop the comments, share. All that good stuff is going to make this event bigger and better going forward.
That's right.
We need the participation, the activity. So get on it, people. It's up to y'all now.
Yep, the engagement's important, and have an engagement with your credit card company. Head over to TRC, spend that. Like, there's a limit.
Yeah.
Go to the limit. Okay.
That's right.
Be better. Hit the limit. Pay it off. Come back tomorrow. Rinse and repeat, baby. There
Just
we
keep
go.
doing that. Shout out to Sam Squatch, by the way.
Yeah.
Thank you
Shout
for
out to
tuning
Sam
in.
Squatch.
Appreciate all the good people out there chiming into the halftime show. It's good to see everybody.
So our good friend Tom here, Tom Chinigo, apologies if I pronounce that incorrectly.
I'll let you handle that.
Do you recommend spraying the P&S fragrances directly into carpets, or can you spray into the seats as well?
So I think-
if you have cloth seats, a light mist. If you have leather,
Definitely not leather.
or coated vinyl, if you will, because vegan leather doesn't exist. I said what I said.
There you go.
That's totally fine.
Shots fired.
Yeah, shots fired. But what I do is that in Canada, we run the heat in our vehicles about 11 and a half months out of the year. Okay. So what I do is that because I have rubber mats, okay, I fold that rubber mat down, I spray the carpet where it kind of sucks in the air, and then when it blows the hot air back down after it sucks it in, that is just, it's mesmerizing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the recommended spray, they want you to spray it under each seat, a couple sprays, see where that's at, and then you can add more later if you want to.
And again, it does say 1 bottle per 2 gallons. I like 1 per 1.
We like it a little
gallon,
stronger around here.
Got to go a little bit stronger. You're saving 20% here. Go ham. Do it.
Yep.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yep. It's a good time.
And I like it under the seats. Personally, I like the eucalyptus mint tea. That's the essence of cockpit from the off-road line a few years ago.
One of my favorite scents, and then they put it in this. So I mean, it's just fantastic.
That's a favorite for sure. I like the mango fresh in certain times. I use the mango fresh more in the house because who doesn't love a good mango?
Who doesn't love a good mango?
It's a vacation that I can never go on, but you can take a trip to coconut lime, absolute essence. So
well, I think we got 1 minute left, or
something like that. I think we got something like that.
So we're winding down here for the halftime show, but the show doesn't stop there. It goes straight into more action.
Yep.
With Aaron from customer service.
Yeah, most definitely.
He'll keep you entertained for sure.
Be sure to put in your notes if you want anything signed from us or any of the guests here. They'd be more than willing to do that. If we can't wrangle them, then somebody will. So again, be sure to tune in Wrap Institute this afternoon from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. Diamond Pro Tech is going to be dropping some hot coatings.
He's ready.
From 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. Mountain Time, and from 4 to 5, ending with a bang.
Vyper
I have good peripheral vision, and I saw some stuff in my peripherals, and you do not want to miss that segment.
It's going to be an exciting, jam-packed hour of pure entertainment.
Most definitely. So for viewers here, we are going to have a post-show on your channel, and then for the pre-show tomorrow, probably going to have the same deal, a little bit of a, I get you going.
Yeah.
It's that extra shot in your latte.
Starts the stream, gets you in here, gets you vibing, that kind of deal.
Yeah, we're getting your feet wet.
Yep.
But definitely don't miss that. Tomorrow morning at about 8:45 or so, and we're going to be coming to you hot and ready.
Yep, that's right. Well, I think that's all we got, do we?
I think that's it.
I think that's going to wrap us up here. Happy birthday to my wife, Erin.
Oh, happy birthday.
April Fool's baby. So
yeah,
and that'll wrap us up here on the halftime show.
Excellent.
All right, sounds like a plan. Is someone back there to hit the button?
Not just phenomenal. Jamie and the Cleaner Cast always put on a spectacular show. And now we've got a dose of trivia for you. TRC edition. Since being an employee at the Rad Company, how many vehicles has Dane Hennon owned? How many cars has Dane Hennon owned since he's been working at the Rad Company? The answer to that is 15.
Since recording this, Dane has purchased yet another vehicle, which would bring the total number to 16. 16 vehicles.
Tell us, how many companies does the Rad Company currently partner with? Put those answers below, and we'll get back to you after this.
department, men and women of working and fighting age. To fight this war, 10 million more people must go to work by the end of 1943. Before the war, half of us worked. The other 50 million kept house, went to school, played, or looked for work.
How many companies does the rag company currently partner with? $23. 23 companies the rag company currently partners with. If you wrote 22 or 24, you were wrong. The correct answer is 23. Our next trivia question for you, don't forget to put your answer below. How long has the rag company partnered with P&S? Our answer to how long the rag company has partnered with P&S is 6 years. Which company has been partnered with the rag company the longest? Find out soon after this message.
Okay, questions for the rag company. Number one, what is the most challenging aspect of auto detailing and how do you overcome it? That's got to be fatigue and wear and tear on the body. My knee's not the best, my back's not the best, and I'm old. Also cold climate, cold conditions in winter. How do you overcome that? Get a studio. How do you overcome the fatigue and wear and tear on the body? You don't get a good chiropractor. Just try and be careful.
I would say it's all the changes that OEMs make to the surfaces of the vehicles, you know, as they make new models. You know, it's difficult to determine what is safe, what's not safe, how to care for them if they don't actually give us any recommendations. So, you know, it's how do we overcome it? It's basically us as manufacturers have to do the research and, you know, try to contact the OEMs, try to get our hands on the materials and just do a lot of testing.
I would say the most challenging aspect of auto detailing is the learning from the beginning part. Not learning the process or learning how to detail, but I would say how to deal with a lot of customers and how to overcome their needs. So finding out a solution that best fits your particular customers is a very challenging aspect that each individual person will have to figure this out along the way themselves.
Ultimately, you know, you can have all the passion for making something shiny in the world, but if you don't operate as a business owner, making smart decisions based on operations and process and continuous improvement and managing your, you know, your expenses and still delivering. Obviously, we still want to deliver that clean, shiny vehicle, but at the end of the day, the most important part, and I think the most challenging part for most people who break into the detailing industry is to take a step back and stop trying to deliver perfect to customers who don't want perfect. Deliver what the customer's asking you for, taking the time to actually run the business, not just be a detailer.
I used to, as a detailer, tend to think that I had to go above and beyond, even though the customer wasn't paying for that, just for the sake to hold my name and to compete with my peers. That was one of the most challenging things I had to overcome. And how I overcame that was by learning that I'm in a service-based industry where I only have to service one person at a time, and that's my customer or my client. So I have to meet their standards, not mine. And that took me years to realize that I wasn't detailing for myself. I was detailing for my customer.
Something I used to do is actually make a checklist of the vehicle itself, break it down into different areas, and then once you do that spot, just check it off and make sure it's been done to completion, right? So if you don't want to repeat steps and run around in circles, something like that really helps. So I think having a great process and an efficient process will help you just make more money and just save all the time in the world for it.
Can you walk us through your favorite auto detailing project and why it stands out to you? It's really hard for me to pick just one. In terms of personal passion, my own vehicles, I loved always working on those, and I've had the good fortune to have a lot of my dream vehicles on my ownership list. But I'd say honestly that it isn't necessarily one specific project or even a project in general. I think it's actually, there's several moments of seeing that light bulb come on for other detailers, be it through training or consulting or anything like that, where I've actually helped somebody kind of either make their process more efficient or kind of have that aha light bulb moment where it clicked.
My favorite auto detailing project at the moment is the current one. Currently, I'm working on a 308 down in Stuart, Florida. It's getting a full restoration. We are preserving the interior, bringing the interior back to life, and it's a really incredible project that I'm really happy to be a part of.
I had the honor of being asked to detail basically a very large barn find. There were 89 cars in total, and they spanned years from the 20s all the way to the really late 90s. It was basically, I was contacted by a trust that were going through an estate and found through dilapidated buildings all these cars that at one point were show cars. And they were trying to basically get them to be sold or at least valued at a higher market, therefore giving the estate more money, ultimately to care for a family that was in need. And we actually even shot a TV show pilot for it. And it was memorable to say the least, for sure.
Ooh, probably anything BMW and Porsche, and anything that's my own car. I liked doing the Laguna Seca blue E46 that was on my channel. Some of the older stuff, I like Alfa Romeos. Anything of that age that's like 20 years old, something like that, you can really make a difference to the paintwork is good.
My favorite auto detailing project was actually a good friend of mine's 2005 Mustang GT, and that was one of the first cars that I did a full correction on from beginning to end: wash, clay, decontamination, paint correction, and then protection. Did some video on it too, and just the results that we had, I mean, he loved the look of the car before, and then we just took it to the next level. It was something that he really didn't think was possible. And then just introducing him to the process that I did and how I did it, he was just blown away, and that just made me ecstatic.
I'll never forget it. It was a 1983 or 84 Mercedes-Benz turbo diesel. Single stage paint, completely oxidized. The car should have never came back to life, as bad as it was. And I'll never forget it. The guy bought the car on a budget. He was embarrassed to actually bring me the car because it was so bad. But it was all he could afford at the time. So I hearing the guy's story and what it was, I took the job almost pro bono, cheap, and I put a lot of time into the car. And when the car was finished, it came out better than I ever expected. Truthfully, better than most would expect. And when the customer seen the car at pickup, he was literally in tears. And he told me he was embarrassed to drive the car to me. But when he left, he couldn't wait to hop in it and go. And to me, that's what detailing's about.
Which company has been partnered with the Rag Company the longest? Optimum. That is who we've been partnered with the longest here at the Rag Company. Hey, we appreciate you joining us for today's trivia. Now on to the main show. Take it away, Dane.
And welcome back to the second half of TRCMA 2024 Day 1.
Oh man, what a day.
What a day, Levi. Are you having fun?
I'm enjoying today. It's been a great morning. We learned from a lot of great companies.
Absolutely.
Some of the new Flex products, some of the new battery technology.
Amazing.
Oh, so cool. Then
P&S
with a couple new game-changing products.
Oh, absolutely.
I don't think people like me saying that, but it is.
I keep saying absolutely, and I think it's because of P&S. It's got to be,
well, it's absolute.
Something that they've done. But two new products are we have Rehab, which is absolutely amazing, right?
Oh, easiest wipe off, I think, ever of any compound period on the market.
Smells awesome, and it's going to be a pad dependent cut too, right?
Yeah,
so
which is something we like.
Throw it on a wool pad, throw it on a foam pad, whatever it may be. And then on top of that.
Oh, well, we learned a lot about vinyl wrapping from our friends at Avery, along with PPF and tint. And Fellers popped in to tell us a little bit about what they do. So if you like vinyl wrapping, maybe you want to become a PPF installer, maybe you want to start doing tint, that's the place to get all the products, all the best products.
Yeah, it's honestly, we love TRCMA for many, many reasons, but one of the biggest things is learning new tips and tricks, learning a lot of information, and of course being around for new product launches.
And you can take trainings from Avery.
Yeah, yes you can. Which, speaking of which, there's going to be more wrap content on the way here with the Wrap Institute here just momentarily. But just to kind of give you guys a rundown here, we had Flex at 9 a.m., we had P&S at 10 a.m., we had Avery at 11, we had Fellers at 11:45, and then now going into the second half after an amazing halftime show with Alex and Jamie. Shout out to them for carrying that because
they flew all the way here just to do the halftime show today.
It was amazing.
Just for today.
Oh, I think it's for tomorrow and I think the next day and the next day as well, but they're good at what they do.
They do,
right? So coming up here at 2 p.m. we have the Wrap Institute, which is technically live, right? Which is really cool. And then we have Diamond Pro Tech and of course Vyper Chair, which I believe will be quite the fun segment.
I'm really looking forward to this. I think it's gonna be fun.
I don't know how we're gonna top last year and the year before, as
you guys will figure it out.
We try to make it humorous, but we'll figure it out along the way. So, anyways, thank you all for watching. We have seen a ton of viewership and a big bump up in comparison to previous years, and just thank you so much. Please, if you're watching this right now, also make sure to give us a big thumbs up and basically hit that like button, which is going to send out.
And maybe subscribe if you haven't already. Of course. Just because there's lots of cool content coming up this whole week that you don't want to miss. Plus, any of these new products, some of these products that you've seen are available on the website. And for this week only, we're doing a 25% off almost everything in the store.
Almost. So 25% off all TRC related products, so premium microfiber, and then 20% off almost everything other than that. So basically you're saving up to 25% off many things here on theradcompany.com. So guys, thank you again so much. Seriously, you guys are absolutely killing it with all of the live conversations. You guys are keeping up with everything, and we really appreciate this more than you know. So I think I
think that's it.
We have some wrapping up to do, or some wrapping.
It's something like that.
Something like
anyway, ladies and gentlemen, Justin Pate.
The Wrap Institute is the world's #1 online wrap training platform, and our slogan is never stop learning. This fuels the Wrap Institute in delivering the most cutting-edge and up-to-date content. Every week, 4 to 5 new training videos are added that fills a giant library with thousands of how-to videos. The video library on the Wrap Institute covers anything wrap-related, from PPF, color change, commercial vehicles, walls, floors, interior film, window tint, business tips, production, and design. A membership to the Wrap Institute gives you unlimited access to the entire video library and so much more. There is a private forum to ask questions to members and leading worldwide experts. There are free PDFs that help with workflow and administration. There's also a shop section where you can get special exclusive discounts to manufacturers like Cover Style, Lux, Blueprint Wraps, and many more. Essentially, all these amazing benefits pay you back as soon as you click purchase. Join the Wrap Institute today in order to help take your wrap game to higher and higher levels, all at an affordable price. It's the best investment you can make in your career.
Hey everyone, Justin Pate from the Wrap Institute, and thank you to Anthony and Levi for that awesome intro. Super happy and honored to be here again for TRCMA. Wrap Institute loves the dynamic of crossing over, let's say, detailing, PPF, tint, and the wrapping world right now. It's a really exciting time. The industry is growing and exploding. And with that, what I want to do in this demo, we have about an hour, is I really want to just go super crazy and show you a wide variety of different types of installs and showcase the Wrap Institute Platinum tool line, which really highlights our video library. I'm going to be showing how to do a PPF headlight, showing how to wrap the mirror from start to finish. I'll be showing chrome deletes. I'll be showing how to wrap a door handle. I'll be showing how to tuck the material behind rubber gaskets. And then I'll be wrapping a fender live from start to finish. And like what I did earlier with the Avery demo, is if you can guess how long it takes me to wrap this fender color change, quality style, from start to finish, cleaning, prep, and done, you will win a 2-year membership on the Wrap Institute, which we're celebrating our 10-year anniversary this year, and next week our new website drops. A 2-year membership is generally going to be around $600, and you're going to get that for free if you guess how long it takes me to wrap this fender with Avery Dennison color change film. It's their new one. It's from their Celestial Satin line. So lots of great stuff there. So you got a little teaser of what the Wrap Institute is all about. Something near and dear to me. I'm CEO of the company, and we've grown tremendously over the years, and a lot of exciting stuff happening in terms of we're partnering with ISA. We announce it next week, and that means that our program is going to get even bigger with online workshop programs. And if you don't know, and maybe you're at SEMA and you kind of already found out, is that we're very honored to be the official training partner with Ford and XIX in the new wrapping program. And that actually is beta testing and beta launching this week, and then it goes full live in May. And that means Ford is going to start offering wraps to their customers. And that is really, really exciting and very cool that the Wrap Institute was chosen. And let me tell you why, in the sense that why the Wrap Institute was chosen was mainly because we are very, very good at creating systems and understanding and growing people. And we've had that honor for doing it for 10 years. And then about a year and a half ago, we started working with the Rad Company on creating our what's called TWI Platinum tool line. And the TWI Platinum tool line kind of is the universal tool system that you need to wrap anything. Because on the Wrap Institute, we have videos that cover PPF, tint, walls, floors, signage, cut vinyl, and then obviously color change and like band wrapping and everything. So how do you create a tool line that showcases and allows you to wrap that one-stop shop? Because if you're in the detailing world, maybe coming into the wrapping world is super confusing because you see like 20 or 30 squeegees to buy or 20, 30 knives. And if you're a wrapper right now and going into the detailing world, you see 80 different types of ceramic coatings. Which one's the best one to use? So we talked to the experts like at the Rad Company, Anthony and Levi. We talked to experts all across the world in the detailing world, PPF tint, and we created a line with the top leading brands in the world, and this is the TWI Platinum tool line. And why is this cool for us is we've taken all the guesswork out of you. So basically every one of these tools that are on this table are best in class. And so if you use, let's say, the squeegee, yeah, it's a great squeegee, but because Reiner and I, he's my partner with the Wrap Institute, certified genius, is if you use these as a set, it's really going to up your game. It's cool. So what I want to do right now is walk you through each tool, not in detail, because for you, you're watching, you want to see the action on the car, and that's what I'm going to do. But first I'm going to show you what they are, then show you how they work, which will be awesome. So we come on over here right now, and always with wrapping right now, you need a wide variety of application tools, mainly squeegees and knives. So right now, the Wrap Institute did a custom squeegee with yellow tools right now, and why this is a great squeegee is it's kind of a mix between hard and soft. It's food grade quality plastic. It's got a spinner in there so you can rotate it, so you got the speed. It's got a 90-degree corner, which is very good for cleaning and finishing, and it's food grade plastic, which means it's going to last a long time. And if you put it in your mouth, and I basically live with a squeegee in my mouth, it's going to not, put chemicals in my body, which Anthony told me if it's on you, it's in you. So basically, great squeegee. You always want to use a buffer with this, so we have a wide variety of buffers in the Platinum line. We got the banana buffers, monkey strips, which are cool. And for PPF, these are really, truly my favorite PPF squeegee out there by far. This was developed by my partner, Reiner Lawrence. This is in conjunction with Yellow Tools. So it's a sandwich right now. So you got a firm top layer that when it has a grip on it, so it doesn't slip when you are squeegeeing, so less fatigue. And then two different hardnesses. One is soft, one is a kind of medium hard. But if you can see, super smart. We got a 30-degree angle here. On the back, we got 45-degree angles, and on the sides, we got 90. So it's basically multiple squeegees in one tool. And that's what we're trying to do with the Platinum tool line, is not only give you the best, smartest tools, but now you don't need 3 or 4 squeegees, you just need one. Great. For the mirror, in a little bit, I'm going to be showing the Wrap UEZ. This is a tool that we developed with the Yellow Tools. So this is a tool that uses, makes it much easier to wrap a mirror, as you'll see in a little bit. So amazing tool for that. Then for magnets right now, definitely want magnets whether you're doing any type of signage. So Yellow Tools has a very good standard magnet in the industry, which we love. And check this out. It also comes with the what's called Gecko Patch, because magnets are great until you can't use them. when you can't use them, let's say you're wrapping aluminum or you're doing a storefront window. But check this out. I can take the gecko patch, and normally, obviously, I can't put a magnet on a window, but now with the gecko patch, I put this here first, and voila. Now I can use magnets on windows, and I can use them on aluminum bodies. Let's say Teslas. I was never able to use magnets before. Now I can through innovative products like this. Great. But that being said, let's say when I'm using a magnet, sometimes when I take a magnet and I put it on the car, sometimes the magnet by itself is not strong enough. So when I go to pull the piece, it shifts a little bit. Sometimes, especially if you're trying to register panels, if it shifts, that's no good. So what we did is we came up with what we call the magnet mat. So what's cool about this is you can have it folded, and when you put it on here, it's pretty darn strong. And when you unfold it, now you basically double the strength, which is cool, but because it's a mat, it conforms to the curves. So now you got the ultimate hold, and instead of using, let's say, 3 or 4 magnets, you just need 1. And when you want to pull it off the surface, you just pull this off, voila, and now you lay it back on the table. So instead of normally, and like in the Ford wrap program, we're showing how to trim the panels down. Normally I'd use, let's say, 12 magnets of these, which is fine, but the thing is, though, that's a lot of magnets, plus they leave impressions on the vinyl. You use the magnet mat, and now you got something that's very, very strong, very conformable, and now I need only 4. So now you can see the logic behind the Platinum tool line. So those are magnets that you definitely need, and now we get into some very exciting tools. Obviously you need a knife. So we worked with Tadashi, he's in Japan, a design lab. So this is a very cool knife because it flexes. So this is an ultra light duty utility knife. So this is excellent for PPF, and what I like about it is the body's made out of plastic so it doesn't scratch. So this is called the Ninja knife, and you also have the Samurai blades. This thing is amazing. So these are heavy, beautiful, beautiful stainless steel knives. And now we have one of my favorite tools. This comes from Yellow Tools. This is called the Bodyguard knife. And we actually have a very good video on this. So why don't you check out the video first, and we'll come back and I'll show you why this also is good for other sections on the car. Maybe. Or not. Yep. Is this okay? Oh, so basically right now, so the Bodyguard knife is really good because let's say I'm wrapping the Ford F-150, and why that's good is now I can cut the backing paper, and this cuts just the backing paper, so this allows me to set up a hinge in the middle. So now with this Bodyguard knife, instead of trying to struggle with a hood or having to work with 2 people, I now can work by myself and have a very good, easy, straightforward setup. And this comes from Yellow Tools, and it's a really, really amazing tool and setup, because basically I can use it for cutting the liner, but I can use it for a wide range of other applications as well. So when I do the fender, you're going to see me trim the panel, and it's high-grade German manufacturing right now. So it's the sharpest blade I've ever used, and I can just flow and work with it on the car. And I can also use it for PPF. Basically, I can keep the liner on, lock it on the car, and now I can really glass out PPF much faster than I could before by keeping that liner dry, and that's all comes from the Bodyguard. So this is a really innovative tool, and when I show this in the workshops, and especially on the Wrap Institute, it's just a game changer. And you'll see these type of tools on Amazon, but this one's for me is super amazing because the body is nice stainless steel. It's got a bottle opener on the back. How cool is that? And my partner Reiner suggested that they add this to it right now, because why that's cool is I could put it on my tool bag and put it on the inside, and it doesn't fall into my tool bag. Now it stays open so I can grab it super easy. Otherwise it falls into my bag and it's hard to reach. So simple innovations like that, and that's what separates the Platinum line for other tools out there, is quality like that. Now we get to one of my favorite knives. This is this seems like it doesn't seem like a knife, but this is one of the coolest tools that came out in 2023, and it's called the Wrap Axe. I'm going to show this in a little bit. This is a tucking tool, but it's also your knife, which is cool. And then for clicking the blades, everything in the wrap industry right now is maturing. So I've been in the wrap industry now for 26 years right now, and I used to click my blades on the floor, which is no good. Then I was using plastic safe boxes right now, which are okay. But this one's super good right now because basically what I can do now is this made out of aluminum body. It comes from Yellow Tools. And even though this has blades in it right now, and sometimes with these type of safe boxes right now, there's always a chance of the blade coming out. But it doesn't come out right now because they actually put a magnet in here. So basically the magnet keeps the blades at the bottom, so it's super safe. The heavy duty aluminum body doesn't bend or doesn't wear down over time. So when I want to replace it, it's cool. So this should last you a lifetime as a wrapper. And what I like about it is a one size fits all. So when I want to click my blade inside here, I just do this. It's super safe, high quality, and this goes right at the front of my tool bag. Very easy and straightforward. So it's different types of safe boxes, same logic for this one, but this one has the magnet right here. Now you can hear the blades. I put the magnet back, and now, once the blades go down, You can't hear it. So great tools from Yellow Tools. And again, we're the exclusive sellers of Yellow Tools on Amazon. Speaking of tools from Yellow Tools, these are called the Plex. So these are for tucking the film in the gaps, which is really nice. And then we get to innovative tools like the Yellow Open S. This holds the trunk open at like a 30-degree angle, makes it very easy. This is really big in the Ford program. And what's very popular right now is window tint and especially safety film. So this is the ultimate tint and safety film squeegee out there, because you can take this handle off or leave it on. So because safety film, you have to put a lot of pressure. So instead of just using one arm to put the pressure on, now you can put two, because you got this handle. You can put it at any angle right now, and you can put in different shores of squeegees. So for tinting and for safety film, this is definitely the name of the game. And here's what's really cool. So the craft market's really big. So we even have tools for crafters right now. Well, this is a crafter set from Yellow Tools right now, and this is a totally multi-purpose set. Different types of blades, different types of holders, and this you can pretty much do any type of crafting or sign making now in one full set. And this is what's called the Yanis system right now, and this for me is a total game changer. So we got something covered for crafters. The best heat gun system in the world right now is Weldy, and why I like this heat gun is I haven't been burned in two years. And the coolest thing is right now the heating element is super durable. The heat gun's about 1.5 pounds. You got vents that come out the side. You got a soft rubber grip here, which is great. And this one's particularly nice because it has a digital reader. This has become very, very popular right now because I can do 5 different heat settings. And I can also set it up so that when it sits on the ground for too long, the heat goes down to 80 degrees and the fan goes down, so it prolongs the life and it makes it super safe, especially if I'm working indoors. And then one thing we're trying to do on the Wrap Institute is we're trying to show people how to become a true professional. Being a true professional means using the right tools, like I'm going to use a Vyper chair when I do the door handle, or not working in awkward positions. It also means not putting your heat gun between your legs or putting your heat gun on the ground because you're bending over a lot. So we use stuff like the mag straps right now. So when I'm doing the heat gun on the mirror, I just put the heat gun there and I wrap the mirror. So this means when I'm working right now, I just have to grab the heat gun and go. Awesome, and this prolongs the life of the heat gun as well. So now I'm using the best heat guns, and great. It also comes with a 15-foot cord, which is super, super flowy. So those are the install tools, and now we get to the prep tools. So these prep tools are a mixture of great companies out there like IK sprayers, we got P&S, we got G-Technic right now, we're also working with Diamond ProTech, so, and even Yellow Tools for slip solution. So we got the great towels from the Rag Company, we like the 365, and I'll explain these in a little bit. Then we got the yellow towels, we got the polishing towels, we got the liquidator, the clay bar scrubber, the Chanel mitt, then we got the Ape solution. So for PPF, this is the best solution out there for PPF. One is a foam and one is a true slip solution. We got the ceramic coating, and then we also got the IK sprayers. And why we at the Rep Institute like the IK sprayers is the fact that there's 360 right now, so we can spray them at any angle. This is particularly good when you're trying to clean underneath the bumper. And we also like the labeling system, so we know which one's slip, which one's gel. And of course, near and dear to our heart is Triple S, which we'll show in a second. And Absolute, everyone knows out there why Absolute is one of the great cleaners. And for cleaning the towels, we got Rags to Riches. So one other couple tools I want to show that are particularly unique before I move this to the side is the yellow blade. So earlier today, I took off the emblem on the side, and I'll show how to take off the full residue right now. And what's particularly problematic in the industry right now is if you use a plastic scraper, that can actually scratch the paint. This one is specially formatted by Yellow Tools, where it's a safe plastic where it doesn't scratch water-based paint. So we're really thinking out there. And this for me is a really cool one. This is one's called the wrap step. So with this step right now, I can take the wrap step, and because it has a soft rubber gasket here, I can actually push this against the car. It won't damage the car and it won't slip. So I can now work on the roof, very comfortable. And if I open the door, based on the shape, it actually can go inside the car, so it's extra secure there. So very, very well thought out step from Yellow Tools. So as you can see, the Wrap Institute Platinum tool line, super cool, but seeing the tools is one thing, seeing them in action is another. So that being said, let me start off with showing a really cool tool that I talked about earlier, which is the Wrap Axe. Especially for some of these who are watching right now, maybe a lot of you are detailers who want to get into wrapping. And when you get into wrapping right now, one of the scariest things about wrapping is learning how to cut. So the Avery Dennison workshop that I talked earlier about, in the Avery Dennison workshop, the first 2 or 3 hours, we just focus on cutting. Because you're going to find that wrapping, getting the material on is the easy part, finishing is the hard part. So one common problem that people have when they're wrapping cars is finishing on tight gaps. So right here, for example, really popular, I'm going to come on over here, this is a very tight gap. So on the Wrap Institute, we have a cutting system that we teach. And the cutting system is, we have empty cuts, we have solid cuts, we use knifeless tape, tuck behind. So on this particular edge right now, when I wrapped the fender earlier, this is what's called an empty cut. I'm going to put my blade here, and in empty cuts, solid cuts, or tuck behinds, my blade is never touching directly on the car. It goes alongside the car. But where it changes is what we call tuck and cuts. And tuck and cuts are on any tight gaps or raised objects like door handles, mirrors, fenders. So if you're a beginner right now, and I put the tip of my blade in there because it's so tight, as I'm cutting, the chance of my knife jumping out and cutting the car is extremely high. So to avoid that, and again, in the Rep Institute, we do teach you how to cut on these areas with a knife. It means that you have to cut super focused, super slow, and you have to put a lot of energy there. And on this particular car, I have to do that style of cutting a lot. There's a lot of tight gaps on this car. So what does that mean? It means by the end of the day, I'm going to be pretty tired because I have to have high focus, which is not a bad thing once you master it, but it's still kind of tiring. So we innovated a tool, and again, this comes from Japan, from Hitachi. It's a wrap axe. And what I do now is, just like when you cut, you click your blade, check this out. I take a little sanding paper, so my wife sometimes misses her nail files, so I can use it for my nails, but I can also use it for the wrap axe. So watch. I'm going to sharpen this up. And what I've done is on certain sections of this car, I've put key elements where I can use this wrap axe. So check this out. I'll start here at the front. So right here I have the material tucked into the front fender. So instead of using my knife right now, I take the wrap axe at a high angle, and I just take the wrap axe and go from side to side here, and it cuts without having to use a knife, and then I take it back and seal. So I just saved a lot of time. Here between the front bumper and the front fender, same thing. I can take the wrap axe inside here. I go once, go twice, and now I can pull the material out super safe, and I use the same side to seal. So hopefully you're starting to see how cool this wrap axe is. I see people's faces when they've been wrapping for a long time and they see the wrap axe for the first time, they're like, I cannot believe how easy that is to cut. So you can see I'm using the wrap axe. If I was wrapping this car, how many sections would I use this on? A lot. How much stress do I have? Zero. How excited does this make me, not only as a wrapper, but when I teach someone new how to wrap, how much stress is there? Zero. But if you're a professional right now, what I hope you appreciate is how much time am I saving? A lot. How's my quality? Great. Because the Rep Institute is always about quality and durability, but think about how fast my cuts are. I've just saved literally minutes on this car, but the biggest thing is I eliminated risk. And if you're a shop owner, now I hope you see why the wrap axe is absolutely amazing when it comes to cutting. So if you file it and sharpen it down, cool. And here on this particular side, this is the 90-degree side. This is super innovative. So later, okay, when I'm wrapping, and let's say I'm wrapping this door, getting my squeegee inside this edge is quite hard. So what I can do is I can take the 90-degree turn here, take it around this edge and turn it out, and now I can seal behind the door. Super clever. So very innovative tool, and that's the wrap axe. So now I want to show you a different way to use the wrap axe, and that's here on chrome. So remember earlier I said I'm going to show you different applications for wrapping. Now a lot of you watching right now are, let's say, detailers, or you're kind of getting into the wrap game for the first time. A very, very popular type of wrapping right now is what's called chrome delete. Came on maybe like 7 or 8 years ago. People are like, chrome delete's great. I don't need a lot of material. I don't have to stretch the film a lot. So in many ways a very easy application. But then after a while people are like, actually chrome deletes are super hard. And here's why. So if you do chrome delete right now, and let's say you just take a piece off the liner right now, the wrapping part, as I said, is super easy. So I come over here, grab my squeegee, come up to here, and if you've ever done a chrome delete, you know, the wrapping part is super easy. Now I take the material and I tuck it in. Now what's interesting here is if I try to take the material in, right now the material is gripping the surface. It's kind of hard to pick up, and if it picks up too hard, well, then I have to go back to start. So that's one problem if you don't prep it right, and I'll show you a Rep Institute solution for that. But my point being right now is I pick the material up, I tuck it in, but now here comes the hard part for chrome delete. Because a lot of wrap shops will put their good installers, let's say, on a bumper, and they're kind of newbie installers on chrome delete. But right now, as I mentioned earlier, if I come in with my knife, especially if you're a newbie right now, the chance of my knife jumping out of that gap and cutting the car is super high. Not only here where the pain is, but here at the top especially, chrome deletes are really hard. This rubber gasket is incredibly tight and it's soft, so it moves. So if I'm using my knife here and cutting, the chance of my knife jumping off and making a bad cut is way, way too high. So this is why a lot of wrap shops have gone away from chrome deletes. But we at the Wrap Institute, what we love to do is we'd love to hear a problem in the industry where people are kind of hitting a ceiling, and we think, okay, let's come up with a better solution for that. And I think we have. So what we've done is, I've talked to my partner, Reiner, and I said, okay, how do we solve this solution? So one solution is, remember earlier I said the material picks up from the chrome delete, or the chrome right there. So to keep it from picking up, because the surface energy of the paint is too high, all I want to do now is add masking tape. So by adding masking tape there, it's going to be so much easier to pick it up, so there's no chance of it popping off. That's number one. Number two is, what's cool is when you get a chrome delete film, you can buy it from, let's say, Fellers, and you can buy like a 2-inch roll pre-cut, which is cool, which means the top edge and the bottom edge are straight. And if the top edge and bottom edge are straight, check this out. So what I did earlier is I grabbed a piece, I have a straight edge here, and now instead of cutting at the top, and again, this is what we teach on the Wrap Institute, I'm basically going to butt joint the top, not a butt crack, a butt joint. And I come down here now and I'm lining the top edge up and just being super careful. And in this case, I'm using Avery Dennison Gloss Black. But I want to be super precise here, because if I line the black edge right to the molding right now, what does that mean? It means that I do not have to cut, which for me is a big one, especially for your newbies. So in terms of install time, what does that mean? It might mean that it's taking a little longer for me to put this on. But what I save though is any stress and any focus. So as you can see, I line it up exactly at the top to here, and voila. So now I have it on. Now check this out. Now I just take the material, and what I can do now is, because it's such an easy section to wrap, I can just take the material and squeegee it onto the main surface. So I hope you can already see where we're cooking. We're cooking at the top because I relax the material on, right to the edge, so no need to use a knife. Look how easily the material transfers to here, and done. Cool. Now, because I prepped a little bit, I spent a little bit of time by putting the masking tape there, look what I can do. Look how much quicker it is to tuck the material. So now I'm saving time again. So what I want to do is get the material in there nice and deep. So now I use the hard side of the squeegee, and this is where the platinum squeegee is nice because it's nice and firm. And now, instead of using my knife, I can take my Wrap X right now, switch this to here, and now, with very little stress, I just take my Wrap X all the way across to here, so it's super safe. Now I can pull the material low and flat away, and with a Wrap X now, I come back in and seal the deal. And so when I show this in workshop right now, people just are going absolutely nuts. I just was in Boston and I showed this. So now you hopefully get it, is for chrome deletes now, the Wrap Institute, especially with innovative tools like this, and smart techniques and understanding the film, now we've lowered chrome delete time by more than half. But the biggest thing is we made them super, super safe. So if you've been avoiding chrome deletes now, I hope you can go to them, because now you know, with the Wrap X and having smart solutions, now you can add those to your repertoire and start getting easy upsells, and you can actually charge quite a bit of money for that. So that's number one. So now let's get to this. So we'll switch to here. We're kind of building up to that front fender, and keep in mind for the comments right now, start putting your times of how long it's going to take me to wrap a fender from start to finish. Now here's another tricky one, and if you've been wrapping cars, you know, is that this particular rubber right here is super, super, super soft. So a lot of manufacturers put soft rubber molding there to reduce sound and also keep dirt from getting behind those areas. So the problem with this is if I take the material and I bridge it over here, if I go to cut on the rubber right now, the rubber might shift, and that rubber is super soft. So right now I'm just kind of doing this quick, and I can feel that my blade is sometimes touching. You can even hear it. The problem with that is right now, if I pick this up and I go to tuck it in, especially on a red car right now, I might see a little bit of red. I don't know if you can get that on camera, Jimmy, but right there I see a little bit of red. So now I have a customer who's super frustrated because I came up short, and that might mean I have to redo it. So that's when you want to do what's called a tuck behind. So one way to do a tuck behind, and people use this, and you can use the Wrap Axe for this. The Wrap Axe has a thicker edge right there, and I could take my Wrap Axe and stick it in the gap, and I could pull that rubber gasket out. So the problem with that though is sometimes with plastic tools you have to pull really hard, and the chance of it jumping out is really high. So now we got a super innovative tool that I didn't talk about earlier on purpose because I really wanted to showcase it here. So now I take the material, same position, and now the difference is this: instead of cutting alongside the rubber, I'm just going to cut just on the opposite side to here. I'm going to pick this up to here. Now watch. I'm going to take the lacy tip. So this is a really cool tool. If you can get this on camera, it's really cool. Where this actually has a little twist to the side, so it's Teflon coated, and it has a ball here. And I'll show you why this works on the fender in a little bit. But now, instead of using my plastic tool, I'm going to open the door a little bit so Jimmy can see. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the turn here, and because this is made out of metal and has Teflon, what it does is it goes in the gap nice and easy, and it pulls that rubber out. Then I can come in back with my squeegee right now, take the lacy tip in this gap right to here, and I could squeegee it behind. So I'm going to get a little deeper right now and turn it, and this is actually a particularly tight gap, but what I like about it now is I can now pull the rubber gasket out and I can tuck the material behind, and you can see how safe it goes inside this gap. And because it's metal right now, I don't have to pull too hard. I can just pull it out enough, and you can see how easily it goes behind, and I can work the material in. So it's much easier for the lacy tip for this, and a little bit I'll show you for corners. So now you have tools for tucking material safely behind, which is cool. Now we get to one of the favorite topics I like to show, which is what? Door handles, right? So in door handles, I'm going to show you my favorite tool for door handles. I'm going to come back and pick it over here, which is this. So I don't know if you can, if I have to hold my hand for this, Jimmy, this is like the ultimate tweezers right now, because these have a little, almost like called praying mantises right now. So with that being said, we'll get to mirrors, or door handles. So why door handles are particularly tricky right now is cutting and finishing. So I'm going to take the piece for the door handle, and I definitely teach this in the Avery workshop, so check this out. I'm going to take the material for here, I'm going to get it right onto the front part of the door handle, and I'm going to come down here and I'm going to pick the material up and I'm going to pull super hard. So you can see the material has a lot of wrinkles right there. But that's not a bad thing right now, because watch. I'm going to use the memory of the film to shrink the material back. So check this out. I hold the material here, I pick the material up, and I let the material start to sit and fall back. And then I take the material and I shift that tension a little bit to the back side here and shift it back right to about there. Here, same thing on the door. Door handle on the bottom, I pick it up, and you can see how it kind of wraps itself. And at the Wrap Institute, we really try to emphasize letting the material wrap the car for you. So now by doing that, I can take the material to here, and I can heat the top, use my nice weldy heat gun, take the material to the top, and then do the exact same thing on the back side. Take the material here, and take the material here. So what I try to show then is this, is I'm going to cut the back side first using my Ninja knife, and I love this Ninja knife because it goes straight into that tiny gap, and I'm cutting on the opposite side, as you can see. Take it down to the back side here, straight down. Once I make this cut now, I'll pick it up and take it down to here. Squeegee it on the back side, and then I use the hard side of my squeegee now to tuck it inside the gap to get the material nice and tight. So now this side's done, which is cool, but check this out. Oftentimes when I do the doors on the body, I'll prop open the door and I'll put in my Wrap X right to the edge so we can kind of prop open nice and easy. So we got that. But what can be hard right now and little tricky right now is to get the material in this gap and hold the material. So I come back and I grab the tweezers right now, and this is what's cool about these tweezers, is now I can kind of hold the material and get the right amount of tension when I get it to the edge, and I can use the tweezers to hold the material, and this is particularly good for PPF, is I can get the material to here, and even on this tight thing here, it's very hard for me to grab my fingers. Now I can use these super tweezers from Yellow Tools, and I can cut the material out and get the right amount of tension where I can cut down, cool, and finish it off, and then come back and seal. So you can see, awesome to have these tweezers. So tweezers are coming in handy, Wrap Axes coming in handy, and I also got my Ninja knife. So you can see the combination here of lowering my time on door handles. But now we move to my top favorite installs, especially if you're a beginner, is mirrors and PPF headlights. So if you've never done a mirror right now, one of the problems with mirrors is this, and this is an innovative solution, and we're going to get to triple S in a little bit, is normally if you're wrapping a mirror, especially if you're a beginner, you're going to take the material here, you got the material here, and you can take it and you can stick it on the mirror. Then what I do is if I pull the material really hard, it can be very difficult. I have to work very, very hard to here, very hard to here, and I'm pulling extra hard. But because the material is so flexible today, it actually goes on pretty good. But I'm working really hard. And at the Wrap Institute, we always say, if you feel like you're working hard, that means you're doing something wrong, either the wrong tools or the wrong technique. More importantly right now, even if it goes on good, I'm going to squeegee it onto place, and it might be a little difficult to get on camera, but I think Jimmy might be able to pull this off. I'm going to take the material to here, but what you can see in the material are these what's called adhesive lines. So right now, by pulling the material extra hard, I see all these dots. And it's not because I didn't clean properly, it's because I pulled and dragged the material across the surface. And if you do that, especially here, you're going to see all these weird dots. And that means your quality goes down. So at the Wrap Institute, if you have bad quality, that's not what we're all about. More importantly now, so not only do I have bad quality, because I stretch the film really hard, check this out. If I cut on the edge right now, right in here, you can already start to see it. You already start to see tension. And because this area gets a lot of sun, check this out. If I add heat, aha, cool. So if you're new to wrapping right now, this is a big problem when you wrap mirrors because you're going to get a lot of tension in the mirror and it's going to cause it to fail. So right now I want to show you a different way to prep the mirror. Very easy and straightforward. So now, instead of just wrapping the mirror as is, I'm going to sneak over here and I'm going to grab S. Now S is a product we developed with P&S. Dave and the crew out there came up with a very awesome solution where I do this. So before I wrap, I put a little S on the ice gray polishing towel right now, and all I'm going to do is just polish it on there, and that's going to keep the material from getting adhesive lines. Super simple, great solution. Then what I do is I'm going to take this piece here and I'm going to place it on the windshield. And if I place it on the windshield right to here, check this out. I'm now going to come over and I'm going to grab the Wrap UEZ, and there's a lot of imitators now, but this is the original for sure. And I can take the Wrap UEZ and I put it on the section right to there, and I flip it over now, and check this out. So the Wrap UEZ has a clear face right now on the front, and what that does is it has a high surface energy, so it's going to hold the film nice and secure. So I get it set up to here, set up to here, and earlier I told you I don't like to work hard. If you're doing it smart, you don't have to. So now having the Wrap UEZ, which is an innovative tool, I'm now going to take the welded heat gun on the highest heat, and I'm going to heat to relax the film. And what this does is it kind of sets the film up for success. And again, if you're wrapping mirrors and you've ever wrapped a mirror with color change film, you know that what can be hard about it is the material flops on itself. But now it's like I have an extra set of hands, 2 hands here, and check this out. Now I hit the meter here, I take the material and I put it on the back side to here, and I have it set. Awesome. And keep in mind, as I said earlier, this is a tool that we developed with the Wrap Institute and Yellow Tools. And now I get the heat gun going, but I feel like it's at too high of a setting. So what I do now is put it down to, in this case, around 800 degrees. And check this out. I'm actually going to heat and stretch the material at the same time. So this, for me, is magic because wrapping a mirror right now is about as easy as I can get. So this is one of the hardest parts in the car that has now become very, very easy. So once I set it to there, I let it chill for a second. I lock it on the high side. I actually got a little piece that came under. So I get it to there. So once it's set to there, I lock it on, and I can cut the excess film away. So I take it to here, cut the excess film to here, set this on the roof right now, and check this out. So now I don't have any sanding at all. And now I can take the material and I can pick it up and I can shake it to this side and pull, shake it to this side and pull, and to here. Voila. So now the main part of the mirror is done. I take the material down here, and now I simply do the recessed area first, across, and you can see the material is super easy to put on, where even if I get bubbles right now, I can just press it down with my finger, all that air comes out, take the material up to here just a little bit to take that tension away. And the biggest thing is right now, check this out. I can let the material sit to here. I'm going to take the tension now is in the middle of the mirror. I can now take my heat gun, relax the mirror, so then essentially the mirror has no tension on the edge right now. So you can see right now when you're wrapping, you don't want to see any tension on the edge. If you have no tension, that's a good sign. So once I let the material to cool, I come back with my knife right now and I cut it on the edge and I come back down, and how much tension do you see? None. And that comes from the Wrap UEZ. Then I add my heat, and I haven't even squeegeed yet. How much tension do you see? None. Voila. And again, that's what we're trying to do at the Wrap Institute, is through innovative tools, having the welded heat gun that I can just simply grab and go, and by having the Wrap UEZ and having S, that combination of the platinum tools with the Wrap Institute techniques, now we have great mirrors and very low install times. Awesome. And there's one last one I want to show before I go live on the fender right now, and that is headlights. So why don't we come on over here. And if you've ever wrapped a headlight right now, headlights are super, super, super profitable in the sense that it doesn't take much material. Oftentimes you can use scraps, and it's not a lot of space to do, and for the most part it's fairly easy, but it still can take a lot of time. And the reason why it can take a lot of time is this. I'm going to come in and grab my tools right to here. So if I come here now and I got the headlight, for example, so I got my solutions, is with PPF, when you do solutions right now, you have to use a slip solution. And if you use a slip solution, it can be difficult. So here I got my PPF solution here, and I'm going to put it on and soak it. Because with PPF, it's a wet install, right? So you can see that I got my soapy solution there. Everything's good. And then I'm going to take my liner off, very easy and straightforward, and then I'm going to start to wrap the headlight. So this is traditional style. So this is not the Wrap Institute endorsed style. So I'm going to pull the liner off, set it to here so it doesn't fold on itself. And now I'm going to spray it with a slip solution again, and everything's going good. But here's where it gets a little funky. Is because I used a lot of soap right now. Check it out. I set it to here, and for me to take the material and pull it across the headlight right now, I set it to here, and every time I go to pull, it kind of shifts, which is natural for PPF. So what do you have to do? Now you have to start to squeegee it in place, kind of hold it, get it to here. Sometimes you have to use a tack solution, and then you're pulling, and something that was supposed to be easy now becomes hard. Takes too much time. So your profits go down when your labor time goes up, and your quality is still okay, but it can be hard to finish, especially on the edges. So for us at the Wrap Institute, this wasn't a good solution because it's not profitable, takes too much time. So check this out. I'm now going to show you a different way to do it. So I'm going to make it dry, take off the solution right now, and now we're going to just use water. Now you might be thinking, okay, if you just use water in PPF, and if you've been doing PPF for any amount of time, if you use water and no soap, the problem is when you pull the PPF, you're going to get what's called silvering. So now your quality goes down even though your install time is good. So here's how you solve it. So at the Wrap Institute now we're taking the same solution, S, and I'm going to do pretty much the same as I did on the mirror. So I'm going to put S right on the front of the headlight right now. And what this is doing is allowing the material to slip and slide. So once I have the material set, again, keep in mind that S does lower the surface energy. So to be safe on the edges right now, I'm going to come back in with panel wipe. So panel wipe from G-Tech is really nice. So panel wipe is what's called, we call it the Wrap Institute, a super degreaser. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put a little bit of panel wipe just on the outside edges so the material can hold. It doesn't take very long. So my only pivot right now is putting a little bit of S and a little bit of panel wipe on the edge. So smart tools. Now, instead of using slip solution, I'm just going to use straight distilled water. So this means the material is going to tack. So you can see a totally different solution. And now, same thing, same PPF, same everything. Nothing changed, same car. All I did was change my tools. I pulled the liner off, very easy. And now, put it to there, put a little kiss of water on there, and let's check out and see how this behaves. So I flip it over, tack it to here, and now I lock it on, and check this out. Now I can pull. Now I can basically get it right onto the mirror, squeegee everything out, and this is the S is allowing all the water to come out. Check that out. How much easier is that? Now I get the material straight to the edge. I'm not losing any quality. My install time is definitely lowered, which means my profits have definitely gone up. And especially when I get to the edges right here, look how quickly the edges tack. The material is not slipping up, it's not coming up, and now I can go cut. And I'm telling you, using S and water, my install time goes down 80%, which means my profit skyrockets, and it's all about a pivot right there. Pretty awesome. So now you can see with the right tools from the Platinum line, now you can see you're making more money, and that's what we're all about. So that being said, what I'd like to do now, and this is your last chance, is I'm going to wrap this fender from start to finish. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this material off, and I'm going to get going here. And I'm going to do this as close to real time as possible and walk you through it. So who's going to time it here? I'm curious. Nick, are you going to time? Someone's going to. Or I can do it on my phone too. How's that? I'll do it on my phone. So right now, okay, on the Wrap Institute, what I would like to do now is let's see how long this takes me to wrap. Stopwatch, right? So what I'm going to do right now is kind of walk you through my logic and walk you through the process. So right now I'm actually going to close the hood. Get it ready to go. I got my material here ready to go. And keep in mind that if you guess how long I do this in, you're going to win 2 years on the Wrap Institute. And our new membership our new website's coming out, as I said, next week. We're super excited about it. And the reason why we're excited about it right now is because we're going to have online courses. We're going to have a weekly TWI town hall. That means you get to talk to Reiner and myself each week, which is pretty cool. And you get discounts over 20 to leading manufacturers across the world. Great. So now I've cleaned and prepped it, ready to go. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to include prep time in my time. So if you're ready to go, Jimmy, you ready to go? Cool. 2 years, Wrap Institute, free workshop on how to wrap a fender starts now. Cool. So now, here we go. I'm going to take masking tape and put it right to the edge here. And the reason why I'm doing this right now is to kind of lower the surface energy of the light. Because notice I didn't take off the light. So once I get it to here, click my masking tape, and this is going to allow me to pick the material up nice and easy. So remember I told you earlier the Wrap Institute was picked by XIX, who's working with Ford, to create the training program for them. And the reason why, one of the reasons why, other than me and Reiner just being way too sexy for our own good, is because we come up with systems. So right now, this is at the Wrap Institute we call prep before install. So I've already cleaned it and clay barred it with the Wrap Institute Platinum tool line, and those products all come from the Rag Company and P&S, is now, okay, I'm putting masking tape to lower the surface energy of key spots. Because at the Wrap Institute, we're not big fans of taking off a lot of hardware, right? So I did a full 360 of where I needed to put masking tape. Check. Now I'm going to take the wrapping material. I come grab my wrapping tools right now. We did a live event with Paradox back in November, and he calls those magnet purses. So I'll take that. So we got some magnet purses going on here. Now I take my bodyguard, do it to here, cut it with the backing paper on, because if I cut with the backing paper on, I could use this for mirrors, door handles, training, anything. Now that I have the backing paper to there, I take this out, and I can flip the material under. And the reason why I flip it under is to keep dirt from building up on the adhesive. So I take it to here, and I always put the backing paper under the car for safety. Take my tools away, and now I'm good. So what you want to do, especially if you're new to wrapping right now, is read the wrinkles. So right now, I'm going to pick the material up and just kind of let it sit. So I kind of just let it fluff, lock it onto here, come back over to here, pick it up, and just kind of let it sit on the surface, right to there. Cool. So once I have it on the body line here, it's time to jam. So here, I'm not wrapping the light. I'm going to make what's called a relief cut. Now the material's nice and relaxed, I can separate it top to bottom. So by separating it top to bottom now, it makes it much easier to wrap. So I come down here, take the material, and I'm going to pull to this bottom corner. And because I'm working with Avery Dennison, the material separates nice and easy. I pull the material to the corner, I pull the material to the corner, and now we have what we call at the Wrap Institute glass. Then I come over here, switch it up, make a relief cut to here, and now I pick it up right to where I squeezed it before, and I'm going to pull down to the corner. And what do I have? Glass. Then I pull the material straight, and I lock the material onto the bottom body line, and now the material's on the bottom. Now I switch up, make another relief cut here, and I'm going to pull to the inside corner. So I make sure the material can relax, I pull it to here, then I pull the material straight up and make sure I have nice and good glass right there. And if you saw the demo earlier when I did the hood, I say wrapping is like making a bed. That if I pull to the corners, now I got the material nice and relaxed, and I can make what's called glass. That's a term I came up with years ago. And anytime I have tension, instead of grabbing my heat gun, I can grab my knife and make that relief cut. And now, look how easily, because I'm working with good film, this one comes from Avery Dennison, I can create glass on the main fender area, and voila, very cool. So now I come back in for another wrapping tool, and what we teach on the Wrap Institute is always do the recessed areas first. So I know that there's a deep recessed area right here, so I take my finger and I take it into the deepest part first. And because I haven't squeegeed yet, the material just breathes right into that recessed area. Look how easy that is. That's called the palm. So once that's set now, check this out. One thing I'm always worried about is getting scratches on the film. So now, S, and this is what we call the Swiss Army knife of wrap solutions, if I spray S on the surface right now, especially with a satin finish, I can now squeegee faster, which is cool, and I can get it on the surface super easy. And if I get bubbles, like I said earlier, I just press them away and voila. Now I come back down here and I can squeegee it onto the surface. So now you can see by creating glass, I can squeegee in nice big fat juicy strokes, which means my install time is going down. And as you can see, hopefully, you can see how easy wrapping is if you have a good system. Cool. So now the bottom side is done. And then I just come up to the top and squeegee to here and squeegee to here. Pretty cool. Fender is done. So before I continue right now, especially with satins and mattes, you always want to remove the S. But this is where you really can see how cool S is not only is it good for under the wrap, not only is it good for squeegeeing, it is an amazing aftercare product. Great. So now that that's done, I'm going to come back and chill everything out. So if you saw the hood demo earlier, which I hope you did, the first thing I focus on always is corners. So I'm going to relax the film here and then do what we do with the Wrap Institute call tuck and cuts. So remember the wrap axe I showed earlier is I had tucked the material into the gaps. So same thing here, where I pick the material up to here, tuck it into the gap, voila. Come back over to here, tuck it into the gap to here, and just go around. And why the material is coming off the bottom section of the fender is because I did good prep, and that prep was what? The masking tape. So now that I have it deep inside here, which is cool, I now tuck it on the back side here, which is great. So as you can see, I heat the material and relax the material, and I'm getting everything set up so I can cut fast. And how I'm going to cut is with a combination of the wrap axe and my knife. Great. So once everything's set, again, I have my TWI Platinum tool line. I pull out my blade breaker, tuck it in, and now I come back over here, and I always do my corner first. So one thing I teach on the Wrap Institute and the Avery workshops right now is to always button up your corners by about 1 inch. Once I do that, now I can heat the material, relax it, take it around the corner, and squeegee. So corners are always the hardest part of the car to do. So if you do the corners first, well, then everything becomes easy. So one thing we try to teach on the Wrap Institute is wrapping is like being a black belt. And with a black belt or any kind of professional right now, you just know over time that the art of doing anything well, like a professional, is doing the hardest parts first. So I'm going to slow down on the corner, and I'm cutting on the side of the light. And I'm angling my blade in, and I'm using that ninja knife that I talked about earlier, why I like it so much. So by doing that now, I've cut everything out, so we're good. And now I'm going to switch back to the wrap axe. So come back over here. Again, I got my sanding block right now. And generally with the sanding block for the wrap axe, I like to do 240, if not a little higher. So try to do the finer side, finer grit. So I do this now, and now, because I already cut the section, I can do it to here. And then in this big long section, because I've already cut it and tucked it, or I've already tucked it, now look how easily I can do this long run, all with the wrap axe. And I can even do it into here, into cross. So now I can pull all this out, and in one movement, I can squeegee and seal the deal. And I got full coverage and no chance of cutting the car. That's about as good as it gets. So once this is set, I'm now going to cut my corner to here, and I'll show you the lacy tip in just a second. And now I'm actually cutting on the door side. So on the Wrap Institute, we call this opposite side cut. So I'm cutting on the opposite side to get nice flow. Once I do this, pick the material up and away. And right now, we are at what time? Ooh, I think my phone stopped. Oh no, we're at 8 minutes and 52 seconds. So it's a little faster than the hood at this point, which is cool. I cut on the back side here, so good angle for coverage. And Jimmy, I'm gonna go right behind you. And now, in one long run from this upper corner, I'm going to cut alongside the hood. Because this particular hood, even though the car is red, has a very steep drop off, so I can actually cut with the hood closed. So once that's set, pull the excess material away. Try not to ever let your material touch the ground. And now watch what I do. I run my finger around all the edges to make sure it's guided in. Super easy and straightforward. So it's again another 360, systematic right now. And once that's set now, check this out. I take my weldy, I work away from the corner, work the material down, and what's that doing is it's shrinking the material into the gap. I squeegee up and in to what we call the mouth, tuck it inside to here, and once it's set to there, I'm taking the wrap axe, and I'm probably going to be around 12 minutes flat. Is that profitable? For sure. This fender, when I first started, took me probably about an hour, hour and a half to wrap one fender, and over time of having good techniques, and all these techniques we teach on the Wrap Institute, everything you're seeing right now is on the Wrap Institute. That means your profits go up, and wrapping becomes super fun. You know, even though I'm doing a demo on TRCMA, and I'm super honored to be here, this is still just super fun. I'm basically taking a red car, and now I'm adding a little bit of moonstone satin. It's very satisfying. I'm a grown adult putting stickers on things. That's about as fun as it gets. And now I'm doing my final wipe down and taking that triple S off, getting that beautiful finish, and what I don't have to do is post heat, which is pretty cool. So that being said, I'm going to stop the clock, and we are at, Jimmy, we got 12:07. So now you just saw a front fender wrapped with color change film in about 12 minutes and 7 seconds. Pretty cool, right? So, but that being said, it's around 2 o'clock, the end of the demo. I like to open it up to some questions if there's time and go from there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to add a ceramic coating on top, which we could do now. Any
All
questions?
right, excellent. Well, I'll go ahead and go back to the questions here because I do have a couple, mostly to do with the wrap axe. So first of all, I'll just bring up...
I cannot hear Dane.
Oh, sure. I'll post it on the screen so you guys can at least see it. Even if you can't hear me, you can still see the comment.
So I'm just going to read off the screen because I can't hear Dane. So what can the wrap axe be used for in detailing? Very good question. So one thing for the detailing, for you detailers out there right now, what's interesting about the Platinum line is the crossover. So many of the tools were kind of developed in partnership with the Rad Company and the team Anthony and Levi. So what I highly recommend for detailers, the wrap axe is good, but I don't know which camera I'm looking at. Cool. So the Plek one right now, this is the Plek. So these were developed by Yellow Tools, and this is also from my partner Reiner. They're kind of big wrap guitar picks. So what's cool about them is they're different hardnesses, super soft, super hard. And for detailing right now, Gabe, who's the manager here at the Wrap Institute for the Media Center, this is the Teflon one, and this is very good for getting in tight gaps. So you can use the Plex, but you can also use the wrap axe for that, for sure. So hope that answers the question. What other questions do you got
here? Basically follow, what other wrap tools can we use in detailing?
Well, Triple S for me is the winner right now for detailing. Because Triple S, again, was a partnership with Dave from the P&S. And so basically what we did is we came up with this, and the idea was that it goes under the vinyl, so you don't get sanding, on the squeegee, so you don't get scratching, as an aftercare for wrap. But also what you can do is, you know, earlier, like for me, been playing with Triple S for a while, I use Triple S on the windows. For me, this is easily the best window cleaner I've ever used, which is awesome. So it dries super streak free. Now the water drips off it, and I can also use it on the interior and the inside of the windows for anti-fog. So instead of having 3 or 4 products right now, Triple S, a lot of shops just carry Triple S and they use it pretty much on everything. So.
All right, then I've got a follow-up here. Anandbot was wrapping his own vehicle, but he wants to know tips on wrapping front/rear bumpers.
Well, that's a good question. So basically for wrapping bumpers and stuff like that, a lot of the techniques I just used, which was starting here, making relief cuts, and then pulling to the corners. You're going to incorporate that on bumpers as well, and those are things that we teach on the Wrap Institute. Again, if you're been watching this right now, we do have a QR code, and normally the membership on the Wrap Institute is $149. Next week it's going up to $179, but if you use this QR code, and it's only good till the end of next week, you can get it for $99. So I would highly recommend watching the Wrap Institute bumper videos.
All right, excellent. And then Neil White here with, how do you take the step to get into wrapping cars, money, etc.?
Good question. So what I would highly recommend right now is, I do think the Wrap Institute is the best online training program out there, without question. The Wrap Institute Platinum tool lines, again, for me, best in class, super affordable, and they all come from Amazon, which is cool. And then I'd also recommend taking taking a hands-on workshop. So get a roll of film. You can order it from, let's say, Fellers or something economical. You don't have to get expensive. Take a hands-on workshop, 2 days, right? And let's say you take the Avery Dennison workshop, you get a free roll of film, so it's kind of a win-win. And then just wrap a hood. So get basic tools. You don't have to go super crazy. I wouldn't say invest in the top heat guns and stuff like that. Just kind of do it basic. Wrap a hood multiple times. Wrap for your friends. And if they're still your friends afterwards, well, then you're doing a pretty good job. And then I would say just learn from there. So again, hands-on workshop, membership at the Wrap Institute. Buy some basic tools, but always think quality. I see a lot of people buy the cheaper material, and wrapping becomes really hard. One of the main reasons why this was super easy is because I was working with Avery Dennison. If I was working with a cheap Chinese brand, this would not have been so fun.
Very fair. Now, Chris M. here with a question. How do you find an installer that's approved/trained by the Wrap Institute?
Very good. So basically, the Wrap Institute starting in May is going to be offering online courses, and those are going to give you certified badges. So I highly recommend that once you get your badge on the Wrap Institute, you're going to brand it and you're going to showcase it. But that's for online training only. So I would highly recommend getting Avery Dennison certified, 3M certified, Oracle certified, and just getting as many certifications as possible. So we don't offer certification per se, we just offer top-level pro training.
Okay. And G Polished here, one of our Grand Ambassadors located in Germany, wondering if the Wrap Axe works on PPF too.
The answer would be no. So right now, the Wrap Axe PPF is polyurethane, little gummy, doesn't quite work for that. But that being said, Orful now has a printable PU film. Arlon just came out with a printable PU film, and those are cast, and those are around 4 mil thick. So those you can use the Wrap Axe for. So just because it's PPF doesn't mean you can't. It just is based on thickness.
Okay. Now, this one, I believe, is a nice segue into our next segment coming up here. But Juke Nova with the question, you said vinyl wraps are flexible. Does that mean graphene coatings are preferable over ceramic coatings?
I don't know. I mean, I know enough about ceramic coatings to be dangerous. So I would say definitely do your homework. So graphene, I would leave that to Matt to answer that, but I just know that like most ceramic coatings have to be flexible. So like the one I'm going to be doing right now, and I'm just going to kind of coat the hood really quick while Matt talks about the product. But I would say use a flexible one. So the Diamond Protect, the Diamond Wrap is very, very flexible. If you get one that's hard, that's made for paint, that's actually going to be worse for the vinyl. It's going to crack it.
All right. Well, and on that note, why don't we go ahead and transition over to our next segment?
Okay. So if it's cool, I'm just going to keep on doing what I do. And Matt, if you want to jump on board?
Oh, definitely.
Do you want to introduce yourself, my man?
Yes. Hey, everyone. I'm Matt Ward with Diamond Protect.
And so what I'm doing, Matt, you just saw the demo. I just kind of did a lot of different types of demos right now. Chrome delete, all that kind of stuff. And, once you learn how to wrap, you can do cool stuff, right?
Oh, definitely.
But on the Wrap Institute, and again, I talked earlier about the demos right now, is there's a great crossover happening right now where a lot of installers are learning about ceramic coating. A lot of people who are in detailing are learning about wrapping. And so ceramic coating for me is one of the great upsells for wrap. How have you seen the market change? Because you're a big PPF guy.
Yes, definitely. So, with the paint's getting thinner, more. There's not as much paint on vehicles anymore.
No.
So definitely wrap and PPF are kind of the, as well as coatings, are kind of the future of the auto industry. We got to make sure we protect that really thin paint and get many years out of it.
Absolutely, and I think right now, for example, let's say someone just wrapped their car, right? And they generally the price for wrapping a car for color change, I don't know, I would say it's around the average price is between $3,500 to $5,000, right?
Yep.
And Avery makes great vinyl, for example, right? The thing is though with Avery is that over time, even with regular cleaners, the problem is the top coat's going to wear down and your investment's going to go down. Right?
Definitely.
So ceramic coatings, especially the one, for you guys, we help, we look for the best one out there. We talk to people out there what is a great one for wrapping. And the one diamond wrap really stood out for us because for me, it works really good with wrap. Why is that?
One, it's very, very flexible.
Yep.
The composite coating allows it to have just many forms of many different chemical components within the coating itself. So the coating itself likes to actually get in and fill those pores of the vinyl or PPF, which then blocks the UV damage, and it gives you a much longer longevity out of your film, longer lifespan.
You know, and but one thing I really, because I'm a wrapper, I'm not a detailer, and so for me, I've noticed like the flash time for a lot of ceramic coatings out there was very, very, very short.
Yes.
But your guys is exceptionally longer than the average. Why is that?
It's part of the PHPS polymers that are within the coating. So those have a increased flash time, or sorry, decreased flash time. So that way you actually have more workability of the coating. You can get it on more panels, more than one panel at a time, before you have to come back and knock it down, which time is money, so you can get multiple panels coated before you have to worry about coming back. The flexibility of it, like you're saying, as the expands and contracts, it flexes with the substrate of the vehicle, so you don't have to worry about your coating cracking or delaminating over time.
Yep. Yeah, but I mean, especially too for me, you know, as a wrapper, let's say my profit margin for wrapping a car, even if I do a good job and I'm wrapping as fast as kind of what you saw me do the hood and the fender right now, is my profit margin might be 20%. Right. But if I do a ceramic coating on a wrap, generally you can charge for a fresh wrap, you could put a ceramic coating on generally between $500 and $800.
Sure, yes.
And with your product right now, I could generally, with the body prep, because I'm getting the surface prepped, and I'm putting a diamond wrap on top, right now I could easily get, you know, I could do this in 1 hour, right?
Oh yes, very easily. And then yeah, as soon as the coating is leveled, it can actually be pulled outside, which is a big plus for wrap shops that don't have a lot of detailing or anything else to finalize on the car, so they can actually just wipe it down, do the windows, whatever you need to do, and pull it outside for the client.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. And so last week I was in Amsterdam, you know, and there was a FESPA show, and we did a demo with diamond wrap. And I'm kind of doing what I did now, is where I kind of wrap the car and then I put it on. And the biggest thing that was like, you know, the wrappers came up to me and I said, basically, you have, you know, 5 minutes to polish it on, which is cool. And then in addition right now, it outgasses, and like if I put this on, with most ceramic coatings, if I put these on, I would have to wait 2 to sometimes 24 hours before I take it outside.
Correct.
How quick can I take diamond wrap outside?
You can, as soon as you lay it down, level it off, you can pull it right outside into a rainstorm. So
boom,
no holding onto the vehicle.
And that for me is huge, you know, because again, for me, the industry is getting busier and busier, right? Yes. And so it's getting bigger and bigger. So if you're doing a wrap right now, and when I talk to other ceramic coatings, it doesn't mean the other ones are bad. Right. But when I talk to them and they say, oh, the flash point's 30 seconds, for me that's a red flag, because the chance of getting a stain on a satin finish and having to rewrap it is too high. It's too risky.
Yeah.
And then when they say, oh, well, it needs to outgas for 2 to 4 hours, I'm thinking, the wrap shops don't have time to let that car sit in the shop.
Exactly.
So when you guys said 5-minute flash time, I'm like, great. And then when you said, oh, it can go outside right away, I'm like, perfect. So for me, I'm getting the performance, I'm getting all the stuff that other ceramic coatings have, but you guys have the differentiators that for me, for wrapping, PPF, color change, those wrap shops need to understand that, you know, it's not a ceramic coating, it's composite. It's different.
Exactly. Yeah.
And that's what makes your product special.
Exactly.
Because this whole time we're talking, and I just coated the hood and coated the fender, and as a wrapper right now, super easy and straightforward. It looks much better, it holds up better, but the biggest thing is that car is out with 18-month protection.
Exactly.
Pretty cool. So now you see the beauty of having the Wrap Institute Platinum tool line, which is great, but you also see the power of wrap, which is great, so I hope you learned a lot right now. But that being said, I'd like to hand it over to you guys and let you guys take over, but you see the crossover, which is really cool.
Oh yes, definitely.
Awesome, thank you.
Hello everyone, this is Tyler and Matt from Diamond ProTech. First off, I actually want to hand it over to Michael, our CEO, over in the podcast room with Dane, just to kind of do an intro and a recap of what you guys just saw in that amazing intro video.
All right, so we're here back in the podcast studio. I'm sitting next to Michael here. Michael, could you fill us in a little bit about what we just saw in that video?
Yeah, first, thanks.
Come a little closer to the mic,
First,
please.
many thanks. Justin, thanks for the wonderful relationship that's developed with RAP Institute and all your team. You know, Marcus, Reiner, everyone else, your whole team, both in Europe, both here. The RAP Institute included our diamond wrap coating in their analysis of all coatings to figure out which one to endorse, and we're just very happy they chose us, mostly because of those factors they just went over. Easy to apply, slow flashing.
Gotta get you right up on it.
Okay, slow flashing, and the fact that you can take the car right out. Very good for detailers to add that extra service profitably to their offer of the coating applied. So it's definitely value added. So, you know, again, it's a great relationship, and it's really thank you to the RAG company for introducing us in the first place.
Of course.
And you know, look, we came here 2 years ago. We launched in the States from Switzerland.
Yep.
The RAG company took us under their wing. They showed us around the States. You know, we were a satellite research and development company 10 years ago, and over.
Yeah, things looked a little different.
Yeah, things looked a little different. So, you know, we started off with about 7 years ago testing on cars, tested about 3,000 cars, you know, rebranded, and then, you know, came to the States and knocked on the door, and you guys let us in. Thank you very much, and it's been a great partnership. And again, the relationships and introductions to the RAP Institute have been phenomenal.
Excellent.
So we're all over the country and the world with the RAP world, and really glad to be along for the ride. Also on this event, we have a couple of announcements that you saw teased out in the in that intro video. One thing is Morgan Motors is a 114-year-old British automotive manufacturer. Last year at Waxstock, Dane and Anthony got to go to the factory to full tour, and over the course of that, I think you saw the type of vehicle that they.
Oh yeah, no, and I was familiar with Morgan even before that, and I was very excited when I found out we actually got to go to the factory and check it out, because the way they do things is very different than what you think of with a lot of other car manufacturers. I mean, when you've been around for over 100 years. And you're still doing some things similar to how you did back in the day, because the heritage is really strong and you care about that. It's a smaller volume manufacturer, but there's so much care and love that goes into each car they create.
Yeah.
And they got a wood shop in there. They've got all kinds of stuff that you just don't see anywhere else. So it's a different level of craftsmanship than you see in a lot of these places where it's just robotic arms going around everywhere.
And in a way, Morgan, that experience that you saw, that was great because of that. Just a handmade aspect. Anyway, they after that tour, they tested our product, and they're starting April 10th, just 10 days from now. They're going to be coating all their cars leaving the factory with diamond body products. And it will be everyone who buys one will get a kit for aftercare going forward. So anyway. That's a new relationship we're happy to announce, and you'll probably see a press release, but we're announcing it here today for the first time.
Very cool.
In the States.
Well, thank you for sharing.
So anyway, that's one thing, and then the other thing is we've got Carfax. We're our coating for all the pros who install the pro coatings. It will be notated in Carfax. So that whenever the coating, it's a 5 or 10-year coating, that guarantee lasts owner to owner. Doesn't it conveys. It conveys.
Nice.
So if you've got it done on a certain date and the second owner's got it and it's got a guarantee issue, it's still good. So Carfax is going to be there. It also, of course, shows the new prospective owners how you care for your car and you put a good solid coating on it.
Yeah.
So that's there. And then last of all, we've got an announcement here. We got a new product. This is we just flew in 500 bottles of Hydro 2. Now for Hydro 2. It is it's important for a couple of reasons. A lot of people wanted more hydrophobics. Now remember, we started off as a protection coating, And you know, Jamie the cleaner, remember he tried to wash the coating off?
Sure.
How many washes did he do? He couldn't get the coating to get off. That was our 3-liter coating.
Car coatings are a little different because the owners are looking for that kind of satisfaction of the hydrophobics, the beading, all that kind of stuff. I want the water to just disappear. Whereas if you're doing it for protection, you have a whole different game plan going into that. So that's where you're coming from. It's understandable. There would be a bit of a learning curve to adjust to the whims of the customer.
Yeah, can you imagine? We started off with spacecraft protection. We didn't care about hydrophobics and good looks. But now we do. We're in the automotive industry, and we care about good looks. So we developed an upgrade to Hydro 2. And we named it Hydro 2, and basically you're going to see those 142-degree water beads dance even better. And it's much more pronounced, so it's much a bigger feature we're going to be talking about as time goes on with all the Pro products. So here they are. Now, one other very important part is when we reformulated it, we formulated to withdraw one step from each of our Pro coatings.
Okay.
So Pro 60 used to have 3 steps, and now it has 2. So the Hydro 2 allows a better fixing to the original base coating, and then it provides that hydrophobic. So for the Pro 60, it's only 2 coatings now, and Pro 110, it's only 3 layers now. So we've basically taken out a lot of time. So from beginning to end, with the waiting time. So let's say we've got Pro 60, lay it down, wait an hour. Hydro 2, lay it down, and then it can go right out the door after that. So basically, in about 2.5 hours, you've got a 5-year coating out the door.
Okay.
Okay. So anyway, that's the people want faster, they want better. This is what Hydro 2 brought us to.
Speaking of faster and better, I think people are going to want to see it actually used on a car, and I happily volunteered my car to be out there for the guys to work on. So
they're going to do the Toyota.
I have the Mazda Miata, actually. The Toyota's a dealer Toyota.
I think they're doing the Toyota. Let's go see what they chose.
Yeah, let's go see what they did.
Okay.
Hello, guys. Thank you for that intro. Thank you for the recap on that video. We've got 40 minutes left here of our presentation today. I want to make sure that we get a chance to see and experience some of that nano diamond difference for all of you guys. So the first thing we're going to do, Dane's Miata is looking beautiful and shiny over here. This has already been coated. We're going to use this for some hydrophobic property testing afterwards. And we will do the rims on this. So Dane will be dripping with it. And we're going to get this Pro 60 5-year coating certified on Carfax for Dane. Let's see if Dane can keep the car for 5 years. I'd love to see what the comments thinks that one will last. But we're going to give this Toyota, we're going to hit the hood. We want to go through the reduced steps of Pro 60. So first off, we're going to prep this hood. Matt's going to rip through and get this hood prepped, and we're going to kind of talk about each of the products, the benefits. Over the last year since we were here, we've done a lot of in-person training events. We love coming out to a distributor near you and actually get to go through the coating process, let you have the experience coming out to you for it. But one thing you'll always hear us talk about, last year you heard me say prep is key, prep is king, and that doesn't change, right? There's 3 major categories of prep products that are out there. You've got wax and grease removers is a prep product. You've got IPA, isopropyl alcohols, and then you have proprietary preps. And Diamond Protec's prep product that we're using here is a proprietary prep, having nano diamonds in the prep product in order to make sure we get the best adhesion possible. So it's very important to use that. You'll see better adhesion on all of your coating application and absorption into the surface that you're applying it to. So we've got this whole hood prepped out. Matt's giving our Pro 60 a good shake. Huge step ups with Hydro 2 and Pro 60. Now instead of having to do 2 layers of Pro 60 and 1 layer of Hydro Original, we just do 1 layer of Pro 60, 1 layer of Hydro 2. This reduces an hour of time that vehicle has to be in your shop. This means you can do a 5-year coating on a vehicle and deliver it in a rainstorm within 3 hours, which is just amazing. So you'll see he's going through, getting a nice crosshatch. And what's really nice about the Toyota here is you're hopefully going to be able to see this coating flash. You're going to see two different types of flashes. For those pro installers, we have kind of soft launch Hydro 2. A lot of our pro installers have already played with Hydro 2, but it's moved from that hazy wax-like dust wiping off residue at the end to a micro bead or a sweating finish. So big differences there. You're going to see here with Pro 60, you're still getting that haziness, that rainbow effect. I think it's a little bit better visibility. There's some areas right in here. Now what's awesome is between our two layers, ideally we're going to be looking for about 40 minutes to 1 hour. So we're actually going to go and do a glass coating, allow you to see the experience, what you're looking for visually, and we're going to go do a wheel coating before we come back to do Hydro 2. We've gone through this complete panel. We're in a nice controlled atmosphere right here, so this is something that we can very simply start leveling this out. Again, we can see it flashing. Big differences. In about 20 minutes, 30 minutes, we're going to see Hydro 2, and we're going to notice that it's a completely different flashing. So about 1 minute of flash here. We're ready to level it out.
And our coatings are very easy to take off. You do not need a handful of microfiber towels to level our coatings, which is a great money saver and a time saver.
Yes, most definitely. So what you'll notice is when we go through our consumer kits, you'll see there's one microfiber in there. And the reason we've got one microfiber in there is because that's all you really need to level out our coatings. A lot of pressure is also not needed. If it's a lot of pressure or it's smeary, we're taking it off too soon. And that's a big thing when we get into the Hydro 2. You'll notice Pro 60, our pro products, you're usually sitting between 1 to 3 minutes depending on your humidity and whether you're in a controlled atmosphere. Things like Hydro 2 or body, you'll sometimes see an 8 to 10 minute flash time depending on where you're at. That's how quick and easy our base coat of Pro 60 is. From there, normally if we're doing a training class, our next big steps is we would finish the whole vehicle. It takes us about 15 minutes while we're training a class. And then we move over and we start coating other surfaces. So we've already coated, or we've already prepped these rims over here. So we're gonna move over to the rims of the Miata. And we're gonna coat this. This is another really weird coating and exciting coating to experience. Why do I say that? Is what we're gonna watch is the penetration is huge, right? So this wheel coating comes directly out of our, as you guys called them last year, space diamonds, but it came directly out of our satellite technology. So what you're gonna notice is it is intense penetration into the rim. So, and it's very fast flashing. By the time you get around the complete rim, it's ready to level out. And what makes it so different is its structure to resist heat, right? So this coating was designed to exceed 1,000 degrees Celsius. What is that? That's over 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit. If your rims are 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit, the coating on your rims failing is the last thing that you're concerned about. But why is that so important is because, you know, this Miata, Dane's Miata right here are great examples. If you can see in there, there's some good size rotors in there. And there's a lot of cars that have drastically larger rotors as well. And those rotors, when you're braking and accelerating, are going to be throwing off shards of that rotor, your brake pads, and that is what embeds itself into the rim. So what Matt's doing here is a wheel on, just a face coating. And if we can get down here, you can see that it almost immediately gets absorbed in. But while it's being absorbed in and pulled into the face of this rim, we need to make sure we still go around and level the entire coating. Why? Is because there may be, you know, small high spots, and those small high spots or ridges will gather brake dust, making it more difficult to clean in future maintenances of the vehicle. So going through, even if you can't see anything, is very important to clean everything up. What's the experience, Matt? You got a lot of product that you're picking up there? Is it smearing around?
No, I'm almost just wiping off nothing. Like you're saying, I'm just going through the motions to make sure I don't have any high spots or built up coating that didn't get leveled out, but no, there's almost nothing here.
Now, big thing, I'm pretty sure we said it before, but I like to say it again. We need to make sure that all of our surfaces, whether we're coating a wrap, we're coating our interior, we're coating wheels, are always prepped with body prep. That body prep is really what allows the coating to penetrate and be absorbed into the surface the best way. What's awesome too is right here, this wheel coating, if this was the only service we were providing to this customer, these rims are ready to drive in 30 minutes. So that is a big deal to know that we probably don't need to do this coating first. We could wait till further on into the service as long as we know we have 30 minutes before the customer comes to pick up the vehicle. Quick, easy, done. That's a wheels on service. If you go to a training class, sometimes depending on the intensity of the class, we'll do a wheels off, where we go through and we do the entire barrel. So you've got two service types that you can offer with a wheel coating as a professional detailer. You can do just the faces, or you can also do the faces and the barrels. From there, let's touch on the windshield.
All right.
Now, a year ago, a lot of people don't know this, April 1st is actually my anniversary with Diamond ProTech. This is when I officially started with Diamond ProTech, was April 1st and of last year. And Diamond Glass is my favorite Diamond ProTech product. The frost resistance, so what you've got where we talk about the heat resistance out of Diamond wheels, designed for satellites when that satellite is on the front side or the face of the earth in extreme UV exposure of the sun in drastic temperature, because you have to realize that UV exposure has no atmospheric protection. Diamond glass is for the opposite side, the cold side of the earth, when that satellite's on the opposite side with no UV exposure. And the frost resistance that was put on our windshields, both mine and my wife's, was amazing, life-changing. I've never gone a winter where I didn't have to use ice scrapers, and is just another phenomenal product. You'll notice Matt's using our glass prep. So glass is the only surface that has a unique prep product, right? Again, having nano diamonds in there. But what also steps it up to the next level is there's micro abrasives in there to really clean and exfoliate those pores that the coating needs to get into and absorb into the best it can. So once your glass is prepped, it should be out right there in front of the box.
Oh, yes it is.
Perfect. Again, we shake our coating for 15 seconds. Once we've shaken the bottle for 15 seconds, we apply to the windshield, and this is another one you're going to see extreme penetration into the surface and absorption as it gets sucked into the windshield to have its best adhesion.
There we go.
Diamond glass is designed for 12 months worth of protection. The frost resistance is huge, the ease of clean, the ease of bug maintenance. NG&T Diamond ProTech focused on the maintenance of your windshield, the visibility through your windshield, and didn't focus on hydrophobic properties as much with Diamond glass. As we play with stuff and we step into things that become more hydrophobic, we lose traits like the frost resistance. We lose traits like the ability to have such ease of cleaning up bug guts on the windshield. So that's what really makes it very different than a lot of other coatings out there.
So most of this glass coating will actually penetrate into the surface. I tend to be a little heavy-handed on it, so you might see a little residual coating bubbles afterwards, but those polish easily off with just a quick microfiber towel. Essentially, it's just what I put on too thick for the glass to absorb it.
It's also nice when you're doing something like TRCMA to have a little extra so you can see it on the camera. But you can see here where he applied it really thick, it's almost completely disappeared and been absorbed into the surface. And again, just like we were talking with the wheels, we want to make sure that we level everything out. Just because we don't see a high spot or a ridge, if there's any ridges along this windshield, it's going to grab on to a speck of dirt, a little bit of debris, and that might cause an issue down the road. So we always want to make sure we go over the check. A lot of people will say, it looks like there's nothing that I need to wipe off, and it's always best to go through that motion. Now we can see here, we could wait a little bit longer. One of my favorite ways to test some of our coatings, and if I come in here, is I'll just take my gloved finger, and if I go across and it smears, it's still wet. That allows me to know, okay, I've got plenty of time that I could still let that go. So that's a quick, easy way to test where we're at with it. Another great way is you can kind of sit back and just watch those little micro beads pull away from each other as it's being absorbed into the glass. And once you finally see that they stop, it's almost like they're dancing and, again, pulling away from each other. That's when you know you're getting to that point that you're ready. With any nano diamond composite coating, if you're getting smearing, you're wiping it off too soon, always. If you have to use a lot of pressure, if you're having to go back with a second and third wipe, you're taking it off too soon. A lot of our coatings are designed in order to have a little extended flash time with a rapid cure time. Diamond glass is another coating that's ready immediately to deliver to your customers once you've leveled it out. So even in a rainstorm, once Matt's leveled this out, it's ready to be delivered to a customer.
And there's almost no residue on that glass at all. It's all absorbed. So I'm just hitting it to make sure I don't have a high spot, but it is in there.
Easy peasy.
That's so easy.
Justin makes wrapping a car look easy. Diamond Protec makes coating a car easy. An installer like Justin is just crazy. So last but not least is our Hydro 2. So this was one of our new products that we talked about in our intro video here. Why Hydro 2 versus the original Hydro? So a few things. If you're already a pro installer or you need to become a pro installer, TRC has all of our pro products here ready to go. Once you become a pro installer, you get your installer code number. You provide that to TRC. They turn it in on the back office so you can buy your pro coatings from the same place you're buying your quality microfibers. The step up from Hydro Original to Hydro 2 gives us better pH resistance across the entire spectrum, better hydrophobic properties across the entire surface of the vehicle, and a big one is the ability to now apply it to your rubber jams, your headlights, your emblems, your chrome pieces, all those areas that we said, hey, stay away from with the original Hydro. Hydro 2 can coat everything. So just all around brought that application to the next level for you guys. It also does extend the flash time, which you're going to be able to see here. So I'll pass that over to Matt. Hydro 2 is a phenomenal step up for our pro installers. It does bring as a standalone coating 2 years worth of durability. As a top coat, we do recommend replacing it every year. We'd rather see you over maintain your customers' vehicles rather than under maintain it. And if you do ever get a vehicle with water spots, this allows you to use a wider range of pH water spot removers and still have the Hydro 2 left on afterwards. So what we can see here, Hydro 2 is your top coat on your Pro 60, Pro 120, in Pro 120 spray applied. And it's part of the Pro line, which is a big deal for us. Getting that updated, removing a layer of Pro 60, so going from 3 layers of application to just 2 layers of application is a big deal. Doing a complete vehicle, many installers let us know that 2 coats of a composite nano diamond coating is faster and easier for them than a single layer of some other coatings, which is great. We love to hear installers save time and have easier processes. And the other big thing, if you guys remember, like Michael said, we brought in with us 500 bottles of Hydro 2, meaning we are ready here at TRCMA or TRC for your guys to begin getting your Hydro 2 right now, which is very, very exciting.
And not only on top of the multi-layers being faster, the biggest part is the wait time. For our Pro coatings, we ask that you hold on to the car for 2 hours before you let it go. That gives you enough time to finalize any other little details you need on the vehicle, and then give it to the client the same very day, increasing your profits and your turnaround time.
So while this flashes, like I said, we could take up to 8 minutes for this to flash. We can see that it's beginning to pull away from itself, right? Versus the Pro 60 that we just watched. This is beginning to pull away. It almost looks a little bit more like diamond glass. So Diamond ProTech has a few families of chemistries for composite coatings that we use, and this is very different than the original Hydro. Very exciting to have this get brought into the Pro Series lineup of our products. I do want to touch on one other big thing, because a lot of pros have been asking about it, is our sprayable coatings. So this is what you'll see here, an Iwata LPH 80 minigun. Diamond ProTech offers these adapters, and what's really nice about these adapters is in here you'll see there's a rubber grommet, and because you've got that rubber inside there, when you put it on and you put your coating directly into it, you're able to flip your bottle over and continue to use that bottle of coating. Why is that a big deal? Because if you pour a coating into a metal cup, you're not able to continue to use it for future applications. So we simply pull the dropper out, twist the gun on, and then like we see here, this is our wheel coating. Very quick, easy to use. Once we've done our wheels, our calipers, any of our brake shields, there's so many things you can do with a wheel coating that goes over 1,000 degrees Celsius, 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit. We finish that up. We're able to flip our coating over, and then simply make sure we run some solvent through the gun afterwards. It's very important to clean these guns out, so I'm going to make sure I clean this gun out afterwards once we get everything going. That kind of wraps up most of our Pro coatings, but I don't want you guys to just watch this segment and feel like, geez, all they're talking about is Pro products here. Diamond ProTech and the Rag Company, like here's one. This is my favorite body coating, even after using the Pro 60, which we put on the Miata. We just did on the hood of the Toyota. Inside this kit, what makes this very special is Diamond ProTech, anything they consider a consumer coating, they have very weird constraints for what we consider here in America. So as the Swiss, a consumer coating is a single layer application, can be done by a mobile detailer or someone outside, and cures in an hour or less. Those are the biggest things. Having that weather ready in an hour or less, single layer coating, and the ability to be done outside. So these boxes, all your instructions, just like you've watched here today, are on a QR code of the box. But when you open it up, you get the prep product that Matt used. You get the coating, depending on what coating you've purchased. You get the applicator pads, just like we used today. You get 2 sets of gloves, one large, one extra large, and that one microfiber you need to level out the coating. So these are great, great coatings, even for a DIY person. I know we've talked a lot about our Pro coatings. We've had some massive step-ups with the Carfax. Morgan Motors, a 100-year-old car manufacturer, factory installing an aftermarket coating is crazy impressive to have that recognition. So we're very humbled and honored to be able to be recognized by them for that. And but it doesn't take away from our consumer products. I'm looking here, and we've still got this coating on that hood. So, man, if you're a pro installer and you're used to doing pro coatings, talking this long would probably have scared someone. I'm sure there's people panicking on the other side of their keyboards. And what you'll see is, like we talked about, you can see those little micro beads. It almost looks like a sweat, some people will call it. And I can still do that smear test. It's still a little smeary. We could push it a little bit longer. Why don't we start leveling it out while we kind of hit any questions? I'm sure we've got some questions. I hope we covered a lot of stuff, but we'll start leveling this out here.
It's so smooth.
I know. Hydro 2 is literally makes the hairs on your arm stand up. I love the technology that the Swiss have with Hydro 2.
And on top of that time frame that we did this in, if you have any really bad high spots, which are very difficult to get with this stuff, our coatings are cannibalistic, even the consumer line. If you get a little high spot, you can come back within an hour or so, reapply some of the coating to the applicator, and it will wipe right off the surface. So it's very hard to get a high spot. It's very hard to mess this stuff up. It's very, very user-friendly.
Again, not a lot of pressure is being applied by Matt. When we do trainings with people that are used to other coatings, less pressure, the ability to actually, even with how many micro beads we saw on the surface of that mat, can you show the inside of that towel how wet it is?
It's not.
It's dry.
It's dry.
Instead of wiping all that excess coating off, your coating's actually being placed and absorbed into the vehicle.
Beautiful.
Other than that, I saved this card, Dane. So I'm one of like those weird guys, right? So this is Pro 60 guarantee card 1, 2, 3, 4. And Dane, we've installed Pro 60 on your car. This is going to get Carfax registered to your vehicle. So inside every Pro kit, you get the guarantee card with the QR code that your customer gets with their warranty and everything on the back. The QR code that you scan to register the warranty, and a door jam sticker. So we've installed Pro 60 at TRCMA 2024. Maintenance on 2025. Dane, let's see if the car makes it. Any Q&As for us to go through, guys?
All right, now I think you guys can hear me. Just wanted to say thanks for that. That's very handy because I can be a little forgetful, so now there's no missing it.
Got our door jam sticker there, and we're going to throw his guarantee card in his glove box.
Good luck finding a glove box.
Oh, no.
There's
an
itty-bitty center console. Just pop it up and you can throw it in there, and that's great. Otherwise, look between the seats.
There we go.
It's big enough for the warranty card.
Yeah, easy peasy. Well, excellent. And on that note, if you guys are game to start answering questions, I do have a handful of them here for you, so let's go ahead and throw those out.
Let's do it.
All right, so starting things off, Josh Reichert here asking, so would Diamond Glass be a great fit for detailers in Arizona? Naturally, because of the insane heat they, deal with on a regular basis.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. You're not obviously going to get that frost reduction, but it's going to increase your visibility and the cleanliness of your glass.
All right. And then Stefan here with an interesting question, because everybody's always got some kind of take on this, but diamonds are in the prep and diamonds are the hardest material, that logically means that you are micro or nano scratching the surface what you apply it onto, because the surface is less hard than a diamond.
Yeah, I'll take that one. Look, if you look at the nano diamonds, as we even had when the rag company came to visit the lab, it's a fine gray dust. So if you took that gray dust and you put it
so small,
and you put it on clear coat and you rubbed it in, that's what would happen.
Yeah.
But remember, these are in suspension, in PHPS, in a composite coating, and we float it on, and then the diamonds go and they form that matrix. They float in and then down into the molecular structure of the clear coat. That's it. So there's no
the
rubbing
diamond's
of it.
not making contact with anything until after it's already just settled. But
It-
it's not
it-
during the process. You're not sitting there grinding it in.
Yeah.
That's what people are picturing.
Yeah.
So that's a very important point for someone who's looking at that. So the in suspension part is the important part there.
Yep.
I'll go ahead and move on to any plans for additional maintenance products, decontamination, or quick detailer sprays from DPT.
If I don't get told not to say, I'm going to say it.
I don't know, Michael. We got the look of approval.
No. We clearly want people to take care of their Diamond Protect coating. So we've been testing a number of maintenance products. Simple, aftercare. We're not going to go crazy. We are a coatings company, and we want to take care of the coatings. This is, we are not, your broad based,
different soaps. And
yeah, we're not, So anyway, we will have pre-care, post-care, and that's about it.
Okay, yeah. Don't confuse people. Just give it to them.
I'll kind of expand on that. I know specifically you asked about decontamination and quick detailer sprays. Decontamination is kind of a big one for us. Nano diamond coatings are built for someone like me. So I have 4 kids, 3 of them still at home. Just started lacrosse and deck hockey and everything again. So my vehicle doesn't get washed all the time. Michael's vehicle doesn't get washed all the time. We're built, our coating is not built for pH balanced soaps all the time, rinseless or waterless washes. We are built for a real decontaminating wash. Go ahead, give us a proper acid bath, give us a proper degreasing bath, and unclog the coating. We're not scared of using some PHPS or using some pH products that are, alkalines and acidic. And that's where our maintenance products will end up going, is places to clean it the right way instead of having people say, oh, I need to use pH balance this, pH balance that.
Right. Well, okay. Thanks, Mike. Dane, the next donor appreciates you having it professionally coated. Appreciate that. All right. So, Anand here with how's the flash time on the diamond vinyl versus what was just showcased? So, kind of between the different coatings, is it similar, or because one's for vinyl versus, paint and clear, slightly different behavior?
It's slightly different behavior, but your flash time on PPF and vinyls is going to be that, depending on your heat and humidity, you could be anywhere from 2 to 5 minutes. So you have plenty of working time to coat multiple panels at once.
Okay.
Yeah, diamond wrap does fall in what we consider our consumer line. So what does that mean? It cures in an hour or less. It's instantly ready once you've applied it. And it's a single layer and could be done outside if need be. So it does have enough flash time that it doesn't have to be in a controlled environment if it's something you want to do yourself.
Okay, excellent. And this is a good question from Mike, because obviously once people have a coating, perhaps they open it, use it a little bit once, maintaining the coatings that you already have, he was running into, I guess, a little chunkiness or something happening with his storage and his sprayer, so he was just looking for some advice.
Yeah, so that, if I had to guess, that was probably from quite some time ago. What you'll notice, question for you, Mike, is this bottle is a little bit different here with Quick Body, right? It's completely white all the way through, and it's so that there's no oxygen penetration. Yes, when you use Quick Body, the best thing to do is always take your trigger off and make sure you run some water through it so that you're flushing it all out. But Quick Body is a very, it's a diluted version of Diamond Body. So as it gets exposed to oxygen too much, that can become an issue. So if your bottle is as clear or opaque and it's not this completely white bottle, let us know. We'll gladly take care of it.
All right, excellent. Thank you. And then I've also got a few more here. I've got, oh, okay. The Gun Vault asking, how soon before you're able to use Diamond Quick Body?
You could use Diamond Quick Body immediately. So that's one of those things, like when you look at our consumer grade coatings, you have Diamond Body and you have Body 36. Diamond Body focuses on gloss, fast flash times, immediately ready to release a vehicle, and extended flash times, immediate cure times, weather ready immediately. Body, there would be no need to hit it with Quick Body. 36 focuses on shine, which allows you to really look into the depth of the vehicle, and scratch resistance. So sometimes if you're not getting all those desired hydrophobic properties you're looking for, go ahead, hit it with Quick Body right away, and that's going to give you those heightened hydrophobic properties that you would see out of something like Body.
All right, excellent. And Amber here was asking kind of about pH, concerns about, if I use a particular pH product, put it over the coating, am I running into issues, damaging, that sort of thing?
So pH spectrum, you're looking all the way down to a pH of 2.5 and all the way up to a pH of 13. So most of your coatings that you're putting onto a vehicle, or most of the maintenance products you're using, you're not going to have an issue with Diamond Protect. That's one of the massive benefits of a composite coating rather than a traditional coating.
Okay, excellent. And then she also had a question about interior coating products. What did they do for your interior, and how are they different than non-diamond coatings out there? Okay, so she just wanted to know more about the features.
Yeah, so we have interior-wise actually some really great products. Our leather coating and our diamond interior. So diamond leather, the Swiss are, actually, you want to take this one, Matt?
Sure. So the diamond leather, essentially, diamond leather was invented for your genuine saddle leathers like Ferrari, stuff like that. Used on synthetic sealed leather seats, works just as well, but you will get a OEM finish. Whereas your diamond interior is great for your vinyl, plastics, hard surfaces. This is going to give it a little bit more of your condition look.
Yep, exactly.
So if you were to put this on a black seat right next to each other, you would definitely tell the difference. OEM protected compared to a little bit of a sheen to it.
Okay, excellent. Well, and the last one I have is just kind of, somebody generally wondering, they were a System X installer. They wanted to know, like, what comparisons they have between other companies versus what you guys are doing, just from a general sense.
Yeah, so the biggest thing I could suggest to you, no matter what coating you install, is go to diamondprotect.com/technology. You're going to see that we have all of our ISO testing standards posted right there. We're very open. Some of our testing seem overkill, right? So you can look at like the salt spray, you can look at the scratch resistance, the comparison versus OEM paints, and then heat resistance obviously is going into outer space, something that we're just overkill. So go to diamondprotect.com/technology. You can see the testing. They do a great job putting it all there. And we have no issues comparing ourselves to other people.
I think I just want to add, System X, and a number of System X installers around where I live, they said ours is much, much easier to apply.
That can definitely be an appeal right there.
As I'm walking up, they said, wow, easy to apply.
Okay.
So
no, valid, certainly. So I think that's a good place to wrap that. But is there anything else you guys would like to add here as we're nearing the end of the segment?
No, I think we just need to get that couple boxes of Hydro 2 over there and in stock so that your pro installers that are buying from the rag company are ready for their next order.
Well, that was interesting. That was something I actually heard. I think I got a message from Gabe saying that the Hydro on the site was actually replaced earlier today or somewhere around that time period with the new Hydro 2. So if you're getting Hydro off our site for the pro stuff, it should be the Hydro 2.
Yeah, you may still have the photographs of the Hydro, but all Hydro has been pulled and replaced by Hydro 2 now at the rag company. So it's all.
So there should not be an issue, and if anybody has anything, obviously, we'll take care of you.
All Hydro 2 in these boxes by the end of TRCMA will all be shipping out in these smaller boxes, much easier to fit in your mobile unit or up on the shelf in your garage whenever you're ready to go. So those will also be ready immediately this week.
Okay, well,
Oh,
thanks.
that's excellent.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, no, thank you for coming. Really appreciate the demos. We always encourage our vendors, bring more demos. We love seeing it. So that was very helpful. Thank you so much, Matt, Tyler, and Michael.
Great. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Bye-bye.
All
Thanks,
right,
guys.
next up, we got Vyper in the house. Let's see what they're up to.
Still using a poorly built shop chair? Aren't you tired of the discomfort and back pain? The days of awful chairs are over. Meet the Vyper chair, America's #1 rated shop chair. Made right here in the USA. The Vyper chair glides over any surface with large industrial-grade casters. Alleviate your lower back pain with a perfectly angled backrest and sit comfortably for hours with a thick, durable seat. The sturdy metal base provides stability and prevents tipping. Trusted by the best, Vyper chairs are designed for every job, automotive, detailing, or anything else you love to do in the garage. So stop wasting your money buying cheap shop stools and get yourself a Vyper chair. Handcrafted right here in America. Visit VyperIndustrial.com now and shop completely risk-free with our 105% money-back guarantee. Shop VyperIndustrial.com. That's VYPER Industrial.com.
What is this mess? There's all these detailing products all over the ground. There's a fire extinguisher, a blower, cords. Who did this? Alex?
Did you call for me?
Yeah, I called for you. What is this and what is all this crap all over the ground?
I didn't do it, but I have a solution.
Do you?
Yes.
Is it what you're sitting on?
Just so happens to be that.
Oh my God, is this the new Vyper cart?
This is the X32 series cart by Vyper.
Holy
That's right. We're not just a chair company.
You aren't. You're more than a chair company. You're more than an energy drink company.
We're everything.
You're everything.
We're everything. So what we have here is quite a predicament with all this stuff and nowhere to put it.
Okay.
Until now.
All right. I mean, typically this is something that happens to most people. You're walking through your garage, your shop, and you look at all this clutter that's just all over the ground. Oh, golly.
This isn't a good work environment.
It's not. It's not safe.
It's not. This isn't organized.
Yeah.
This isn't very ergonomic.
Yeah.
And it's surely not efficient.
Yeah, not at all.
So we took those 3 issues.
Okay.
And we built the ultimate tool cart.
This right here.
Yes.
Okay. Tell me more about it.
So. Wait, don't tell them any more about it.
Technical difficulty.
Oh.
No, you're supposed to freeze. They can...
Before we tell you more about it, I'm going to talk about my first impression so far. This thing looks absolutely rigid. It looks strong. It looks healthy. And it looks like something that you could bring home to your parents and they would be quite proud. Now, while he's waiting on a last little bit of that, I'm also going to talk about how bad this mess is. On a scale of 1 to 10, I'd be extremely upset to see this in my garage. Whether it be groceries, whether it's boxes from Costco, or whether it's other types of spilled milk or whatever it may be, I think that there's got to be a solution, and this solution is with me right now. And Alex, okay, now
I don't
tell
know
me.
what happened, but hopefully you heard something from that.
I think I heard a little bit of something.
'Cause
Now
it was
tell
a
me.
good line.
Now tell me the actual benefits now.
There's so many. Where do you want to start?
I want to start from the top.
I think we start from the bottom.
Okay, or
Isn't
we
that
start
how
from the
you
bottom.
work?
No, let's start from top to bottom. Let's start methodically. So, this is the new Vyper cart. We have a mess here. This is something that you see on a day-to-day basis in all shops, and you've been to quite a few different shops, and Vyper's done quite a few different collabs, right?
Absolutely. So basically, it's the same things that happened how we created the Vyper chair. Is essentially there is a need. And we came up with a solution, and not just any solution. We did it Vyper style, so you get the full quality. Everything is extremely overbuilt because we want to withstand any environment. We want it to last a long time.
Agreed.
And this is what we came up with. So everything in here has a purpose, a thought behind it. Basically, the ultimate tool cart. So if you want to start from top to bottom.
Let's start from top to bottom.
All right,
I want to know.
Starting from the top, we have a mat on here. And what this does is it keeps everything on top of here in place, makes it so the powder coat doesn't get nicked or anything like that when you're throwing tools, because we all get frustrated when we're doing engine work or whatnot, or installing a very simple mod that takes us a couple hours and you get yelled at and drink a lot of beer. But anyways, so we have that on there. Okay. What's also cool about this is this top part, you can actually spin it upside down if you want. So on top we have a flat surface, but if you want more of a tool tray to keep everything contained, like if you put 110mm sockets right here, it's gonna stay in here, so you can actually flip it over just like this shelf and keep everything contained in here. So this goes all the way down. We have 3 of these. And on the sides, we have the supports, and all this is 16 gauge steel, so it's extremely, extremely strong. So strong that I heard that you can put cars on top of a couple of these. And I think the weight rating capacity is going all the way up to 1,250 pounds.
That is absolutely insane. When would you ever put a car on top of a cart? Probably never. However, you could probably put an engine on top of this. I think it could probably hold it.
You can't, but it doesn't hold 10,000 pound boulders.
Okay.
Because we tried.
Dang it.
It was a good effort, though.
You guys found a 10,000 pound boulder?
Yeah.
Wow, good on you guys. Well,
that's the only thing it's met its match with that. Other than that, we're good to go.
In all seriousness here, so I spent a good part of last Friday building this thing, and I got quite a bit. I got quite frustrated because of how well built this thing is, and honestly, there's a little bit of hardware here. There's a little bit you have to do, but once this thing is built, it's like, I don't know what you could do to destruct this thing. Truly, a 10,000 pound boulder.
That's literally it. So it runs over wrenches, extension cords, rubber chickens, toilet seats. Took a flamethrower. All this is all steel. There's no plastic on here, so everything's all 16 gauge steel. It's powder coated, so it's going to protect from rust, corrosion, all that good stuff, and flamethrowers. Yep. And we put the car on top of it, and just this thing, it's a unit.
Yeah, like literally, it is a unit. You have to see one in person. So everybody, when they were walking past me as I was building it, like I built everything with literally a crescent, I think 2 crescent wrenches, and I did have the help of our HR guy, Kevin, to jump in as well, and he was a massive help. But we put this thing together, we looked at it, and we said, it was kind of like when you like strap down something in your truck and you say, oh, that's not going anywhere, right? It was kind of after we built this, we looked at each other and kind of just nodded, and we both knew exactly what the other person was thinking. Everybody walked by and said, that thing is a unit. It is insane. And I said, yeah, this thing is absolutely incredible. So for detailing, right, this is going to hold everything you'd possibly need for a detailing cart, or let's just say you like wrenching in the garage, right, and you're a home hobbyist, or maybe you're a mechanic. This thing does it all, really.
I mean, it can hold it all, so let's talk about it. Let's start putting stuff away.
Right.
One real cool thing is, have you seen these microfiber rolls?
I have.
Do you know who sells these?
It's called the Rip and Rag Microfiber Towel. Yeah, it's a 12 by 12, 70-30 blend.
What's nuts is it's like a paper towel, and it rips like a paper towel, but it's a microfiber towel. It is. Which is awesome, because there's guys like me that just throw away their microfibers when they're done with them. So thank you for making this for people like me that are lazy.
Okay, all right.
So we actually have a holder right here. Okay. And so as we go around and talk about this stuff, what's really neat about this, the best part about the X32 series cart is all the accessories. So we built this to be modular, and what's so cool about that is it's the racking system. So you can basically get any racks for whatever job. Yes, we're going to set up for detailing, but this is for mechanics, again, detailers, anything you could possibly need this cart for, DIY users, woodworkers, welders, whatnot. We have a slew of accessories. You can buy whatever accessories you want for your job, and what you can do is put them wherever you want. And it's a simple little system that goes around. Yeah. So we have these racks, just like this with slots. Okay. And a simple little accessory just locks right in here. That's awesome. You can have them on the front and the back. You can also have longer ones on the side, from tool holders, from pliers, the polish holders, cup holders, extension cord holders, paper towel holders. And as you see, as we go around and kind of put all this stuff around, put this stuff away. Okay. Should I how easy it is.
I can help out a little bit here. So I got some lights. I'm just gonna start picking things up.
Just start throwing
I'm not the best at organizing things, if I'm honest with you.
Well, you don't have to, Anthony. That's what we did. That's what made it so easy.
That's what you're saying, because of all the size and space. Now, like this is a paper towel holder over here, right?
Yep.
So I can go ahead and
slide that puppy out and put it in there.
Okay. All right. So I pop off one of these edges here. Is that what happens?
Yep.
Something like that. Oh, I see. Got it. Easy. Easy peasy. Take that. Take this. That's going to slide through. And then I'm going to send this. And this is now going to hold my rip and rag.
Yep. And what's cool is it's all metal again, so any of those magnetic tools you have for lights and all that good stuff, like scan grip, just put them wherever you want in here.
That's sweet.
So when you're working, you can just grab it whenever you need to. Foam cannon, right down here, slip it on there. Whoops.
I dig that.
Technical difficulties right there.
No, that's sweet. Okay.
Jeez, have you seen this Alchemist stuff?
Yeah, I was seeing this detailing brand. This stuff looks pretty insane. High quality. It smells really good too.
What's cool is you can put that right down there in the cup holder.
I like
Put all your bottles away.
Yep.
We got some of these. We'll throw them over here.
That.
Wow, Pepsi. perfect for that cup holder. Also, we have some brush holders for all of our detail brushes. We can slide those over here.
All right. I got a pressure washer handle.
Ooh, perfect. You know what? This actually doubles as that as well. So we can just take this off and throw this on there.
All right, sweet.
Crazy how that works.
Now,
right?
here's the one thing that people are going to want to know, Alex. What colors do these things come in? Because blue is not everybody's taste. I mean, some people might like red, some people might like a really neutral black. So what do they do about that?
You actually have red and black and blue to choose from. But if you stay up to date and you join our email list, our SMS list, or social media, you'll see that we do limited drops. Not just for chairs anymore. We're actually going to start doing tool carts starting this month on the 20th.
Oh, wow.
It'll be pretty neat. So stay tuned for that one.
Okay.
Let's just keep loading this up.
Sorry, I'm not being of much help right now. I kind of like just watching you work here, but I mean, hey, this is a fun time for both me and you.
Usually it's the other way around, so it's all right. I'm not really used to this much work.
Around. So we have
the guys
polishers.
Back at home are probably enjoying this.
We have polishers here. So polishers, is there a rack for holding polishers?
Of course I have a solution for that. Right over here.
There's that. I'm going to hand that to you.
Slide it on here. And again, keep in mind, you can set this up to however you want it. So if you want to set this up to where you have 5 polisher racks, you can do that. If you want to have your bottles on this side, you can do that.
Yeah.
Extension cord.
Okay.
We got a hook for that.
No way.
That's the magnet, not the cart.
It's not. It is the magnet, not
there
the
we
cart.
go.
Honestly, we'll just stick that right bam there. It's not going
a fire
anywhere.
hydrant on this show, but here's another one as well.
How many times have we had a fire hydrant on a Vyper chair segment?
I haven't seen this. This is pretty neat. It's pretty powerful for how small it is.
He blew most of the dust that was on that fire hydrant into my mouth, and that's okay. We keep things light and airy here. Oh my God. That's also
sensitive trigger.
That is a sensitive trigger. Thank you, Alex, so much for that.
Hey, don't forget, you got a couple spots over there. We don't want to just leave
sorry,
stuff
I was getting kind of
laying
bored
on
over
top
here,
if
not
we got
sure
a
what
nice
to do.
spot for it.
All right, so
put this stuff down there.
I mean, how many more detailing things are we going to put in this thing?
We have a ton.
Here's that.
We got space for that over here.
Okay. Oh my gosh, we got a whole second shelf that we barely even used.
We haven't even started. And not only is there more space for this stuff, but I mean, what is this? Probably a couple 100 pounds. Again, we can go up to.
Yeah, this is quite a bit.
Exactly.
Okay. I can even hang that from there like that. That works too.
I really like these labels. Does it smell good?
It does smell good. That's a wheel cleaner. It actually smells quite good. I don't know where this brand came from. Like, it literally appeared on my desk like not even like 30 minutes ago, and now it's on the floor. So like somebody obviously set this up.
Last one right there.
Cool. Perfect fit.
So look at that. All that stuff
This
in
is
there
great.
with a couple minutes.
We picked up that whole mess, right? You have no excuse to have a messy shop floor or garage floor anymore when this cart exists. What are you doing? Go to Vyper Industrial. Is it Vyper Industrial?
VyperIndustrial.com.
Buy one of these right now.
9203. I don't know the number. I'm just kidding.
Okay.
But it's on there as well. And if you call us, we actually talk to you. We don't just send you over to some foreign country. It's us. You can call Wyatt. I don't know if you've seen our ads, but Wyatt's always on call for us.
Is Vyper? So you just run me through it. Vyper products made in America.
Made in America.
Amazing. Everything from the chairs.
Green Bay,
to
Wisconsin. Yep. Absolutely.
And you guys had a Vyper Fest.
That was fun.
You guys had last
that was
year.
a good fun.
You
Yeah,
sent
we're
me an
skipping
invite,
this
but,
year.
like, it
We're
was
taking
just-
this year off because we got some new
Okay.
products and stuff like that. But
Okay.
next year, giving you guys a heads up, you're not going to miss it. There's
Okay.
not a lot that goes on in Green Bay, but this is going to be one of them. I think someone regrets not coming to the last one.
I absolutely regret not coming to the last one. Yeah, I found out that there's some great bands there, which was awesome, but also it just looked like a really good time. And yeah, I didn't plan that month out very well, and I watched on social media as you guys basked in the ambiance, and it looked incredible.
Burnout Pit, car show, Shipbox Challenge, our last night. It was a good time.
It's a good time. That's a good time. And so hopefully, maybe next year, not this year, but next year, maybe another one will be revamped, and I might be able to come out for that.
Absolutely.
Now, everything being made in America, I also spent some time yesterday, or I'm sorry, on Friday as well, building a couple chairs, right? Which we'll get to here momentarily. I don't know what to do with this bottom shelf. Like, we filled everything.
Gotcha.
Oh, he's got me. Where did you get all of that beer from?
This is what the bottom shelf is for.
Okay, all right, okay, I got you.
Can you hurry up? We got a couple of these.
All right. I'm just gonna slide this underneath here from the back side.
I mean, because you're okay. I don't know if you guys watch our assembly videos, but Dylan always takes care of those, and he's a big fan of making sure that we stay hydrated while you're working, and so we're big fans of that.
Okay.
So much so that we also have a little hidden feature on these tool carts.
I don't know.
Because again, we're all
I
about
can drink on the job, but I mean, but I'm all about hidden features.
This isn't your real job. This is like a marketing event, so it doesn't really count.
Okay.
So what we did is on every little corner here, we have this nifty little bottle opener. That one is just not wanting to come. It's this thing. That's showbiz magic, guys.
Dude.
Swiss tracks coming in handy right there.
Thanks, Alex.
But every corner has one of these nifty little beer openers.
This is, hey, man. Cheers. Yep. All right. Well, that's just going to spill all over, you know what, all over the cart. And you know what's great about the cart as well? Is that it's easy to clean.
Absolutely.
Right?
It's all powder coated again. So you can protect from rust and corrosion. Being around chemicals, being around water as detailers, you're not going to have to worry about any of this stuff. There's no plastic on here. There's no exposed metal.
Yeah.
All the hardware is zinc coated. So again, protect from all that good stuff. And the best part about it is what you're demonstrating right now is the 6-inch rubber casters. There's 2 swivel, there's 2 rigid. And if you see all this stuff is just kind of laying on top, literally an open beer full to the rim.
Yeah.
You got the fire hydrant, effortlessly moving this thing around with one hand.
That actually is quite impressive. I don't think that any cart I have can do what you're doing with it right now. Not with this much stuff on it. So this is actually very
literally
impressive.
This, and I'm not joking, but there's literally not that much on here compared to what we have built this for. This is light work.
You know what you could do, right? Because it's funny, I see Justin Pate from the Rap Institute over yonder in the distance, right? He's kind of like looking over here, and he's giving us the nod. Like, he's giving us that, like, that looks pretty cool, right? You know what you guys need? A couple attachments. For what? Rolls of wrap. Bam, sticks right on the back. You got 2 rolls of wrap that you can cut right off the cart, right? And on the cart, you have tools, you have Triple S, you have everything else.
Well, I think you need a keg.
And a keg, right? Can you guys do a keg holder? Or you think fit a keg on the bottom of this?
So we just launched this month. So this is a new product here. And what we did is we launched it with a couple general accessories, if you will. Yeah. However, there's so much more potential here. We're coming out with more accessories. We're listening to feedback. That's how we make our products better. Every time we launch something we think it's the best, we don't stop there though. We keep listening to what people want. As far as a wrap chair or a wrap cart, 100%. There's a lot of cool things that we have in line for that, as far as like a fold out table, different top perhaps for cutting and stuff like that. We have it all kind of planned out. Work with the best people to kind of set it up even better. Yeah. But rolls, all that stuff, simple little, again, with these attachments right here, you can basically create anything. So from detailing cart, wrap cart, welding cart, we can do everything.
The world is your oyster, right?
And what it was is we just got tired. Same thing with the chairs. Is we'd go to, you know, shows like SEMA or Barrett Jackson, and a big thing was like seeing these detailers going around with these plastic tool carts with like stuff bungee cord around with the Harbor Freight chair or something like that. Everything's wobbling around,
right?
100%.
Everything like that, yeah.
And so we basically wanted to make a solution to that, and that's what this is you don't have to just go to Home Depot anymore and pick up whatever they have on the shelf, and you have to make it work. Yeah. You can truly build your dream cart with this. You buy the base, and then you add whatever you want on it. And again, I think we have about 20 accessories or so right now. Maybe I'm overestimating. We have so many in the works, so many on hand. We're just waiting to see what the feedback is, what else we want to incorporate, whether or not we have set up carts for different industries or we just keep doing this a la carte thing. Yeah. But basically, you create whatever you want. And if you have, again, if you like to polish and have 5 polishers, you just do that. You want it over here, you want it over here, whatever you want, you can set it up to whatever makes the most sense. Yeah. Because as a detailer, especially, time is money. The more efficient, the more organized, all that stuff is, all it's going to mean is more money in your pocket.
Agreed.
It's a lifesaver.
No, agreed. I think a cart makes a lot of sense. I mean, there's a lot of people out there that'll have big detailing shops, right? Where, I mean, they do have space, okay? But the problem is all of their chemicals are in cabinets, they're on shelves, they're away from the car, they're away from where they're working. And I've found that having a cart like this and being able to basically load up everything you need for a particular detail, wheel it over to the area that you're working, use everything on that cart, put everything back on the cart, back over into the shelves, and store this away. Think about how much more efficient that is than being like, oh, gotta go back to the cabinet, gotta go back to the cabinet, gotta fill this up, gotta fill this up, when you could have everything essentially on one cart.
Absolutely. So what you're saying is you want basically a little mobile setup. Is that correct?
I do want a little mobile setup, yes.
So you put everything in the cart.
Okay.
Why else would you have to get up?
I mean, I don't know.
And now you have your chair.
Okay.
It's just sitting right next to it. Look, you don't have to move from your car where you're detailing. You literally have an entire workshop. I challenge any detailer to not be able to put everything they need on this cart and be able to work on their car without having to get up.
That's true. I could have that right there or behind me, right where I'm working in my car. If I have to grab another light, if I have to grab some O&R, oh, what's that? I have another light I need to use, right? Click this thing on. I can have that back where it was, just like that. Holy smokes, it locked into place.
Anthony, don't get up.
Oh, I don't want to get up.
Oh, you didn't. Check that out. You didn't have to get up.
I don't want to get up if I don't have to. I mean, what do I have? Some bug off right here? So I could pretty much do my entire job detailing a car sitting down. Right?
Yep.
Almost. I mean, unless I don't do roofs, though, right? So.
And we're getting old.
Yeah,
right?
we are.
Let's be honest. How's your back?
Issues. That
How's
started
your knees?
Like this year. It's not good.
Yeah. It's cool when you're young to sit on buckets and think you're like cool and oh, I don't need that stuff, but it catches up to you. Oh, wow. Did you just wait. Did you just expose the new Vyper branding? Check this out.
Oh, what?
Let's give it a little spin.
Sorry, I didn't know I did that.
Did we give it a fresh look?
I like this. This is classic. It's timeless.
Yeah.
So is this going forward? This is how things are going to be branded.
Yep. So this is the first time you're going to see it. This is the new Vyper branding that we're going to launch on the 20th of this month. Basically, what we did is we removed the logo from the seat. The main reason for that is just to keep it simple.
Gotcha.
Right?
Yeah.
On the backrest, new Vyper branding.
Cool.
Just clean, concise, nice. It
is.
Chef kiss right there.
The creme de la creme.
I love it. I love it.
So I do have a question for you, right? As I sit on this chair in my favorite way. This is my favorite way to sit on a Vyper chair.
New chair, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But let's have a little conversation, shall we?
So, what's your guys' long-term business plan? And the reason why I ask this is because let's just be honest. Everything that you guys make is pretty much built to last a lifetime, like multiple lifetimes, right? So. Is the idea just to get everybody to stock every single Vyper product in existence in the future?
You're absolutely correct.
Okay, that makes more sense now. Gotcha.
If you want to put it in the simplest way, basically anything that sucks in the shop, we're going to make a better version of it.
I would hope so, because here's the thing. I built my Vyper chair that I have in my garage probably, 2.5 years ago? Almost 3 years ago? 2.5 years ago?
Are you? No.
No. I'm just saying I built a Vyper chair. Now, what I'm saying is
that guy, though?
No, I'm not that guy. What I'm trying to say is
I think you are.
Sorry, no, I think you got really nervous. What I'm trying to say is that chair still looks brand new. Literally, right? It's been pushed into one of my cars by my friend Dane, right? Have you ever heard it? You know Dane?
Yes.
Yeah, he pushed it into one of my cars. I didn't like that too much. But I've also spilt things on it.
Did it damage your car?
No, fortunately, thank God. But not on top of that, I've spilt brake cleaner on it. I've spilt plenty of other different chemicals on it. I've used tar and glue remover to clean up certain stuff that I've spilt on it, and the thing still looks brand new. My leather seat still looks brand new. My backrest still looks brand new. So what I'm trying to say is that I don't think people realize how good the stuff is until you feel it, sit in it, build it, use it, and then you kind of go, yeah, I don't know how I could get rid of this thing.
Well,
Not
that's
really.
the thing, and I think if you remember when we first started off, that was pretty much all we got was a lot of disbelief in what we were doing. No one really understood what was going on with these chairs, why they were worth the money, and then slowly they started trickling out and people started getting their hands on them and seeing what they are about. And that's exactly it, is we don't make these for you to keep coming back and having to buy a new one. We make these so that you literally buy a chair, you never have to buy a chair again.
Yeah.
Unless you want more.
Yeah, or unless you want more, which I believe is also kind of an addiction, because you guys also do really cool things with keeping things up to date with doing some really cool trendy stuff, with working with other brands, doing collabs, doing limited edition drops. Because I mean, as more powders get created, everything gets more expanded there, more designs get created, more problems that you guys find within the industry. You guys have, so much opportunity to create some of the coolest stuff and keep creating some of the coolest stuff.
Absolutely, and we're one of those companies that are really in tune with everything that's going on from a consumer standpoint and whatnot. Again, we may put out what we think is the best product ever, but it's not like we just put it out and we put our hands up. We still look at all the comments, take all the feedback, all that stuff, and we have no ego aside. We'll go back and we'll make something even better. Even though we thought it was the best at that point, if there's a way to make it better, we make it better, because our whole goal is to put out the best product every time, and that's all we want to do.
Yeah. No,
and with the limited editions, 100% correct. And I don't know if you've been following us too closely, but we've been starting to do those once a month. But we want to get a little bit crazier. So now it's going to be a little bit more frequent. It's going to get a little bit crazier. It's not going to just be a simple color. We're doing a little crazy colors, different materials, different bolts, all that good stuff. And it's not going to be just limited to chairs anymore. Like I said, we'll bring the carts in here. So a lot of interesting things coming up. So again, make sure you're keeping your eyes peeled on that because it's going to start getting pretty crazy.
That is crazy. So one thing I want to talk about then, kind of going into our next segue. So people watching this, maybe they're sold on it. Maybe they like the idea of buying a Vyper chair, buying once, crying once, whatever it may be, right? But they go, okay, I don't have $600, right? But I want to get into a chair that's still going to last me a lifetime. That's still more affordable, right? Is there a chair that's an easy point of entry into the Vyper family that is affordable?
We did come across this problem. We're thinking of, just kidding, we already did that. So this is exactly that. So this is kind of what you could deem an entry-level Vyper chair, but please don't consider that true because there's nothing entry-level about this chair.
I don't know what I mean to say entry. I mean, how do you get into the Vyper?
100%,
how do you get into the Vyper Cool Kids Club?
You can kind of call it that almost because it's a little bit, we like to call it a slimmed-down version of our most popular chair. What we did here is if you turn it sideways for the profile, you can see that the backrest is a little bit thinner, the seat's a little thinner. It's still 2 inches. And when I say that, it's very comfortable. We didn't sacrifice quality in this. We could have went a bare bones chair. We didn't make it a bare bones chair. We made it simply a slightly slimmed down chair. Same Vyper quality, just slightly slimmed down to slim down the prices a little bit to have someone that can come in here a little bit with a little bit less and still get everything they want out of a Vyper chair. So it still has the backrest. That's great for the ergonomics and all that good stuff. And what we did here is we basically eliminated the stainless steel foot rail and incorporated the tool tray because that was a big concern of people. People wanted the tool tray. And also we reduced the wheels from a 4-inch to a 3-inch. Again, just slightly slimming down the chair, still Vyper quality, still rolls over everything just fine. And just it basically provides something equal quality at a slightly lower price points for those people that want to jump in.
Yeah. No, what's funny is I built this one, right? This is actually the first one I built. And then I built this one.
You built all three?
I built all three, right? Everybody laughed at me because I was like Tony Stark in a cave, right? I was building everything with crescent wrenches, right? It took me forever. It took me so long to do. If I had my tools at home, this would have been a 30-minute project. But I built this one first, right? And I had people passing by, like Nate Strum walked by and he goes, dude, these bolts are like good quality. And I go, yeah, like all the Vyper bolts are good quality. He goes, I know, but like, isn't this their more like budget-friendly chair? And I go, it is, but it doesn't feel that way considering I'm building it right now, right? And so, I mean, everything from this to the backrest right here, this support beam, which was really nice, and then down below here, having the tool tray was pretty cool because I built this, and then I built this. Then everybody said, hey, does this one have a tool tray? I said it does, right? But it's a separate accessory, correct?
Yep, you can add it on. And the whole point with that is so we make a chair for every industry. Everything is set up for certain industries, or you can set it up for whatever industry you want. So like that tool tray, like if you're a woodworker, you don't need a tool tray, right? Yeah. So why put a tool tray in a chair that people might not need it for? But if you want that chair that has everything that you want in a chair, but you also want a tool tray, you can still be added on there.
Yeah, easily. Yeah, no, absolutely. So it was just cool because they go, wait, so this is the cheaper chair, this is a tool tray, this still feels quality. And I go, yes, I would say this one right here, you get a thicker seat, thicker backrest, you get quite a few more bolts structurally. This is probably a little bit more rigid, but the cool part about this is that this is going to be more affordable for everybody to get into, whether you're a detailer.
We're getting old, right? I'm starting to hurt a little bit. I was like, can we use a chair?
Back of my hamstring, is like seizing up. And I'm like, Alex, how long are we going to do this for?
You kept going. I'm like, I can't take it anymore. What you're saying, 100% is
I'm sitting down.
Again, the Vyper quality is there through and through. The grade 5, grade 8 zinc hardware. We could have, again, went lower grade. We chose not to. We're not going to do that. Same all steel construction, same foam as the other chair, just slightly slimmer. Again, the tool tray, same powder coated. The wheels are just as good. It's just slightly smaller. Everything stays true to the Vyper quality. We're never going to put something out that doesn't stand for the Vyper quality. Okay. So what's cool about this too is I forgot to mention it has the pin system. So the other thing is we have the stool options that are a little bit lower cost than that one, but people wanted the backrest, the tool tray, and adjustability. So we introduced a new a new pin system where you simply pull it out and just secure it right there. so you have the adjustability with this chair as well.
Easy, really easy. So, question for you then.
Like,
right? I know. Another question.
Take a load off. No,
what
I'm
is
saying,
your,
like,
what is your favorite chair out of all of them? I know they're all like your children, and you've helped with some design of a few of them, and you've had a lot of different input over the years. But if you had to pick one that like really speaks to you, maybe let's just say, what's your favorite chair, right? And what's the chair that you recommend to most people? Come on, I know.
I'll agree.
Okay,
I'll
go
say
for
two.
it. Okay,
I'll say two. I think you get the best of both worlds with these two. If you have the ability to get two, these are the two to get. And honestly, when you get one, you're just going to buy the second one after you see the quality anyways.
Okay.
It's the Robusteel Max. You can't beat that. I like the quick height mechanism. One, because it's a little bit quicker movements, and also looks a little bit cooler. It has that like more aggressive feel to it.
It is more aggressive, yeah. More industrial kind of feel.
Exactly what you're doing. Everyone's always like, why do you want the foot rail? What's the purpose, or what's the purpose of that ring? It gets in the way.
Yeah.
You can see it's no wider than your arms. It doesn't get in the way, any of that stuff.
Yeah.
And once you put your feet up, it just relieves that lower back tension on you. It just makes you feel better.
Yeah.
And what's funny is people that may knock that foot rail, they'll do this on this chair. So it's like,
you always want to put your, like, if I'm in an office chair, right, that just has the legs on it, I always put my foot on the leg, right, whether I think about it or not. So whether this was here or not, you're putting your foot somewhere up there naturally, because you guys have gone to what? How many ergonomics conventions you've gone to?
Yep. You don't know it, but your body, you're doing that subconsciously because your body's looking for the leaf. So like putting that foot up like this, having this backrest right where it is you're just relieving that lower back tension, and you're more comfortable. You can work longer hours without the back pain.
No,
that's simply it.
I'm not trying to make this a comparison thing, but I mean, have you ever heard of a squatty potty, Alex?
I have.
You have heard of a squatty potty, right?
Quality one?
So what's nice
like
is
a stainless steel powder coated.
I think Vyper needs to do it. I think Vyper needs to
Put
make
some wheels on it too, just in case.
industrial
You never know.
squatty potty would be amazing, right? But I mean, that's kind of like, you know, it's just that getting your legs up, it feels good on your hamstrings, feels good on your thighs, and it's really comfortable. And what I like about this too is that height-wise, this is not going to be your Achilles tendon killer, right? This is not going to hit you on the back of the ankles and cause pain. It's high enough up to the calf where you're going to feel just fine, even if it does kind of roll into you a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And then again, that would be #1 chair in addition to the Low Pro. The reason I like the Low Pro is just it's the ultimate versatile chair. Okay. It has a removable top. It has all the storage. It's
Low Pro over here, possibly.
Ooh, should we do can you do one of those?
I know. So the clap and appearing out of nowhere thing doesn't work for me anymore. I used to have that power, and then it literally disappeared. But I think we can still get Anthony.
Are you on your way out or something?
I can get Anthony B to wheel one over here.
Let's see if it works for me.
I think that was just pure coincidence. I don't actually think that's
so. I'm the new face of the Rad Company. Welcome to the show. This is the Low Pro.
I need this job. I have a family to support. All right, so this is the Low Pro, and this thing. When I say this thing has been used and abused, this thing has been used and abused. I mean,
this is the workhorse in my opinion. I love that chair because it has so many ergonomic benefits. They all do, but that one's just my favorite. Like just to sit, if I need a rest, whatever, I want to pull up a chair. But if I'm really getting into work, like getting the lower side, this is it. Just because it's so versatile. You can spin it each way to have it in between your legs, or you can have the backrest to it. You can have that side reach attachments, one or the other, or both. It's just literally that thing that you can just pull up and get to work, not have to adjust anything. It's just, again, that's my favorite part.
No, this is the chair that I think most people go to sit in here, but I think it's also because, I don't know, I think people like the width of this, right? Yep. So some people like the width of that, but what's cool is that, let's just say I want to increase the width of this right here.
We actually thought about, we did that too.
Oh, you did do that.
We have the big boy attachment. So any of the round chairs that we have, you can actually get what we call them as wings. You know, people would call in and they're like, hey, I love your chair, but I'm a big boy. You know, I need some more width on this chair. So Dane actually drew it up on, Dane, one of the owners, drew it up on a piece of paper, put little like kind of butt wings, if you will, on the chair. And then within a week, had a prototype, launched it, or actually used it, and we're just like, dang,
this is it.
This is it. It's just that our seats are wide enough for the general population, but having that little extra width to just kind of spread your legs and just get extra comfy, that does it. So it's a simple attachment that you can add on to any of the round circle chairs and pretty much mimic the Low Pro chair. It's a little bit more of a rectangular shape at that point.
Yeah. No, I I can't compliment Vyper enough for, I mean, not just what they've done in the last few years, but what they've been doing. And you have to try a Vyper chair out for yourself. If you haven't tried one and you're on the fence of like buying one or not buying one, right? If you can afford it, do it. I think that you're gonna get it, you're gonna build it, and you're gonna say, wow, this chair will literally last me my lifetime.
And let's be honest, Anthony, you called me early on when I started working at Vyper. You're like, hey, I'd love to have some of those in the shop, but I don't think they're worth it.
Yeah, well, because everybody, there was a lot of
How
people.
many do we have in here now? I think we're a decent amount.
1, 2, 3,
You got
4,
some at home.
I don't know.
I think Anthony has some at home. I think.
We're quite a few. But
Levi has some at home. It's crazy.
Well, because when you guys started hitting the market, right, and you guys initially came out and you guys, okay, everybody saw your price. Everyone, oh, dude, that's quite a bit for a chair, right? I
did the same thing.
Everybody's like, that's quite a bit for a chair. And then people got the chairs and they go, yo, you got to try the chair. You got to buy the chair. And it was just kind of one of those things that continue to build up and build up and build up. And then before you know it, we have major influencers using these chairs. We have movie stars using these chairs. We have wrestlers, right?
Yeah.
Retired wrestlers, maybe semi-retired wrestlers using these chairs. You have pretty much everybody that is seeing what you guys are doing. And I mean, all respect to you guys. I mean, on social media, you guys are killing it. But not just that. I think you're backing it up with a quality product, and I think that's the most important part, because you could talk a big game, but when it comes to when it comes down to it, you have to show them what it's all about. And I think building a cart like this, building a chair like this, a chair like this, a chair like this, or whatever it may be from Vyper, you're gonna see it immediately.
Yeah, absolutely. And we just, as far as when you talk about quality, we call it a standard. It's the Vyper standard. It's not about like the most premium, high quality, whatever you want to call it. We just call it the standard. We don't want to put our name on anything that's not the highest quality product that you're ever going to use.
Yeah. No, I 100% agree. So we've kind of talked about what people should get into when it comes to Vyper products. Is there anything else coming new down the road that you can talk about or not talk about, or anything that's come out in the last year that you think is worth mentioning that people should check into that also like Vyper products?
Trying to get me to spill the tea?
I kind of want you to spill, like, is this, well, I haven't drank my beer, so I kind of want you to spill a little bit of that.
I was looking at that thing, it's like you could tell.
I want you to spill a little bit of that Corona, right? Because as a wise man once said, you can have any beer as long as it's a Corona.
100%. And because you did that, I guess I'll have to spill it a little bit.
Okay.
We have a lot of stuff coming in. And again, when I said earlier that we want anything that starts in the shop, we're going to make a better version of it, I 100% mean it. We're not stopping with these things. As you can see, we've only been in business for 3 years now. I don't know if you.
That's crazy to me.
And
that's
we're just
crazy.
we're hungry and we're tired of the cheap made stuff.
Yeah.
It's a waste of people's money. So we want to make sure we put good products in people's hands. Want to make people's lives easier. Want those entrepreneurs to be able to have the stuff that they need to make more money, to provide, and we also want to do it by providing American jobs at the same time.
Yep.
So we have a lot of good stuff coming out. What I can say is I will again stress the limited drops coming up. You will want to sign up for alerts on this stuff, from vane chairs to chrome chairs to color shifting chairs. I promise you it's going to start getting a little bit crazy here. Thank you. That was blinding me. I felt like a celebrity the entire time.
I felt like I was glowing like an angel.
You put the beer over there right in front of the light. I'm like, where am I supposed to look?
It's actually funny. I can see the LED pattern in my vision still. So anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, you're good. So again, stress on the limited drops. It's going to get crazy. And not only are we going to do these internally just on stuff that us and our team members enjoy, but also we have a lot of cool collaborations coming up. And those are going to get a little bit crazy with different materials and all that good stuff. On the other hand, we also are going into different areas. I will spill the tea on some wall mount things that are coming. Perhaps, wouldn't it be great if you could just hang this on the wall?
Be incredible.
Perhaps in the garage or in your if you're a mobile detailer, hanging that up.
Do you want to know what I do currently?
What do you do?
So in my garage, right? Because my garage has every garage has a little slight grade to it, right? And I don't want my Vyper chair rolling around, right? Or I don't want my daughter going because it's
curling.
She
put them on and
she loves the chair. She thinks it's the best thing ever, right? And I go, I know, but I don't want her jumping on and gliding away, right? So I usually grab like a box, or like I grab like the end of like a little cord and just kind of hike up one of the casters over it to prevent it from rolling, right? But I thought to myself, man, like a wall mount for a chair would be pretty sweet. So something
crazy. It's crazy how when you have an idea, it's like we almost already thought about it.
It's almost already thought about it. It's almost like it's nuts that you guys have such an innovative team over there thinking about that. So you guys,
well, at the end of the day, we're just enthusiasts, and we come up with these products because we want them. We came up with the chair, the cart, all this stuff is because we wanted them. And we have a slew of products in the pipeline. It's just a matter of getting them out to the public, right?
Yeah.
So we have that for the wall mount. We'll also be launching one for the creeper. So we'll give you a little heads up on those. We also have a couple cool things, possibly, you know, maybe something that can protect your fenders, perhaps an even more mobile creeper option as well.
Cool. I like that. Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of cool stuff. More tool storage. Again, we're gonna put a lot more accessories out for this tool cart as well. Teaming up some really cool people in the industries to kind of set it up to be dub it almost the ultimate cart in each of those demographics by going to the experts and really sitting down with them, seeing what makes the most sense, how we can build ultimate cart, and then in turn building it.
I think genuinely, like, look, the more I look at this cart, the more ideas I get, right?
It's nonstop,
it's endless, right? And so, like, for example, right, it takes up a decent amount of space, but nothing more than like that of a standard toolbox. But being able to just lock the casters, put this in a corner, right? You can use it as a workbench.
100%.
You can use it as, you could put a smaller toolbox in the middle of this right here, and you could have that live there. And now that's your toolbox holder, whatever it may be. But I was also thinking a vise would be pretty cool.
Crazy.
On top of this thing, right?
Yeah, who knows?
Who knows? That's just...
It's like you almost know a little bit.
It's like you almost know too much, right? Okay, so we've had a ton of fun here. I want to ask Dane Hennon, who is in the podcast studio, if we have received any questions regarding Vyper products and anything that maybe you can help out and answer while we have you here.
Let's do it.
You know what? There's just a few. So
just
let me go ahead and,
all right.
So this is something I think everybody runs into at some point or another. Enthusiast says, I'm justifying asking my wife for this cart for my birthday, but she's going to flip if she sees the price. So I think there's something, any ideas to help our friend out here?
Yeah, you tell her you'll never have to buy another cart again. This is the cart. This is it. This is the last cart. This is the last cart that, I mean, until the day that you die or she, or I don't want to say that's kind of morbid.
Dang. We just went there.
I just want to say, until either one of you may pass, right? This is the only cart that will be in your life. What other cart could you want?
Absolutely, and you got to remember that better tools make more money. So if it's one of those things, that's an easy way to kind of slide it off there. We also just put a note on your order. We'll take care of you. We'll put in there. We'll just kind of like white out the price. We can put in there like, hey, congratulations on this giveaway win. You're number one.
You're so lucky.
That's not a joke. They will do that for you.
100% will do it all the time.
They have your back, which is incredible. And that's pretty much goes for any chair in the lineup as well.
Yeah, call us anytime. We have tons of relationship advice we can give you guys. So we got you covered.
All right. Now, Steven, with a serious question, will the bolts and steel rust if they tested it? How long and at what humidity?
Nope, they're all zinc-coated hardware, so there's no rust, corrosion, any of those concerns whatsoever. All grade 5 and grade 8 hardware as well. Just same thing with our chairs. I mean, you guys, how long have you had this?
Dude, this has been, this is 2 years now?
You zoom in. You guys don't take care of this, but I actually like that. I like seeing the dirty chairs. Maybe if you like see on here, there's spilled chemicals. Literally, it's dried. Like, I don't even know what that is.
There's some spilled chemical on here, but you know what? I guarantee you, if I spray that right now, I could probably wipe that off. I don't even know what that's even Oh, it is coming off. It literally is coming off, just like that. That's the power of a ripping rag and a little bit of, I think that says paint gloss on it, but it was actually Dream Maker.
I was going to say it smells delicious.
That is, yes. That's the power of Dream Maker.
I thought it was my hand. I was like, yes, but it's not. That whatever I have in my hand is disgusting. But it's the same thing with our chairs. It's all zinc coated. The only thing is those are silver zinc coated. These are the yellow gold zinc coated. So same type of hardware, same type of protection. Yeah. So you're not going to have to worry about that stuff. And again, these guys are in fact detailers, and they use and abuse these things, which is what they're made for. And you can see there's no concerns on this chair whatsoever.
Nice.
Not at all. Like, yeah, this thing's held up fantastic.
Ooh, what does that smell too? Jeez.
Dude, I know.
Bringing out the good stuff.
I know.
You spritz that on me, and I don't have to do anything for my date tonight. I like it.
It does smell quite good. Okay, so hopefully that answers that. But I mean, realistically, We've been rocking these chairs here. It's been very humid inside here when we wash cars. We haven't seen any rusting issues at all whatsoever. All the hardware still looks like brand new.
That's the goal.
And I think it stands out here. The hardware is one of the coolest parts about buying a Vyper product, because when you get that bag of all that awesome zinc-coated hardware, you look at it and you go, oh yeah, this is the good stuff. Not that chrome crap. It's like the good stuff.
Well, I was a customer before I jumped on, and when I first got my Vyper chair, I as well thought it was too expensive, and then I opened it up and I started putting it together, and then when I saw the hardware, saw the billet aluminum hubs, all that stuff, I was like, holy crap. This is 100% worthwhile, and I have no regrets whatsoever. And I feel like people have that same experience now, and that's why we're in the position we are.
Agreed. Great.
All right, so Dabbler here, fellow Grand Ambassador, wondering, will the cart be able to have drawers?
You guys are looking to spill all the tea. Oh. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
Wait and see. Okay.
Okay. Well, here's a more out of left field.
Yeah, I think we're really getting to the bottom of this.
Let's try voices here.
Give Alex a Corona and see what he spills. I like this. I see what you guys are doing.
Keep going. Well, there's more cases here.
There's plenty to go around. But David Boyce wants to know, Vyper massage chair? ?
That would be pretty neat.
I mean, I feel like your guys' it'd have to do with some of the steel and powder coating and hardware. I don't know how comfortable that would be, but you know what, you guys, this leather work is amazing, so I'm sure you could probably do something cool.
I heard Levi goes around and gives massages here when you guys are using them. Is that right?
He does. He does. That's actually part of the deal. Realistically, people don't know that. You buy a Vyper chair, you do get a free massage from Levi when he is near you, in state near you, or location near you.
That's a
you just have
steal.
to cash it in with the coupon that comes in the box.
Can we market that?
Yeah, possibly. Possibly. Yeah.
All right. Then I've got a question about international shipping. Do you do it?
You know what? That's a great sales question. I believe we do it. If you contact Wyatt and you say, pretty please, Wyatt, I'm sure he'll take care of you.
Do you guys, I guess that's is a good question. Do you guys ever plan on having international distribution, or do you want to try to keep everything localized to the U.S.?
We have done international distribution, and we've kind of dabbled in it. We actually do have a Canadian distributor. If you guys go to TOC Supplies, which I know are a great friend of you guys, so if you guys are in Canada, they will take care of you. As far as internationally, we've done England, we've kind of done some Europe stuff, Australia, New Zealand. I believe you can go through Obsessed Garage for Australia right now. It's one of those things that we just kind of took a step back and we realized that we haven't even scratched the surface in the U.S. So why get ahead of ourselves, and let's really focus in on perfecting everything, launching new products, and then when we have a larger infrastructure, then we can start tackling the international a little bit more and set up distribution, make it a little bit easier, because at the end of the day, to make international distribution work, it's making sure that the costs aren't really passed on to the end consumer. So that's the goal of ours. So soon we'll be in that position, but in the meantime, just sweet talk Wyatt.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Then I've got a question here about the cart. Can you mount a pressure washer to it?
Absolutely.
Dude, absolutely. Like literally, I'm telling you, Neil, you have to feel this thing. You could mount anything to it. You could mount, I think you could do taxidermy on this freaking cart. It is that rigid. I don't know that much about taxidermy.
It's really weird your mind went to taxidermy. Like,
yeah,
of
that
all
was the
things,
first
like
thing you
I would
thought
say like maybe engine work or something, like, hey, let's put a cat on there and just like
I was thinking
rebuild the turbo on there. No, we're gonna rebuild the turtle.
Like, what do you mount, right? Like, how many things do you mount in your life, right? And I know that you mount something that's been taxidermied on a wall. Nothing. Crickets. I hope people are laughing at home to break your silence.
Let's try this. Working with some experts in the field to kind of set that up. I think you probably know where I'm heading with that one, but we'll get you guys all set up there.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Right. Well, our friend Spencer here with the bottle sprayer question.
Well, the bottle holders hold a 32-ounce sprayer. What
is a 32? Is that a IK?
So these are gonna be a pint size over here on the bottle holder. So on this front facing over here, where you have this really pretty looking brand, yeah, this is all going to be pint size over here. On the back, on just the normal, I would say just the normal cup holder, I do have a 32 ounce of Radiance that is able to tuck nicely in there. Now, can this fit inside there? I do not think so. I think that this is just going to be a little bit too wide.
We just hang them from the sides, but that's a good thing that you can kind of send over to us, and there's no reason we can't make some of those things if there's a need for them.
Yeah.
And that's a cool thing about being like, one part about Vyper that makes us so cool is we don't have the corporate red tape. We're not this suit and tie corporation. Again, we're a group of enthusiasts. The company's owned by Dan and Dylan Rush. Yep. Just amazing garage guys. They grew up in the garage industry. They like what you like. So if there's a need, we have the ability to do it because we manufacture and we can do it.
Agreed.
Awesome. Well, you know, Details of Me has a fair question. I know it crosses lots of people's minds when they're thinking about the high quality stuff, but she just wants to know, I understand the ergonomics, you get what you pay for, but what about Vyper chairs makes them this price? Is it just the materials used?
It's everything. I mean, again, the made in the USA is a big thing. We could have these made overseas and probably for cheaper, but that's not what we're about. We want to make American jobs. We want to do it the right way. And secondly, ergonomics. You spot on right there. That's a big aspect of it. And I think people tend to overlook how important that it is until it catches up to you, and then that's when you realize. And third, it's the materials. And again, from top to bottom, every single nut, bolt, piece of material, coating, everything on this, it is, from what everyone says, I'll take it from the audience, is the most overbuilt, over-engineered chair and now products on the market. From the zinc-coated hardware, like we could just do regular hardware. No, we did zinc coated. And again, we did grade 5, grade 8, which is a high grade premium quality hardware. Everything is laser cut solid steel. There's no plastic on any of these things. So it's all high grade. It's all powder coated. So again, just like the hardware, prevent from rust and corrosion. The seat materials, again, it's all industrial grade. So it's going to last you a long time. The foam, like you guys have had this for, what do we say, at least a year or so from last year. You can tell like the seat looks brand new, and you guys have how many people here sitting on this every day? Every day. This stuff doesn't wear down like a normal chair. There's no rips, there's no tears in this stuff. Everything, the casters, again, like the casters look brand new. If I wipe these down, you guys would have no idea that they're a year old. And you could beat these things up. We've thrown these things off rooftops. We've run them with four-wheelers. Like, you get what you pay for 100%. And it's one of those things where once you buy one, you will never question the price again, and you will often want to buy another one. Mainly because your spouse will take it, your kid will take it, or you want another one because your friends come over. There's no stopping. So
you need I mean, realistically, that's like the toughest part, right? Like, why do people buy luxury cars, right? They say, okay, well, they like it for maybe the amenities, or they like it because of the quality, or whatever it is. Well, how would you know what's premium quality? How would you know what kind of amenities it has until you see one in person, right? It all starts with having somebody see one in person, build one in person, get your hands on it, feel it. And I think that the best way to do it is probably to try to experience sitting in a chair, roll one of these things around, and you'll know pretty quick, right? From the moment it's shipped to you at your doorstep, the boxing, the branding, the way things are packaged, right? Like, everything is so thoughtfully done, like all the styrofoam inside the box, right? Cut to fit on every single little piece of the chair. I mean, you guys have done it in such a really, a fantastic way for shipping purposes, logistically, but I mean, it's just really well thought out. And
yeah, appreciate that. It's the full experience.
It is.
Even the customer service stuff, like, we're really proud of that. Like, I think we have the most top-notch customer service. The fact that we can make these American-made products and ship them in the time that we can. I think our lead time the other day was under 24 hours for American-made product that's kind of built to order, essentially.
That's awesome.
That's pretty nuts.
That's amazing. That's super, super cool. Dane, what else do you got?
Yeah, well, here's a question regarding packaging. So when it arrives, does it arrive like flat pack, like IKEA? He's wondering, probably for the cart, I would guess.
Yeah, so it comes in, as that's considered flat pack, right? It comes disassembled.
Flat pack, yeah.
All of our products come disassembled, and really that's the coolest part. Some people I hear will say, oh, I don't want to put something together. For that price, it should become put together. Jimmy.
He's fine. Just took a little spill.
Just kidding. Oh, but anyways, where was I going with that?
How things are packaged.
Oh yeah, that's the fun part. You know, you don't really appreciate the quality until you sit in it and feel it. But also, when you start putting these together, you're like, again, like what I said earlier, is when you start seeing the hardware and the aluminum hub, all that stuff. Like, again, you don't even see one of the most craziest parts of this chair because it's hidden. That billet aluminum hub is insane. We could have done so many other ways around that to save money, but we don't. We do that. And so when you put the chair together, you really, the tool cart, all that stuff, you really appreciate the quality. And it's really like, you grab your beer, and it's like adult Legos. It's a blast.
Well, it is, like, and especially if you're using quality tools other than literally like two very used crescent wrenches, everything fits, right? Yep. So, like, unlike IKEA, right, where you go to thread something into a hole, it smoothly threads in and it tightens down, it cinches down perfectly, whereas IKEA, you're usually stripping out several screw heads or something like that along the way in the process of building something. I mean, like literally, I mean, that actually, you know what, that is Harbor Freight is what that is, right? I mean, not everybody goes to Harbor Freight, but Harbor Freight's chairs and whatnot, how many times have you built one of those and had something strip out, right? It happens. It's something that
I don't
happens.
think you build those. I think they just kind of stick together, snap together, and they just
do something together. But I mean, I have had those to where they've stripped out. I've had casters literally fall off those chairs before. This is like literally not possible with this. I don't even.
That's honestly one of, I think, the most important things that people overlooked is the dangers of a poorly built shop chair. And you can laugh, you can say whatever you want. There are people that get injured all the time by using those chairs. The wheels fall off, the welds crack, all that stuff. It's an extremely big safety concern. And we know this because we work with those people. Those people have reached out, they've told us their story, they've shared those things. That's a big thing of why we made this. There's nothing more. That's, again, why we also work with companies like Tesla and SpaceX, Honda, Delta, those companies, because they understand the importance of keeping their workers safe and stuff like that. And they've all had problems with injuries from the cheaper made products. So safety, another one to go back on the quality aspect and what's worth it is that.
Imagine if you were torching something, right? And you're using a torch and you're sitting on a chair and a caster breaks, right? As you were trying to slide off to the side and you have a lit torch, right? That now goes falling, hopefully not on you, right? Let's just say you're detailing, you got a 21mm throw polisher, you got that over your shoulder, you're detailing a $100,000 vehicle, right? Caster breaks, right? You trip over something, right? Something happens to that chair. What happens when that machine falls on that car and breaks a mirror off and then damages the paint, right? There's a lot of things that can happen that you don't really think about. Now, does it happen often? Probably not as often, but it's something that could potentially happen that I can tell you right now wouldn't happen with something like this.
And I think that's where you jump back to that question about your wife getting upset. Just be like, okay, fine. If you want me to die, that's fine. I don't need it.
Yeah. Yeah.
See if that works. Don't worry about it. I'll just fall over and die.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Perfect. Perfect. We always have fun here. So, Levi, is there any last ending questions? I know you kind of took place of Dane over there.
I came in here, I jumped in, hopped in to help Dane, but there's not, everybody else is just talking about the price, but I think we've covered the reason. Build quality, the experience, the warranty, all that good stuff with the tool itself, for not only that tool cart, but also the chairs. And of course, you guys, like they say, buy once, cry once. That's how you do it, right?
Isn't it like tax return season? Or, just
yeah, exactly. You got some money, you guys spend it on something good
there's
for
reasons
yourself.
that many of you are having kids, right?
Treat
I mean,
yourself.
you take a little bit of that money and you treat yourself. Get yourself something nice, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a good thing. I forgot about to mention the warranties. We do offer 105% money back guarantee. So you can actually buy one of our products, and if you don't like it, you have 30 days to return it for your money back and 5%.
Which is pretty sweet. I mean, that's like almost
Crazy.
$20.
Prove us wrong.
That's
So
so
there
much.
you go.
That's so much. That's undeniable confidence right there.
That's
You
right.
have to buy one now. So, anyways, Alex, thank you so much. This has been awesome. Appreciate you always coming out. We always have a fun
there's
time
still
here.
room over there. Can we?
Oh, yeah.
Can you miss something? Can you put that over there?
Oh,
it's crazy how that thing comes out every time, but there's a spot right over there for it.
Anthony, you're never going to get away from that.
Just gonna set this right here. Anyway, okay. So, Levi, we're going to pass it back over to you. Thank you guys so much. This has been an awesome Vyper segment, as usual. I'm sure next year it'll get funnier and weirder, and who knows what will happen. So, Levi, take it from here.
Thank you, boys, and thank to you, everybody that popped in and has been on the feed and watching. Thanks again to Vyper Chair, to our afternoon guests, Diamond Protec, Matt, Tyler, and Mike, and then, of course, the great Justin Pate, being in-house to be able to talk about the Wrap Institute and everything that tools and equipment. So thank you guys for popping in, and make sure you watch tomorrow. Tune in tomorrow morning, same time. We got 8:45 starting with the Jamie and Alex morning show, and then we'll be going right into Stjarna Gloss at 9 o'clock, the IDA with Shad Stoker at 10 a.m., Buff Bride at 10:15, Solution Finish with the great Chris West at 11, and then a little Grandmaster Showdown at 11:15. Then we're going to break, do lunch, and the halftime show from 12:30 to 3:30, and then coming back on at 2 o'clock with Detail Factory, Ego at 2:45, Rupes at 2:30, and then closing it out with Stinger Chemical at 4:30 in the afternoon. So again, you don't want to miss tomorrow. Make sure you guys set your reminders. Make sure you give us a like. Make sure you're subscribed. And make sure you don't miss day 2 of TRCMA. And thank you guys for watching day 1 of TRCMA 2024. We will all see you tomorrow. Thanks for watching.